Hello, hello. Good day to you, gentle sirs and gentle women. Ladies, gentle ladies. What would be the equivalent to gentle sirs? I don't know. How are you guys doing? I'm lost somewhere in conservative Twitter. As 2020 wound to a close, pundits noted the growing toll of leftist policies on residents of blue states, prompting migration from California, New York, New Jersey, and Illinois to Republican-run states such as Texas and Florida, which offer lower taxes and a better business climate. Yeah, lower taxes, sure. But I think, hey Smittery, I think the main factor here is the fucking insane real estate prices caused by the tech bubble, which California could be as right-wing small government as you wanted if the real estate price, if like your rent costs fucking $3,000 for a shithole, then you might want to move out still, especially if you're not working in tech and getting that insane salary. I also like how, like the language, leftists are colonizing red towns. You know those, they're all part of the same country. They're all American people, but they're being colonized by those other people. The othering of the political enemy. Blue states tend to be dominated by urban voters, true, large numbers of unionized government employees, weird take, and in California, a technology-based economy that relies on large numbers of young, college-educated, and in many cases foreign-born nice, dog-whistling, anti-immigration employees. Leftists ruin areas by jacking up prices and then ruin the quality of life and then move to more conservative areas and repeat the process. Yeah, but that's the problem with gentrification. I would say that that's this article is framing it as a problem of policy, which I mean it indirectly is. But there should be policies that could help control gentrification, but it's an issue of it's basically like when you look at the statistics and you see that most college-educated people are vote Democrat in the U.S. And the college-educated people also correlate with the higher salaries in the U.S. Obviously, where those college-educated higher... Hey, Paula, how are you doing? Where those college-educated higher salary people will move to will become more expensive. That's how gentrification works. But it doesn't become more expensive because they bring in leftist policies. It becomes more expensive because they bring in higher salaries and higher standards of living. Gentrification is good, actually. I don't think it's as bad as some people make it out to be, but there are problems with it. I understand that from like an economic perspective, it's you can argue it's a good thing as it increases the quality of life in the areas it affects, but the quality of life is only enjoyed by the people who've moved in, who have access to, who have like the better income and stuff. I'm just reading some comment I saw on Our Conservative. I know you're trolling, Rosary, but I still find it important to address those remarks, which is why I'm fucking reading this on stream. I know, I guess I'm preaching the choir here, but isn't it just displacing poorer people? Mostly, yeah, and that's the problem. It's basically indirect, like, class segregation, like class geographical segregation in town, in cities, in practice. And then you add to that in the U.S. the issue of district education and how you'll have this catch-22 of where affluent people pay their taxes. There's more money and more and just better schools because, well, we can also go into like the importance of prejudice and I don't even mean racial prejudice, but the importance of basically preconceptions in education. There are studies that show that if you there was this really interesting study I stumbled upon once. I should find the source though to be able to cite it. But the article is claiming that if you take a kid that has good grades in 1 year, and a kid that had bad grades in that year, and then you send them in the next year to a class with a professor. That's not a catch-22. No, okay, I got distracted in my sentence. What the catch-22 I was describing is that you're getting I don't mind. You're getting people. You're getting people who move to those districts to give better education to their children. Like Destiny talks about it a lot for his kid, right? He wants to. It's a catch-22 because how do you fix in the sense of how do you fix that problem? You have a poor district with worse schools, so rich people don't want to move there, and there's no justification in like pouring money into the school because it gets bad results and so on and so forth. I meant that maybe catch-22 is not the correct term. It's a self-reinforcing mechanism. That's what I mean. It literally once you have a district with a rich district that develops a good school, it will attract richer people. It will raise the real estate prices for new families that want to guarantee a good education to their children, which in turn will make it inaccessible to poorer people. So that's why it's like self-reinforcing. Maybe catch-22 is the wrong term. To me, I understand catch-22 as encompassing self-reinforcing processes like this one, but maybe it's the wrong term. You tell me. Yeah, let me find the music I want to play. I feel like this question always ends at just make school districts bigger, forehead. I don't know what the solution would be in the US, honestly. I don't think making school districts bigger would really fix it necessarily. Maybe not. I don't know. I would have to think about it and understand better what the district district cutting off stuff affects. Just homeschool, forehead, yes. I don't know, we were talking about gentrification. Here in Paris, there is a lot of like social housing, which no statistician could dissuade me from my bigger vision. Oh god, it's this reminds me of the fucking Pink guy raps or not Pink guy, but the Filthy Frank meme about lyrical spiritual whatever, where he makes fun of rappers. Privatized schools let the poor fight each other battle royale style for slots if they can't afford it. I'm pretty sure there has to be at least like 5 mangas with exactly that scenario. have poor people fight each other for places in the mega super magic high school where you can build your harem. Make anime IRL. Anyways. Damn, nice card, Yukoi. Seems like it needs some more work. A little bit. Just execute the poor, no more poor, yeah. Shit, what was I saying? Gentrification? Yeah. I've seen something in Paris where you've got state-controlled low-income housing that's supposed to be spread out throughout different areas. It doesn't. I'm saying that it's not actually how it's set up. There are really like super rich areas that are very cloistered. and a lot of ghettoization once you go out of the limits of the city, where there's most of the low-income housing and it's all grouped up. But there are a few areas where there was some kind of effort made to place like low-income residencies in the middle of upper middle class residencies to supposedly to help mix people around. There is a similar issue with the district stuff where you're supposed to be sending your children to the school that's local to you in the French system, which also affects real estate and but it also then goes into like weird. It also increases the value of private schools, I guess, because then you don't have to worry about Trump. That doesn't sound like a good idea. Supposedly it's to. What stream is this? This is apparently this is talking about gentrification and we're reading through some articles stream for now. I'll look at some. I'll probably look at some Path of Exile stuff later to prepare for the new league. Maybe play some video games at some point. But right now I feel like talking. Alright, let me turn on the lights. This Daily Wire. Exile Pepe mods. Does Outline work on this website? I think it's outline.org. Nope. Outline.com. Oops. Like, it would just be the higher class being more insular and being more like, fuck all these poor people who are in our area. Yeah, and that's kind of what gentrification is. It's rich people. It's not on purpose, but it's richly people living among themselves. Yay, Outline works on this article. We can read through it. My mom drove me 30 miles every morning to my high school and middle school because my dad didn't want me going to an urban school when he was still alive. And I mean, the thing is, I don't know. I know people who did go to like the urban school, as you call it, and who've had really terrible experiences in those. Lots of bullying, violence, and racial tensions. Which doesn't mean you resolve. You definitely don't resolve those problems by sending your children to a better off school, but I totally understand why a family will make the individual choice not to try to fix systemic problems by itself. There's nothing. I don't think that's like a morally wrong choice. Imagine being so stupid that you willingly give your child worse education because urban. Okay, no, if the urban school was actually a better school, then that's really fucking dumb. I'm thinking of like friends I've had who were in a bad school, and then I've met them, and like I would try to avoid sending my children to a bad school as well. There's not like, what are you gonna do? You're not gonna fix the systemic issues that cause those bad schools to exist by yourself. That is. I was literally like a 10-minute walk to those schools, and the urban high school is actually really good. The middle school, I could agree with his decision then. Yeah, then that's really dumb. That's just like prejudice. And it's basically gentrification of schools, right? Yeah, absolutely. I'm from a privileged background, so in my case, my parents in France you don't really have private schools, but you have what in French law is called private under contract. So it's a private school that signed a contract with the state that guarantees that it gives the state approved like core education. And it can also add other classes to its curriculum. My parents sent me to one of those schools, and so a private school with more steps, yeah, and some government oversight, basically. Was it a Christian school? Technically, yes, though. That's a funny anecdote. They tried several schools. The first one refused me because the first one refused me because my parents were Buddhists, or are Buddhists. And when they said it, apparently the interview was going super well. And then towards the end of the interview, they said, "Oh, we're Buddhist," and the guys are like, "Well, we'll call you back." They never did. But then at the school I was at, the religious stuff was really chill. There wasn't really a problem with it. Like, religious class was supposedly for all religions. It wasn't specifically about Christianity. And then like the pastor who ran the religious class was super happy to have me to like do a presentation about Buddhism, because that wasn't something that happened often in that school. It was a really good school, but yeah, there weren't many people of color in there, or in general. There was a lot of English and American and Australian people originally, because it was the reason my parents chose it was because it was a school with really a special like English mother tongue class. So I was allowed not to go to the normal English class, and instead I was being sent to an actual like English speaking class where I was learning English literature and writing essays, not learning like stupid grammar things. My city's main high school has had lots of pro athletes come out of there. I've always found the obsession in American education with athletes super weird, but I'm not a sportsy guy. I didn't care that much that someone's really good at catching the ball. Anyways, let's move this over here. Who needs education when you can get funding just because you have more athletes? Yeah. I'm gonna just finish making fun of this article, and then I'll read the other one. All the money goes to sports. For a second I read all the money goes to esports stuff. Let's make the best league. Let's make the best league high school in the US, guys. All our students will go pro. Make NA League great again. Oh, you didn't finish watching the Expanse stuff today, right? Yeah, I stopped at, I think it was episode 7. Anyways. Even historically red states such as Texas exhibit symptoms, so it's a disease, of dysfunctional leftist governance in their burgeoning urban areas. Austin is rapidly becoming a clone of San Francisco and Portland. Well, I guess it's going to be a lot of the same, like confounding leftist policy with the consequences of gentrification. We have come to expect blue states to be woke, displaying fealty. So it's a monarchy. I love the language choices here. You should have stayed with us. I'm glad I slept. To the latest academic fads, right? So they're not like expert opinions. They're fads, such as critical race theory and other forms of identity politics. Rural America, the flyover country. I gotta show how the intellectuals, you know, disdain us flyover country. Populated by Donald Trump voting deplorables. Add on another layer. Is supposed to be immune from this trend. Again, it's a disease. As a resident of a small town in East Tennessee, I regret to report that wokeness is everywhere, even in the brightest red areas of Republican majority states. My town is home to a small 200-year-old Presbyterian-affiliated liberal arts college that appears to be an island of sanity in higher education, but it's not. And neither is the rest of the town. When relocated here from Austin, my wife and I imagined the school was comparable to Hillsdale College, except nestled in the foothills of the Appalachian Mountains. My wife and I quickly learned the reality is otherwise, when a supposedly faith-based lecture we attended on campus was devoted to the teachings of Karl Marx rather than Jesus Christ. The lecturer, who teaches religious studies at Skidmore College, is the daughter of the host school's equally leftist campus minister. Honestly, I I think teaching Marxist theory about religion, like specifically about religion, is in a religious class is an interesting take. Like, a religion is the opium of the people and all that stuff. I'm no tanky. I'm not just to clarify for people who don't know my opinions on this stuff. I'm no tanky. I mostly don't support Marx's prescriptive statements. I'm not at all in favor of communism. But Marxists' descriptive statements, or rather a study of economy and society, have a lot of value in, well, as much as any study of society and economy has value. That is my point, I guess. We imagine that Maryville College, which offers a major in religion. Alas, it's not. The social justice agenda places it closer to Oberlin College on the woke continuum. The thing is, like, even in like uni economics, Marx isn't taught. That seems insane to me. I know in Europe it's not the same, or at least in France. Marx, I know in high school we read Marx's book on the French Revolution. And it's super interesting. It's not a communist. It's not communist ideology. That book. It's like a historical breakdown of the French Revolution from a class perspective. And sure, I use the word class, so you're thinking, oh, so he's like preaching about class inequality or whatever. No, he isn't. He's just breaking it down in the three main components of French society at the time. You had the upper class, the nobility, and the royalty, and the clergy. Then you had the emergent middle class, that was the merchant people, and the urban non-noble rich people. And then you had the poor class, which was basically the rest of the country. Analyzing the historical events of that time through that lens makes perfect sense. It's one model among others. Something I always tell to people who try to use a single sociological model to understand the whole of society is you can't make a one-to-one map of the world. No model will explain all phenomena or allow you to understand everything, even about a specific phenomena. But those models are valuable. Anyways. The theme of this year's lecture series is buying, selling, and doing the right thing. Life under capitalism. That sounds interesting. During two presentations on campus, Hilzather will use her scholarly research on social responsibility projects such as fair trade, microfinance, and impact investing to reflect on what it means to be ethical in the context that is framed by capitalism. So woke capitalism, total depravity. Okay, that's a meme title for a talk. Take the political compass test. If you aren't a tanky, prove it. Sure, I can take it afterwards if you want me to. I took it a while ago. I'm basically like I don't remember which one it is. A social democrat or a democratic socialist. The one that believes that we should have a full democratic process, but also believes in the welfare state. Yeah, but it was just insane. Like, they have a master's in economics and never took a class on it. Yeah, that is insane. Honestly, like the thing is, you are if you are learning economics even without use Marx's work. It's not like this. It's not like that stuff isn't connected, and Marx is just this crazy ideologue that's completely ignored by economists. That's not how it works. He was first and foremost a scholar who made important works on on society and economy. But he also left behind an ideological legacy that's been a disaster for many people, and so obviously it's understandable that that's what we remember of him. But in general, I think it's really important to separate the two Marxes. I would say the discussion is like, absolutely cannot be the same when whether you're discussing Marx as in his descriptive work or in his I can't say the word prescriptive work. It seems incongruous to me that a professor of religious studies invited to learn a lecture on faith at a religious college would have a particular interest in queer theory. Now, why would that be incompatible? Please elaborate. The article informed readers for more information about MC Cummings. Ooh, I'm Cumming. But just academically speaking, yeah, even from an academic perspective, even if you're supposed to read it to disagree with it. Communism doesn't work. No, those weren't true communist states. Repeat ad nauseum. Yeah, I'm like, for context, my family's from Poland, from communist Poland. I have many stories in my family about what it's like living in a communist shithole. It's not something I would encourage for people. The only eventual situation where maybe I would advocate for communism. How bad was it? I haven't experienced it myself. I'll get into it. Okay, in a post-scarcity society, then it makes sense to have like, maybe not centralized distribution, but equal distribution of resources, because we are post-scarcity. The very definition of that is that we're in a hypothetical situation where we have enough resources to give to everyone, in which case competing for the resources makes no sense to me, personally. We can say the same thing about capitalism then, in regards to socialist bailouts to keep working. Just look at the actual consequences they have on the real people those policies affect, and figure out how to is name unmuted? Wait, am I muted? No, I'm not muted. OBS is tracking my my volume. I was muted halfway down and then it cut off. Okay, maybe my gain is too high. I keep saturating on the mic. Let me fix that. I'm like raising my voice and I see the thingy going red, so I think that's what happened. Anyways, what I was saying is that I'm fucking sick of having people create policies based on ideology. Why stop? Like, yeah, capitalist states are failed states, communist states are failed states. States should not follow some magical utopia that some dumb fuck intellectual like perfectly arranged in his mind, and try to force that on reality. Just do what works exactly. We need a bit more of a like scientific rationalist approach to policy, with a specific goal of maximizing people's well-being, not this like imposing some bullshit ideology on people. Sometimes you need a free market for the attribution of a specific resource. Sometimes a resource is essential to people, and it's perfectly viable to have its inefficiency, the inefficiencies of a centralized or distributed approach absorbed by the government and the taxpayer for like education and healthcare. It's pretty obvious that absorbing those inefficiencies, even though the US with its privatized healthcare still is more expensive than any socialized healthcare state in Europe, absorbing those things through the state improves people's well-being. You're not dying or letting your children die because you can't buy them fucking insulin. Anyways, that was my anti-ideology rant. And it's the same for like the models of viewing the world. So many people want to interpret the entire world through I don't know, like a capitalist free market economic agent perspective, or like a first-year sociology student wants to interpret their world entirely through their sociological theories. I usually call that first-year syndrome because it's a thing you see a lot in, well, you know, like first-year students. They're like so enamored with their newly discovered subject that they want to explain everything through it. Calm down there, Dr. Peterson.
You have to know that ideology breeds chaos. You cannot have ideology taking control over the people. The people.
I'm sorry. Okay. I've worked a lot on my.
But chaos is a ladder. You must defeat the dragon of ideology and bring back the paternal self to the paternal father figure to lead society to its apex.
I've worked a lot on my Peterson impersonation, like the voice, but I haven't worked that much on the manner of speaking, the actual language. I know I need to improve that a little bit, especially like improvising like that. It's the dragon of chaos, yeah. But I'm saying this because I have a friend who's super into Marxist theory, and he does this thing a lot of like old school Marxists do. I call it a Marxist erasure of intersectionality. He believes that. And first off, he'll go so far as to say intersectionality is bullshit and feminism is bullshit. But if you talk him down like a couple notches, if you talk him a couple notches down to a more reasonable point of view, he'll like review his statements to say that no, actually, what I'm saying is that class and economic factors are the determining problems to all the issues that that critical race theory and feminism attribute to gender and race. So, like I'm saying, he's erasing those other models of viewing sociological phenomena by exaggerating the importance of like materialistic Marxist analysis of society. And it goes both ways. You can have people argue that if you like address the systemic issues causing racism and sexism, you're gonna magically solve a class inequality, like economic inequality in society. Both those points of view to me are absurd. I think that you need critical race theory and intersectionality to understand identity issues, and you need material theories to understand material issues. Though those are not incompatible, and any reasonable person uses all the tools at their disposal to understand the world around them. That's what I'm defending. Okay, that was a rant and a half. And Jordan Peterson versus Neyman debate when, considering Jordan Peterson hasn't. Have you guys seen the Jordan Peterson versus Zizek debate? Where Jordan Peterson like almost outright admits he the only Marx, like it's supposedly a debate about or a discussion, let's say, about Marx, and Jordan Peterson basically outright admits that the only book on Marx he's read was the night before he read the Marx and Engels Communist Manifesto. So he comes in to debate with a philosophical scholar who's actually read Marx's books, not just one fucking manifesto, having only read the Communist Manifesto. How fucking dumb, like how fucking pretentious do you have to be to think you can entertain an interesting discussion with that level of knowledge, or like talk about another subject. Talk about fucking psychology. Peterson knows about psychology. I'm not gonna contest that. Anyways, yeah, oh god, why do I have 20,000 notifications. Oh no. What, like, do I have it open in a tab somewhere? Thank you for the follow, Zagod. Do you want to see a video? You know what? Link me. I'll finish. That's gonna blow your mind. Sure, link me. I don't want to watch it right away. I want to finish reading those articles and figure out why the fuck do I have 20. Why the fuck the notifications? It's about 9/11. Oh god. Is it some conspiracy shit? Okay, where's my... And I'm down to at least check it out. Okay. We're gonna take a look at it. Link the video. You're allowed to post links in my Twitch chat. Okay, I do not understand. Why do I have... Oh, no. Yeah, I have... Yes, it is. Okay. I enjoy the talks, though. What talks, Fate? Go watch the trailer for PoE, please. I'll watch it through you. I don't want that filth dirtying up my YouTube algorithm. Okay, not right now. I want to finish those articles and chatting about this stuff with you guys. It dawned on me that McKee was the first and foremost a social justice warrior, explaining a Suijiwi. Also the political compass test. Okay, yeah, let's take notes. Let's take some notes here. Articles, political compass test, PoE trailer, and new league notes. Roughly in that order. Okay, I got the Zagod's link here. I'll do it after the articles. 9/11 conspiracy video. I hope it's not too long though. Sorry. The politics and economics talks instead of just gaming all day. First time I heard you off on a topic like that. Honestly, I enjoy it a lot as well. I had a couple streams like this already too. I think I had one last week and the week before that. You can we could find it in my VODs or whatever. But I enjoy those kinds of streams a lot. Honestly, to a certain extent, it's more fun than gaming to me too, because I'm actually interacting with you guys and exchanging and ranting. It's a lot more fun than D-ranking in Valorant. Yeah, pretty much. Here comes the scuffed French Destiny arc. Yeah, here it comes. Okay, honestly, when I was thinking about streaming, I was thinking about streaming my dumb fucking debates with my like reactionary Marxist friend, because we would get into those like 5-hour long debates where we and like at the time I still watched Destiny, so I had this idea that maybe it would be interesting for people to watch two fucking pseudo-intellectuals jack each other off on how like more correct than the other one they are, or like disagree on shit. But I've changed my mind a bit on that since then. We need Neyman to become our next smug streamer, man. He has the cultural background for it. Yes, I am becoming that. This is my calling in life, becoming the smuggest of the smugs. I love talking, okay? I enjoy this. Even though IRL I'm pretty how to put it, toned down. It's very rare for me to be this energetic in a discussion IRL and talking fast and having a lot of stuff to say about something. I'll usually leave a lot of space for other people to talk and so on and so forth, which I think makes this all the more enjoyable for me. I kind of like finally get to express myself in a certain way. Anyways, back to the article. Explain the unusual selection of a queer theory scholar to deliver a lecture on religion. Oh yeah, let me just make sure I have this. 9/11, the footage they did not let you see twice. 2020 edition. I'm gonna I'm not gonna show you my age. Right, it's just like... What the fuck? YouTube now wants me to verify my age using a credit card or an ID to watch this conspiracy video. I can't watch it, it's a god. I literally cannot watch your video because of the age control. What the fuck is this? I'm off, thanks for streaming anyways. Thanks for dropping by, Zimbo. Are you sure it's not a scam link? Well, it's a youtube.be link. It is YouTube. Oh wait, it could be a scam link. No, it's HTTPS and it's youtube.com. Jeez. YouTube just deleted this video after 30 minutes. 20 hours later, they restored it and censored it with an age restriction. Yo, they blacklisted this guy like twice now. YouTube is being paid by the CIA. Or who knows, maybe ad revenue is really that bad lately. Yeah. Look, I find conspiracy theories interesting, but we're not watching it. I'm sorry. I'm not giving them my credit card number. Anyways, I have a problem right now with my credit card. It's not valid, so even if I wanted to, I can't. And the other option is to scan my my ID and send it to Google, and 3 days later, within 3 days, they'll like validate my age through it. Oh, does this still work? nsfwyoutube.com. Okay, we can try with that. Someone sent me a link to that should allow me to watch it. Let me try it out. I need to allow JavaScript. Okay, how is this website supposed to work? Oh, there it is. Okay. It was just not really designed for small size. Okay. Oh. Okay, so we control paste and do NSFW here. It works. It doesn't work. RIP. Click here to try another method. Okay, we can try another method. No video with supported format. What? What? How does that work? I have a great 5-hour 9/11 doc instead. Probably not, but I used that in the past because I don't have a YouTube account. Bring me on stream, on the stream in a Discord call so I can go on my Alex Jones 9/11 rant. Yeah, Roser, you know about how I played Alex Jones in a role-playing game. It was fun. Well, the French version of Alex Jones. I went. It was like a Cthulhu slash SCP mix, but all like francized, and then I remember like one of my friend's characters just met me. We're doing a heist in the Louvre, stealing some like eldritch artifact and stuff. And so we're like rehearsing the heist and getting to know each other around a campfire. And one of the characters, like, I didn't spoil it, and he's like trying to get to know me. We're talking around the campfire, and I suddenly start telling them about how when Mitterrand went to visit Iran in the 70s, he actually was there to find collect ancient artifacts that Hitler was looking for in World War II. And did you know they're turning the pigeons gay? I had a lot of fun with that. I was gonna roleplay Druid Alex Jones at one point because I do his voice perfectly. Get angry about Magican refuse to turning the frogs gay. That would be awesome, yeah. Alright, where were we at? Progressive ID, blah 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 blah. We attended Holzither's lecture on March 9th, which was held on the Maryville College campus in a building named for a major corporate benefactor. Ooh, corporate. Now part of Warren Buffett's Berkshire Hathaway. Like, what was... okay, whatever. Like, why... Who cares about the benefactor of the building the talk was given in? Is this supposed to, like, ring some like, conspiracy alarm? Oh, no, the big corporate is sponsoring this, this big room in the university. Reverend McKee, an ebullient woman who could be a stand-in for Elizabeth Warren, welcomed the audience. Hour-long lecture given, remembering the series named after a former Bible teacher named Margaret Cooming, did not mention God, the Bible, the teachings of Jesus Christ, or even the subject of religious faith. It did, however, repeatedly mention Karl Marx. Holzither's lecture consists of a simplistic presentation of the Marxist exploitation theory of labor, arguing that an employer's payment of money to another's labor was dehumanizing, and suggesting that all free market exchange was inherently oppressive. Affluence is the result of iniquity and the manifestation of privilege. Consumerism is vile. Capitalism, in short, is laden with predation, abuse, selfishness, and exploitation. The message was that ethical Christians should reject capitalism as a loathsome system. I mean, okay. I guess she should have been more honest with the title of the talk, that it was capitalism and like Marxist theory. This new age gate is only in certain European countries so far. A VPN should resolve it, I guess. Oh yeah, I that's something I really need to do. I need to sign up for a VPN. I've been wanting to do that for a long time and just been really lazy about it. Okay, I don't want to read that article anymore. We were also chagrined to learn that the local public library in a county that voted for President Trump in 2020 by a margin of 71 to 27% maintains a curated anti-racism reading list. Oh my god, why would you curate an anti-racism reading list in a Trump county? Oh, the gall. That includes controversial fares such as Ibram Kendi's How to Be an Anti-Racist, Robin DiAngelo's White Fragility, and Ta-Nehisi Coates' Between the World and Me. Ignoring the blight homeless people inflict on library users across America, the local library also provides office space to a newly formed organization serving the homeless, with which the library works as a partner, even engaging in street outreach. How dare they try to offer homeless people access to the internet and educate and like books? You know what? Just fucking... Okay, I'm not gonna say it. Even though the area's indoctrination works, the library staffer leading this initiative is, predictably, a graduate of the local leftist college. Even though the area is kind of works both ways, dude. Why do you think your county is 70% Republican? Anyways, even though the area is overwhelmingly Republican, the local paper, owned by a national chain headquartered out of state, is unfailingly and obnoxiously left. The editor admits that one of his life's greatest disappointments was being interviewed by the Washington Post and getting turned down for the job. Oh yeah, because the Washington Post is supposed to be bad, I guess. The local paper, Anyways, the local paper is a WAPO wannabe, albeit relying heavily on Associated Press reportage. How is relying on one of the last few actual press agencies a bad thing? I guess it's albeit, so it's to the opposite of being a WAPO, but WAPO does that too, I don't know. And before he didn't attend a religious seminar, he accidentally walked into a Politics 101 class. Yeah. It consistently boosts leftist ideas locally and nationally. Due in part to the paper's favorable coverage, a leftist activist who chaired the local Democratic Party founded the radical organization Indivisible East Tennessee was recently elected. Is this actually a radical organization? Is this Antifa? Have we finally found Antifa? Since January 2017, we've joined thousands of indivisible groups across the country in resisting the Trump agenda. From travel ban to Trump care, we've seen how powerful constituent lobbying can be, but resistance isn't enough. We also have to win elections. This actually is... We found the website of Antifa.
I love how conservatives will be like, they banned Mein Kampf, but any other books, yeah. No books should be banned. Yeah, I don't know. Here in France, Mein Kampf isn't banned, but publishing it is illegal. It's this like weird gray area. Also, hate speech is very strictly prosecuted in France and in Germany as well, as far as I know. Especially, for example, historical revisionism, saying that any statement to the effect of minimizing the Holocaust or that it didn't happen or is very severely punished in France. The liberals are the ones that ban stuff like Mark Twain for saying the N-word in it also to kill. Yeah, I know, and that's really fucking dumb. Like banning, and you kind of you saw that too with the. Like when those like that Community episode with the where the I think the character's name is Chang plays a drow elf and he goes into the D&D session with blackface, or the Golden Girls episode, like when they banned all, like they removed all those episodes, stopped distributing those episodes because they supposedly platformed blackface when they're actually opening the discussion on it and actually, like, if you look into them, they're actually criticizing them, but they're like opening a humoristic but also somewhat pretty mature discussion on them, and they get like they get deplatformed for that. That's so fucking dumb. That makes no sense. That's like social. That's like progressist reactionary attitude. I'm not at all in favor of that. Isn't it not banned, but rather can no longer be part of school curriculum? It's stupid, but not quite as severe as banned. Yeah, but that means it's not going to be. There's also lobbies in the U.S. for like not having books in libraries. You have like censorship lists. I might be wrong on this. I remember reading that at some point, but I might be misremembering this. So please don't take this as truth. Double check it if you need to. But I vaguely recall those same organizations like lobbying for those books no longer to be in the public libraries, and not just not to be taught. But them not being taught is also stupid. The books banned the schools banned the book from their library. Yeah, exactly. So maybe not from the public libraries, but from the school libraries. I don't know. It's like, especially if you take it in context where fucking Mark Twain was not racist. I read a lot of Mark Twain. He was absolutely not racist. You'd have to be insane to argue that. But he said the N-word at a time where it was normalized, and it did not have the same stigma that it has now. That's how language works. Language changes over time. No, you're right. In the U.S., conservative memers have tried to ban other books which have like sexual content, etc. Yeah. That's true. Well, actually, do we know he said it? Yeah, I just disagree with the term ban. Access to it is limited, but I agree. It's stupid to ban it from school where you can engage with it in a responsible way. We just know he wrote it. Yeah. I know. I here in France, I have a friend who has an old copy of Mein Kampf, and so I took the chance to read it. Normally, neo-Nazi publisher. Or like ordered online, controversial books like that. But my friend has one of my friends has a very old copy of it. They're not hard to come by since everyone and their mother had it, literally. Yeah, in Europe a lot of people had it. And I must admit, it's fascinating to read. I didn't spend a lot of time reading it, but like the language in it is so like violent, and it's interesting. And I don't mean interesting obviously in like those are interesting ideas. I mean interesting from understanding how, like, how this kind of hatred rises up to power in society, and how it, like, grabs onto people. I left the room when you said my friend has an old copy of Mein Kampf, and I took the time to read it, and that's all I heard. Clipped and shipped. Oh no. Rip. I guess I'm gonna have some new clips to delete. I'm gonna be censoring them. I'm gonna take the Twitter approach to your clips. No, I'm not. Local Republican Party belatedly and reluctantly supported the center-right candidates in a 4-person race for 2 seats, supported by Soros-funded. They might as well like throw the triple parenthesis while they're at it. Organizations from outside the state. The Democrat eked out its second-place finish by a few hundred votes, establishing a leftist toehold in an otherwise solidly conservative county. Why did my mind immediately jump to you finishing the sentence with "and I agreed with all of it"? No! I do not agree with anything I've seen in Mein Kampf. Absolutely not. It's a heinous book. But it is possible to read it in a mature and constructive way. I'll defend that. In Germany, Mein Kampf is not banned, but there are some copyright memes that kept it from being republished for a long time. So like a technicality. A couple years ago, a copy with comments and annotations from historians was released though. Oh, that sounds interesting. Where is Popcat? I love Popcat. This is one of my favorite memes. And ironically, if you STEM memers don't back arts and humanities education, y'all won't even have the instruction to read those books. Absolutely. I fucking hate the STEM supremacist mentality. It's no surprise when you look at the like supremacist language of like STEM lords that there is a crossover with the fucking like alt-right and other supremacist ideologies. More like the Bavarian state abusing copyright because they don't like you to remember that the Nazi movement at its core started in Bavaria. Okay. Damn. I think more controversial books should be covered in schools, be a part of curriculum, but then we'd have to make sure teachers were able to explain why those things are controversial. Yeah. Yeah, those things need to be covered properly. It's to me, like, it's the difference between when you have it's binary logic. Yeah, exactly. It goes back to what I was saying about needing a complete model of the world. Hard sciences, the STEM disciplines, they're very useful in explaining a lot of phenomena in the world, but you cannot understand the world entirely without also having human sciences as well. They all have their importance and their fields that the phenomena they're supposed to describe and help us comprehend. STEMlers are just like it's either 1 or 0, but humans aren't like that. Exactly. One of the teachers I used to hang out with in lunch would blast Rush Limbaugh all fucking day. Nice lady though. Yeah, nice. Then we'd also get teachers mostly here in the South teaching it wrong. Yeah, yeah, it's tough. It's tough with controversial stuff. Teachers can't even wrap their heads around new foundational math teaching methods. What makes you think they can tackle fucking nuanced systemic racism issues? Yeah, it's really tough. I don't have a solution for that personally, for sure. It's a tough thing. You like good teachers are so hard to come by. Or should I say parents would get up in arms about liberal propaganda? That's even before we get into that. The Good Old Days, the Holocaust is seen by its perpetrators and bystanders. By Hugh Trevor Roper. No, that's the foreword. By Ernst Klee, Willy Dressen, and Volker Ries. Schöne Zeiten in German.
comes from the cover of a private photo album kept by concentration camp commandant Kurt Franz of Treblinka. This gruesomely sentimental and unmistakably authentic title introduces a disturbing collection of photographs, diaries, letters home, and confidential reports created by the executioners and sympathetic observers of the Holocaust. Interesting. It reveals startling new evidence of the inhumanity of recent 20th century history and is published now as yet another irrefutable response to the revisionist historians who claim to doubt the historic truth of the Holocaust. I would be interested in reading this for sure. And they're paid so shit. Yeah, the funding of education is a huge issue in all of our countries. This just in, Haneyman said the Holocaust and good old days in the same sentence. It's all over. Oh no. What are you guys doing to my... To read it normal. And so I took the chance to read it normal. Neo-Nazi publisher. Wait, why is it cutting off? What? Comp. And so I took the chance to read it normal. Wait, is this what you are? Is this what you guys are hearing when I'm streaming? Holy shit, that's so bad. Publisher? Yeah, why is the clip scuffed? Okay, so this is just the clip. It's not what you guys are hearing. Okay, thank God. Or like order it online. Controversial books like that. Thank God. That was, you had me worried for a moment there. It worked when I clipped it. Fucking Twitch. Yeah, Twitch is shitting the bricks right now. I'd be interested in this book. I don't know if I actually will buy it and read it, but good link. And if you recommend Geeking Hyog, I imagine you've read it. I had the lag at exactly that time, I think. Twitch being Pepega. Yeah, maybe I should also try not streaming through Restream.io for a couple for some time, just to make sure it's not introducing problems with the stream. All right, where were we at? Yeah, fucking STEM lords. I think there's a real association between like STEM supremacy and the far right views. It's the same thought process. And then you get like scientific racism, stuff like that, posted to livestream fails. Hey, look, if you can get me that sweet livestream fails viewership, fucking give me those viewers. Make me blow up. The book is pretty good, and to my knowledge, there are only 2 mistakes in it where mass killings are done by the Soviets got attributed to the Germans. Especially in one case, it's just that they mistake the mass grave of Soviet killings with the mass grave of an execution. Sorry, I need to reread that sentence. My brain shut down midway. To my knowledge, there are only 2 mistakes in it where mass killings done by the Soviets got attributed to the Germans. Especially in one case, it's just that they mistake the mass grave of Soviet killings with the mass grave of execution done by the Germans. That 100% happened. And Nazis will always maul over those 2 mistakes and try to discredit the entire book with it. Yeah, I imagine. Fuck, man. I have this... grandmother when the relativism of all the countries that Nazi Germany conquered. Poland was fucking ruined. Auschwitz was in Poland, and the occupation was horrible. But okay, you're fucked now. Never mind, it's fixed. God damn it. Okay, so tomorrow I'll stream without Restream.io. It's not like I'm getting any YouTube viewers anyways. Like okay, I got a second playback at some point on YouTube. I'm only at 1 concurrent viewers, which is myself. So I don't know. The only time I got a YouTube viewer was during the cooking stream. I got a guy chatting with me in YouTube. But anyways, so in Nazi-occupied Poland, my grandmother has this anecdote of how when the Soviets were bombing, it was German. This was Nazi Germany soldiers risking their lives to help the Polish people. Obviously not the Jewish Polish people who got deported not deported, but they'll carried to extermination camps.
Once again, I'm just trying to add some nuance to the things. I'm not trying to excuse anything Nazi Germany did, but there's those you end up in that situation where it's actually like young German soldiers risking their lives to save you as a Polish citizen of the time. And when the Soviet army rolled up, it's the Soviet army that's like raping and pillaging people. And my grandmother had to she had to dress up as a much younger girl than she actually was to avoid being raped. She pretended she was like, I don't know, 8 or 10-year-old, so she wouldn't get raped by the Soviet soldiers. So yeah. Okay. We gender everything. Oh, actually, Gehinhyog, I was reading a really interesting article today. I was doing some research on how gender identity was viewed in Thailand, or rather Siam. I found it off. I found it on my. I have the link on my phone, but I don't have the link on my PC. I can't look. My grandma is from Gdańsk and said similar things. She said that, yeah, my grandma is from Gdańsk too. And she said that they were more afraid of the Soviets than the Nazis. Yeah, once you weren't one of the people sent to Auschwitz, then actually the Nazi soldiers were less dangerous to you than Gdańsk, than the Soviets. She also fled to the West at the end of the war. Good for her. Okay, so I was Siam is the dead name of Thailand. Oh, that's a spicy one. Okay, I was researching, doing some research on gender identity in Thailand and Siam, because I had this preconception that there's always been a certain acceptance or existence of transgenderism, or rather gender fluidity in Siamese culture. But the study I fell upon, I need to read more, but the study I read today, or I kind of read it diagonally, it's pretty exhaustive and long. I need to reread it also in detail. That what I retained from it, especially, what was very interesting, was that the historian doing it analyzes that the emergence of like specific gender identity and the identities that accompany the acknowledgement of gender fluidity actually are linked in that part of the world historically to the permeability of Western gender identity views. That when the first in the first interactions between the West and the Siamese and Siam, the historical records show that people were dressing in there was very little gender identity distinction actually in the Siamese culture before the arrival of Western points of view on that. And so what this study points out is that when the king started declaring, for example, that people should cover up their bodies because the Westerners think we're uncivilized and they'll try to colonize us, that men and women should dress differently because at that time men and women would dress the same way. There was very little conception of this of what we call gender identity. Basically, apparently it was a very, according to that study, it seems like it was historically a rather gender neutral culture to a certain extent. And there are many third gender people in Asia. Yeah, that's actually what I was researching. I was researching the historical existence of third gender people in Asia, because I was actually writing a Reddit post on the French subreddit. The French subreddit tends to be very reactionary against gender theory and race theory. because in French culture there's a pretty ubiquitous espousal of what is called universalism, the idea that all human beings have to be seen as this universal corpus, basically like very like a theorized color blindness, but also gender blindness and an identity blindness. And the issue I have, it was like common until colonization. Yeah, but let me get back to it. So I basically wrote a long post trying to explain to someone who said that to me, gender equals sex. So I don't understand the validity of transgender and non-binary identities. Or he actually says people, which is problematic in itself. And I pointed out to him that that's a kind of a shitty way of putting it. You don't call people valid or invalid. Or even their identities. That's really shitty. But anyway, so I want to have some historical examples of how even historically there's no such thing as always having had two genders or two sexes, and Southeast Asia has lots of examples of that. So I was starting to research that. I was reading this essay and this thesis, and the thing is. On the one hand, yes, it was common to have intersex people have a special status in Siamese society, but also because of how at least this specific historian did not find in that specific essay. I need to read more about it, of course, before making blanket statements. But this specific guy did not find actual historical traces predating colonialism, which also is the issue that. We tend to erase history that wasn't written by us. He did not find traces of like gender identity being an important thing in Siamese society before the permeation of Western perspective that brought it to light. And actually he argues he uses Foucault's and I think. Bourdieu or he uses some specific sociological theoretical frameworks to explain how from his like historiological perspective the existence of social stigma and social ideas being forced on people that gives rise in reaction to the very specific conceptions of gender identity that we've seen in rise up in the 20th century, which is interesting to me to think about, like how basically, for example, one of the things he discusses, for example, is that in the traditional Siamese literature, there was sex was not taboo. Traditional Siamese literature was very open about sex, about homosexuality. There was no stigma with homosexuality. There was a law against sodomy, but it was only because they basically copy-pasted a European law to appear like in this idea of we need to appear civilized so that some dumb fuck European country doesn't try to colonize us. But they never applied it. There's absolutely, according to this study, there has never been a recorded court case of this like sexual morality law being British common law, yeah, exactly, of this sexual morality law ever being prosecuted in Siam or then Thailand. The only court case that once was prosecuted that this guy found was concerned bestiality, and it never went through. I don't know the specifics of the court case, but it didn't come to a conclusion. We don't, but it's still a thing. Well, in 1956, it was that law was revised and removed from Thai law. However, I recently, doing this research, I learned apparently in 2020, Thailand has banned sex change surgery. I wonder, I haven't researched that specific. I was only looking at it from a historical perspective, how Southeast Asia was perceived. It's still in law in some SEA countries. Okay. I wonder if it's applied or not, because apparently, like, in Thailand, it never actually was applied, and they removed it as part of a reform to remove obsolete laws.
They told me dreams come true once you live it out. I picked up pieces from my childhood in a broken house and healed my soul from the trauma
Yeah.
we've been given now. I hear the whispers in the wind. And tell myself
What?
again, I'ma work it out.
Yeah, anyways. So I was arguing against... it's not that I'm arguing against universalism. Intellectually speaking, the universalist point of view of humanity is very elegant and easy. It's just in practice, I feel like a lot of French people use... It's not, but it's still a weapon against the LGBTQ community. Yeah, definitely. It's those laws should not exist, for sure. I feel like in French society, especially in the like Reddit pseudo-intellectual circles and stuff, what I see a lot of, and like look at any thread in the French subreddit that discusses any kind of feminist, intersectional, gender theory thing, and you'll get a bunch of French dumbfucks memeing about attack helicopters and stuff like that. There is they like really crystallize the problem with color blindness, or in this case identity blindness in general. To me, there's an expression in French called faire l'autruche, which means being or pretending to doing the ostrich, like sticking your head in the sand, as if not seeing the problems around you somehow can make them disappear. I think a lot of French society, and maybe European societies in general, suffer from this idea that they're immune to those issues that appear in U.S. society. And to introduce you some nuance, most European societies are different from the U.S. society, and the conceptions of identities are different. More like we suffer because of French society. The good one. The conceptions of identities are different, and so it's all... Obviously, you need to nuance it. There are things... I don't think it makes sense either to copy-paste the entirely... literally the US perspective on those things into European societies, but having this identity blind perspective is, in my opinion, really bad. It's cheesy to say this, but to me the you can't. It's too easy. It's too easy to shove your head in the sand, be like, well, the law doesn't discriminate, so obviously there's no discrimination, and that's too easy. It doesn't work that way. Anyways, that's another rant done. Nailed it. Did I miss something? Yeah, for sure. But in Asia, I don't want to blame y'all white folk, but y'all are the ones who forced binary gender identities on us. Exactly. That is what the study I was reading was showing. In fact, that the binary gender identities were imported from through colonization. Yeah, but we forced it onto ourselves first. True. If you hit yourself, I don't give a shit. If you hit me, that's another case. Yeah. It was pretty surprising to me when I read up on it. That was not really an obscure construct in European history. It popped up in a bunch of European cultures. Greeks who had a concept of transgenderism, yeah. Cows moo with regional accents. Moo. Do you think animal cries are a social construct? Oh, sorry. What's weird is that it was a pretty common thing, and yet it pretty much vanished without a trace. I'm afraid that might happen to Southeast Asian societies at this point. It seems like I need to look up into why they did that, but the fact that Thailand has banned, seems to have banned sex change surgery in 2020. Maybe it's part of a move towards like being against gender theory in that country. I wonder. All right. I'm no longer interested in this article. If Trump is guilty of incitement, then so are half the Democrats in Congress. Democrats in Congress, along with a few Republicans, have officially impeached President Trump for the second time. There are several good reasons to oppose this impeachment sequel. One reason is certainly that Donald Trump will be gone from office in 7 days. That's not a... There are reasons to impeach him anyways. He doesn't get, like, paid for having been a shitty president. He can't run again. Though actually, you could go the accelerationist route. Maybe we should allow Trump to run again, just to make sure the Republican Party is fucked in 2024. The Senate would not convene to exonerate or convict him until after he is out of office. It is likely that trying a private citizen in this manner would not be constitutional, though there are many unknowns because such a thing has never been attempted. Regardless, if Trump presents an existential threat as his claim, that threat will end of natural causes, so to speak, before the impeachment would be able to make a difference. It seems reasonable to argue that Congress should not waste time trying to remove a president who will not be president by the time he can actually be removed. But the bigger issue is that the grounds for this move are dubious at best. The articles of impeachment charge Trump with, among other things, incitement of insurrection. He is accused of inciting a mob of extremists to storm the Capitol and wreak all of that havoc we witnessed last week. Trump's defense is that he specifically told the crowd to march and protest peacefully. A quick look at the transcript of his remarks last Wednesday back him up on this score. Emphasis mine. We have come. Oh yeah, I need to work on my Trump impersonation. I can't do his voice. Let me just practice for a second. Hey, no, not impeachment. I want a Trump speech.
A signature. And then ultimately the money was sent back to Spent, but no wall was
spent, but no wall. Okay, I'm gonna need to like practice in front of a mirror. Stochastic terrorism. We have come to demand that Congress do the right thing and only count the electors. I'm not gonna be able. We have come. I need to practice it. I'm sorry. I knew there was outside influence and election interference. Do the right thing and only count the electors who have been lawfully slated. I know that everyone here will soon be marching over to the Capitol building to peacefully and patriotically make your voices heard. Okay, just in case anyone isn't aware of this, Trump calling people to fight. Okay, it's Vox, but... I want the recent memes. God, there's so much of this shit. Yeah, you will never take our country with weakness. There's a quote where he literally uses the word fighting. He actually calls people to fight. So, yeah, in one of the sentences, he says the word peacefully. In the rest of his speech, he talks about fighting and how you cannot show weakness. Trump's lawyer, Rudy Giuliani, also delivered a speech when he encouraged trial by combat. I mean, this obviously was, if I recall correctly, it was a joke, but those are not jokes you necessarily make lightly when all the language behind it is also about fighting. Now that it doesn't have its place in bigoted views, I wonder if it being banned is related to surgery tourism, like the people that go to... Yeah, that's why I'm wondering. I before like having any opinion on it, I want to research what is the reasoning behind the surgery ban in Thailand. Because I could imagine in certain contexts it, like, probably a blanket ban is not a good idea, but considering that gender reassignment seems to be a very effective treatment for gender dysphoria, according to all like known psychological literature. So it seems a shame to limit access for people suffering from gender dysphoria to that treatment, but yeah. Like, this whole article is just being like, you can't directly tie it to him, so shrug. Yeah, and you see so much of that with conservative rationalization. When there was the which was it, the shooting where I remember someone was debating Destiny on it, and the like it was this policewoman who made like racist jokes. And the guy was like, well, you can't prove she's racist. And like literally the only way for that guy to accept that she was racist, and that it was relevant to her shooting an unarmed black person to death, was that the only way to get that person to admit it was to find like this policewoman literally saying, I am racist, look at me. The illness is always on the other side, yeah. What is this? Teacher lies to her students and says that the DC riots were done by Antifa. Oh god.
Supporters arrived, and suddenly there was violence. Already, 3 of those had been identified as Antifa members that were in the building.
What about Proud Boys?
We have had trouble with this all summer long.
What about Proud Boys?
Full demonstrations.
Actually, Proud Boys is an Antifa organization.
Showed up and started violence. This is just another example. They were paid to be there. They were paid to do violence.
They were paid Soros bucks.
The Trump supporters who look bad.
Yeah,
Well,
this video.
didn't Proud Boys and Trump supporters break into the Capitol?
I didn't get the first part of your question.
Didn't Proud Boys and Trump supporters, weren't they the ones who broke into the Capitol?
No.
In fact, there's video showing Trump supporters trying to stop the people breaking windows.
They were all wearing MAGA hats, and Trump claimed.
Anybody can put on a MAGA hat when they're paid to be there,
And oh god, I personally get paid in V-Bucks. Good for you. What are we up to today? We're just talking about like political and societal memes. Professional rioter. Yeah. Can I please go to the office? Our psychopath teacher is trying to indoctrinate us with Infowars conspiracy theory bullshit in class. Yeah. Imagine having these dumbass takes. I think the FBI said a day or two ago that there's zero evidence of Antifa involvement. Oh wait, I forgot the FBI. Wait, I just earlier okay, I think it was on this account. So I was digging through fucking Trumple Twitter. Oh wait, it wasn't on this account. Let me see if I can find it. Oh yeah, I was reading the Jack tweets, and like clicking through the reactions of people under them, going down the rabbit hole. I think it was on this guy's Twitter actually that I stumbled upon this super shitty take. Let's find it. Okay, maybe I'm not going to be able to find it. Anyways, it was an article. It was an article, maybe I can find it in my history. It was a right-leaning, like, verified Twitter account
Can we watch some of the no-fly list stuff? Yeah, okay, we can watch some of it later. I'll write it down. We got a list. Right. There's a CNN article about the investigation into a possible conspiracy around the coup attempt. That's all the article says. It basically transcribes an FBI statement that they're following the money. There may be, it's a hypothetical, there may be evidence of parts of the riots and the coup being the result of an organized conspiracy. The evidence they've cited for now is people leaving the Trump rally early, possibly to get equipment and organize stuff, and only then joining the riot and showing up in Capitol, as well as maybe a potential alleged eyewitness reports of rioters meeting with Congress people, like some sort of political ties with the organization of the riots. This is all under investigation. There's nothing certain about this. I think I'm being clear about that. It's just theoretical. But so there's this CNN article about the FBI investigation. This CNN article gets cited in a tweet by a right-leaning political person on Twitter. Investigation that they're uncovering evidence by leftist politicians. There's nothing in the article that says that. And they're like, see, even left-leaning CNN is saying that. And then underneath, you have a bunch of Trumples being like, wow, yeah, shock and awe. Of course, that's what happened. If you click on the article and read it, it literally just says that people are under investigation. There are maybe signs of it there being a conspiracy behind it, and that's it. There's no statement on who potentially could be involved in it or anything like that. Fucking insane. And all you have to do, the article isn't even that long. It's like 5 paragraphs. It's a minute or 2 to read. It sucks. It sucks when people like trust someone else's reading of an article and shit. Trump rioters experience the effects of tear gas. Koofers. Yeah, tear gas is fucking... tear gas is harsh, dude. There could have been Muslims in the Capitol riot. Don't have evidence of it, but it's certainly possible. Yeah.
Dude, that shit burn.
I love when self-declared tough guys act all squirmy after being hit with mild tear gas. I don't know if it's mild or if I'm just like super sensitive. I once was randomly walking through Paris, and there was a big protest with tear gas being shot at the protesters. I must have been like 3 or 4 blocks away. I didn't even see the protest. I thought was, wow, it's weird. The street is completely empty. And I'm walking. I'm still once again, I'm still really far. I don't even hear the protest. I don't hear anything. And already I have all my like mucus, my eyes, my nose, my mouth, everything is stinging. I'm like crying and in pain and shit. And all this was just because the wind was blowing the tear gas down that street. It wasn't even a strong wind. Like just a little bit of tear gas was already killing me. So man, I don't know. My face when melon is one of them now. If you can still see after getting tear gassed, it's mild. Yeah, fair enough. The coughing is super annoying, sure, but when the good stuff hits you, the good stuff. You want to be able to see, and those dudes can still see. Yeah. Did you guys see that that clip of the Trumple being interviewed outside of Congress, and pretending to having been tear gassed? She's like wiping her face with a blanket, and then at some point, if you pause the video, you like see there's half an onion in her blanket. So she's actually like rubbing an onion against her eyes to pretend to be tear gassed. People are actually so stupid as well, as they hear conspiracy and they immediately associate with the worst rather than the literal part of the word conspire. Yeah, definitely. Conspiracy has an actual meaning in the English language. I listened to the German when getting info about gas. Oh no, Professor. That's a spicy take. So you're telling me they deployed the weak tear gas because they sympathize with them? It's probably more because it was multi-purpose tear gas that can be used inside and outside. Well, also, like, it depends so much on how far away you are from the actual tear gas. Like, those guys we just saw in the video, they're walking down the stairs. It's like the plume of gas we see in the background seems to be a fair bit away. And they're under it. The gas would probably propagate more towards the upper in the upways than downways. English is hard, okay? Yeah. Where were we at? Yeah, I'm sorry. I've seen this meme a lot in on conservative Reddit and Twitter that Trump didn't actually either whataboutism about people doing apologia for BLM for rioting at BLM protests, which is whataboutism, or is claiming that technically Trump didn't incite violence actually, which is false. It's fighting language encourages fighting behavior. Nancy Pelosi and others are conveniently skipping over that line and focusing instead on Trump's irritation to the crowd that they must fight like hell. Okay, so they actually, okay, at least they added those quotes in. Or else you're not gonna have a country anymore. Yeah. Right after saying that, he told everyone to walk down Pennsylvania Avenue and give Republicans the kind of pride and boldness that they need to take back our country. Which is not pacifist either. It's not necessarily warmongering language, but it's you need to take back. Take back how? By force? One must engage in all sorts of mental gymnastics. To say what you're saying, yeah, one must engage in all sorts of mental gymnastics. To pretend that the fight like hell is anything but a very common figure of speech. There's a context to it. He doesn't just say fight like hell. He repeats the word fight several times too. Senator Richard Blumenthal said he was going to fight like hell against Trump's Supreme Court nominee. Yeah, but he doesn't tell other people to fight like hell. That's also a huge difference here. This is a disingenuous comparison. If I'm a politician and I'm saying I'm going to fight like hell, I'm talking about fighting like hell as a politician, using the tools at my disposal within the democratic processes. I'm not saying I'm gonna organize a coup attempt and overthrow the government. That's not yeah. In fact, obviously Trump didn't ask explicitly people to throw a coup, but he encouraged it, and that is a grave thing. In fact, Democrats have, especially recently, given us examples of what incitement sounds like when it is direct and explicit. Explicit incitement sounds like Congresswoman Ayanna Pressley encouraging more unrest in the streets while the BLM riot. Okay, so we go into the whataboutism. It sounds like a Democrat state senator in Michigan a few weeks ago calling on soldiers to find Trump supporters and make them pay. I'm sorry, I can't address those things. I don't know if they're correct or I'm taken out of context or whatever. This I'm pretty sure is true. I'm not 100% on it. It's all about context and what comes before and after, nuance. Yeah, exactly. It's easy to talk to the people that agree with you, debate me, bet you want. Sure, Roserick, but I know you meme a lot about you pretend you're like a conservative troll, but I'm pretty sure you're not a Trumple. If you want to like play devil's advocate on Discord, we can have fun with that. I don't mind, but if you want to. It sounds like Maxine Waters telling her supporters to see how Trump administration officials form a crowd and let them know that they aren't welcome anywhere. Okay, I saw this clip. I didn't see the entire context, but it's a pretty long clip. It does sound pretty bad, honestly.
In hindsight, it'd be bad for my image. Yeah, I like how Roser, we've been on Discord together like once or twice. I like how you keep shit talking me constantly in chat. But when we're in Discord, suddenly you're like such a nice guy. You're kind of shy. You don't talk that much. You know, put your words where your keyboard's at. You pussy. No, I shouldn't say pussy. That's a bad word. You coward. If the argument is that incitement doesn't have to be explicit, then Democrats are all the more indicted by their own words and actions. Okay. This one I think is kind of bad. Appealing to mob rule is a bad thing. A politician should never gendered slur. Yeah. Talk that shit when I get to Paris. Yeah. I'm sorry. I cannot condone appealing to mob rule in general. That's literally a slippery slope. And that's kind of what we're accusing Trump of. In this, at least for this specific quote, I'm pretty sure this is not a false equivalency drawn by this journalist. I could be wrong about that though. For the other quotes, I'm not so sure. If the argument is that incitement, any Democrat who publicly romanticized BLM rioting as a fight for social justice has been guilty of incitement, at least on the same level as Trump. No, because inciting a riot, while it can be considered a great thing, is not the same as inciting a coup attempt. Those are not the same gravity levels. Once again, like nuance. This isn't like all or nothing. Same goes for any Democrat who amplified the lie that racist cops are hunting and killing people across the country. Oh god, we're going with that. Indeed, if they are not responsible for a crowd in Minneapolis burning down a police station after they told the crowd that racist cops are out murdering black men, then Trump is not responsible for what happened on Wednesday. There is no getting around this. You cannot have it both ways. I propose a compromise. Let every Democrat who has, by their own professed standard, incited riots in recent months resign. Then, once they have held themselves accountable, the trial can proceed. There will probably only be about 3 or 4 Democrats left in Congress by then, but at least they'll have made their point. Nice meme. Trump spent months of the election being literally corrupted in the votes themselves by Venezuela and China, or by calling the votes corrupted. Yeah. He's been delegitimizing the election for months now, and like he's been working his way up to like legitimizing a coup attempt, basically. I don't know if he did it consciously. I don't know if it actually is a conspiracy, or if he's just like playing it by ear from day to day. But long term, that's the result. He's been like slowly giving the ideological framework to legitimize a coup. Kept calling everyone the enemy of the people and how people need to take their country back. Yeah, take your country back. That's a very violent rhetoric. Democrats saying to people they should make them feel uncomfortable and should protest is so not the same thing. Yeah, there's false equivalencies in that article. I'm trying to be. I don't know. I guess I'm trying to be nuanced. There are people sometimes on the left side who use language that goes too far, and I think it's okay to criticize that. Just because we agree with the goal doesn't mean we have to agree with the means, and it's important to criticize those. This former chief of staff, Bannon, was out saying people should be literally hanged, and others close to his movement said the same about Pence. When did Democrats do this? Yeah. Oh no, imagine the insurrectionists getting passed out from the gas, the horror. Oh, okay, sorry, that aside, I see what you're saying. It could be really bad. Probably should have mass gassed outside right before the breach. Yeah. Yeah, you should not use gas indoors. There was a case in Russia a couple years ago. I think it was like 6 years ago, 7 years ago, where I think it was I forgot the name of that part of Russia where they have a terrorism problem. Basically, terrorists. There was a hostage situation with terrorists in a movie theater or a theater, and they gassed the opera thing. They gassed the whole opera, and they ended up the gas actually killed a lot of the hostages. There's no way it was Trump supporters that stormed the Capitol. Yeah, we saw it was Antifa, of course. Because Republicans have jobs they need to go to, the only people that have that sort of free time are the welfare Democrat lefties. Oh yeah, I've seen that line as well. Of course. And because they get the Soros bucks, right? In case that wasn't clear, I was joking about the first half of my last message. Yeah, we know you're joking, right? Barack Obama-ly. I haven't seen the video, so maybe... okay. Silent Night lo-fi version. Damn. That was a movie called Tenet. A good one. I love how lefties are both coastal elites and bums who don't work. Okay, this is a really important thing to understand about fascism and proto-fascism. Fascism needs enemies who are both simultaneously extremely powerful and all-reaching, but also weak, spineless cowards. That is a very one of the defining things in fascism, in fascist rhetoric. Your common enemy you're uniting people against is this amalgamation of contradiction of both an extremely powerful nebulous entity, but that is also suffers from a lot of weaknesses and very fundamental flaws. I think that comes from Hannah Arendt's analysis of fascism. I'm not sure. The Origins of Totalitarianism. Great book. I think it's from here. I could be wrong. I could be misremembering. Well, it's true that lefties are spineless cowards. Jesus Christ. Roserg. Roserg. You fucking troll. Yeah, and then you get the same kind of stupid contradictions with concerning the Holocaust. The Holocaust somehow simultaneously didn't happen, but also Hitler did nothing wrong, and his violence against Jews was justified. Like, no, you can't have both. It makes no sense. But it's the same people saying both things. Alright, I think we covered those subjects I wanted to talk about for now. Like you said, it's about... Shut up, Roser. No fly means... Alright, let's do the political compass for you guys. If economic globalization is inevitable, it should primarily serve humanity rather than the interests of transnational corporations. I strongly agree. I'd always support my country whether it was right or wrong. I strongly disagree. Got you there, didn't I? I won this debate. Yes, Roser. You won this just like you won all those Heroes games. No one chooses their country of birth, so it's foolish to be proud of it. I personally agree, but I would like to nuance that. I'll take the test with you and post results. Okay, but will you take it seriously, or will it be your troll persona taking the test? I guess we'll see right away when we see the results. Okay, I personally think it would be foolish for me to... I think it's foolish to take pride in a country, but I don't judge other people for taking pride in their country. I do think there is a point where it becomes a slippery slope towards supremacism and nationalism, in a bad way. But there's you can maybe be responsibly like proud of your country without taking it too far. So I'll go with disagree, but I cannot really express that nuance in this answer. If my enemy is my friend, I am on one hand like realpolitik is a thing we have to accept, but on the other hand, it leads to long-term big issues. I think I'm gonna go with a soft disagree on this one. Military action that defies international law is sometimes justified. Well, I mean, that just depends if you agree with the international law. I'll go with disagree. I'll go with strongly disagree because I think it's good to have a rule of law in warfare. The Geneva Convention and control over weapons of mass destruction and such things are good things, I believe. There is now a worrying fusion of information and entertainment. What does that sentence even mean? What is a fusion of information and entertainment? If they're referring to how like news channels and news sources are mostly editorial content and not actual news, designed for entertainment, how most news articles are actually clickbait, then I would strongly agree that there is a worrying trend in that. I'll go with that interpretation of this question, assuming they interpret it the same way, and that was meant to be it. People are ultimately divided more by class than by nationality. I think I'll agree with that. Yeah, I think let's think this through. Like a top 1% person from the US or from like China or Ethiopia, they're gonna have very different cultures, cultural backgrounds, but their lifestyles and their class values, to a certain extent, will have a lot in common, I think. So I'm gonna go with agree. Controlling inflation is more important than controlling unemployment. That's a tough one. I wish I could respond that I'm like just that I don't know, that I'm not educated enough on the actual economic mechanisms behind that. I don't necessarily have an opinion on that. Well, I would say maybe... I would say soft disagree for now, because unemployment has direct poverty consequences, and maybe you can actually handle a certain amount of inflation. You can be foolishly proud, but one example would be that I'm proud to be Scottish because we have no uni tuition fees, free healthcare, etc. Not because I guess superficial traditions or whatever. Yeah, you're proud of what your society is like and has accomplished, and I like that's why I'm like I don't think there's anything wrong with that kind of pride. Absolutely, and that's really cool. And those are cool things to be proud of as well. I believe so. And you can be proud of things I disagree with as long as they don't harm people. But yeah, controlling inflation is more important than controlling unemployment. I'll soft disagree because I think unemployment has more dangerous short-term consequences, and inflation also has dangerous consequences, but you can maybe control them more easily. I don't know. It's a tough one. That's a really tough one. I like wish there was a neutral response here. Because corporations cannot be trusted to voluntarily protect the environment, they require regulations. Strongly agree. Externalities are the main reason. The externalities are one of the two primary reasons I think there needs to be that can justify government regulation in the market, in my opinion.
From each according to his ability to each according to his need is a fundamentally good idea. What does this sentence actually mean? I've seen it thrown around so much. I want to make sure. Is a slogan popularized by Karl Marx in his 1875 Critique of the Gotha Program. The principle refers to free access to and distribution of goods, capital and services. In the Marxist view, such an arrangement will be made possible. The abundance of goods and services that developed communist system will be capable to produce. That is that with. Okay, so moving from meritocratic distribution system to equal distribution system. In the context of a post-scarcity society, I'll softly agree. But I don't think that nuance is represented here. When there is scarcity of a resource, I'm sorry, but I'm gonna like bastardize the Churchill quote on democracy, that when he says that democracy is the worst of all of the. Is the worst. What was that quote? Churchill, democracy is the. Oh yeah, that was the one. Many forms of government have been tried and will be tried in this world of sin and woe. Indeed, it has been said that democracy is the worst form of government, except all those other forms that have been tried from time to time. So, like, my take on this is that, indeed, capitalism is the worst form of economic organization, except for all the other forms that have been tried until now. There are really big problems with capitalism, and it needs a lot of work and regulation to help reduce the harm some of its consequences have on society. But it's as long as we're in a scarcity society, then I don't see what else we can do. So, in the context of like this utopian post-scarcity society that the Marxist quote is actually in, I should say I agree. But in the context of like actually blindly transitioning, this transition in today's society, I'd have to disagree. So I don't really know what to answer here. I guess I'm lefty, so I should say, but this, whatever. The freer the market, the freer the people. Depends on what you mean by freedom. Certain freedoms will end up getting impeded in any kind of like libertarian society. The paradox, like you can easily see the consequences of the paradox of tolerance in a libertarian society that like a completely free market. What about my freedom not to drink polluted water? You know, when there's no regulation on drinking water. So I'll even strongly disagree. It's a sad reflection on our society that something as basic as drinking water is now a bottled branded consumer product. Yeah. I think I'll. Well, the thing is, that's not true in my society. Here, at least in France, drinking water is absolutely safe to drink and perfectly fine. There's no, apart from taste, there's no reason to buy bottled water in France. So I don't really, or at least in Paris. In rural France, maybe, because there's like infiltration of pesticides when you live in a highly agricultural area, stuff like issues like that. But this is like, I feel like this is so like America-centric, this question. Land shouldn't be a commodity to be bought and sold. Okay, I keep arguing with Turnit about this one. He still hasn't convinced me that land ownership is a wrong thing. I did read an interesting article about how Cuba has managed to attain one of the highest rates of house ownership by people, and yeah, maybe that there are some lessons to be learned about socializing and land ownership to reduce homelessness and allow everyone to have their houses. But there are also problems with that. There is a certain precarity in the housing that there is in Cuba.
That's true in most parts of the US too, but the water industry does a lot of advertising to make you think otherwise, or make you think that bottled water tastes better. Yeah, Nestle is a... Okay, actually, you know what, I'm gonna strongly agree. Just because Nestle is a fucking shit show. Nestle buying out clean water sources, privatizing them, and no longer letting people have access to them is a horrible thing. And is a bad thing to humanity as a whole. So actually, we're strongly agreeing with this. This is a sad reflection on our society when water becomes commoditized to the point of hurting people. Okay, land shouldn't be a commodity that to be bought and sold. I'll softly disagree with this one for now. Did you ever see those memes about water on Moon, Mars, and Nestle? No, I haven't seen them yet. It is link me. It is regrettable that many personal fortunes are made by people who simply manipulate money and contribute nothing to their society. Oof, that's another one I argue a lot with Chernit about. I don't think that financial institutions have no inherent value to society. I think that's a very common lefty preconception that is sometimes in practice it's partially true, but it's mostly false. So many, just Google images, Nestle water on Mars. Oh yeah, so it's like a bottle of water on a Mars bar. I guess I see what it's gonna be. But yeah. Oh no, Nestle purchases for full ownership rights to Mars water. What? This has gotta be a meme site, right? Like, who do you buy it from? That's also the problem I have with intellectual property on yeah, that has to be a meme article. I obviously, like, the Beaverton, this has to be like an Onion type website. Yeah, this is the Onion. Okay. There is no it is unacceptable to have intellectual property patents on genetic code that's existed in nature from millennia. If you actually genetically engineer a new protein that doesn't exist in nature, sure, why not? Maybe that probably needs intellectual property protection. The actual technology and the techniques for the genetic modification, those are technologies that should go under the same intellectual property protection that any techniques and technology go under. But the actual genes themselves should not be protected. If it's immoral for Nestle to commoditize water, then is Delphine's bathwater immoral? It is, but for other reasons, okay? Have you heard of Henrietta Lacks? Who's Henrietta Lacks? And what does that do with, what does this have to do with what we're talking about? African-American woman whose cancer cells are the source of the HeLa cell line, the first immortalized human cell line and one of the most important cell lines in medical research. An immortalized cell line reproduces indefinitely under specific conditions, and the HeLa cell line continues to be a source of invaluable medical data to the present day. How does this concern the discussion of intellectual property? It has to do with commoditizing genes, biological products. Yeah, but so has this been commoditized or not? Those cells were then cultured by George Otto Gay, who created the cell line known as HeLa. As was then practiced, no consent was required to culture the cells obtained from lax treatment. Consistent with modern standards, neither she nor her family were compensated for their extraction or use. I would say, okay, my take within my perspective of not having intellectual property on like pre-existing natural phenomena like genetic code, like specific genes, would be that she should have had her consent given, but and you could argue for compensation for that consent, but I think it's perfectly fair that then those cells are distributed without like a specific commoditized. Oh, it continues to raise concerns about privacy and patients' rights. Well, yeah, but it's used for commercial purposes.
Observe that these pills were unusual and that they were produced at a very high rate and could be kept alive long enough to allow more in-depth examination. HeLa cells were in high demand and put into mass production. They were mailed to scientists around the globe for research into cancer, AIDS, the effects of radiation and toxic substances. What the fuck? Chester M. Southam, a leading virologist, injected HeLa cells into cancer patients, prison inmates, and healthy individuals in order to observe whether cancer could be transmitted as well as to examine if one could be immune. Imagine someone trying to inject cancer into you. What the fuck? Here you can buy a vial for $575. The cultivation and maintenance of the cell to maintain the cell line in the proper conditions. So it's normal that there would be a certain cost to it, especially since it's and the cost would be inflated simply because it's a small market. I agree with you that it shouldn't be monetized, but I think there are several examples of scientists doing just that. CRISPR is in court, for example. Well, the thing is, I don't think it's wrong that it would be monetized, in the sense that it's normal to pay for the maintenance costs and the salaries of the people taking their time to maintain the cell line and so on and so forth. Though that is normal. If there wasn't that, then there would be an issue with with having laboratories maintain the cell line. Okay, well, the CRISPR legal battle is specifically about rights ownership of the tech. I see. Roserg, you fucking played this is your troll persona in Political Compass. Good fucking job. Rose nerd. My actual one? Yeah, I'm showing it. Okay, that's what I thought. You fucking lefty. Roserg's troll persona is just him. No, this is the actual Political Compass. Doxed. Let's read up on CRISPR. On the CRISPR. Let's read up on the CRISPR political battle afterwards. Legal battle. I know about CRISPR, but I don't know about the exact issues involved in this. Yeah, I don't... Plus one free 8GB USB. What? They just like... They just like add you, throw in a USB stick for every... Hey, order the cell line sample, get a free USB stick. This is top tier marketing from the bio laboratories in our world. I take the compass test every few months, and I've gone from full centrist to that. Nice. Getting lefty pilled. And I mean, the thing is also with something like this, if you have a running laboratory, this is a one-time cost. You buy one vial, and then your laboratory will itself take the time to have a culture of the cell line and have your own line based off of it. So combine that with the fact that it's something you're only going to buy, like it's something a laboratory will effectively only going to buy like once, maybe more times if they're like really lazy about keeping a culture of it. I don't know. I don't think it's that is even that bad of a price or a situation. The weird thing is the consent problem. That's problematic. I'm not gonna contest that. Is it regrettable that many personal fortunes are made by people who simply manipulate money? Oh yeah, we're talking about this. that as you said earlier, there are lots of costs associated with maintaining cell lines. Yeah, and then you have to understand it's a very small market. How often do laboratories order cell samples of the cell line? Especially if they have if they order it once and they like keep a culture alive for 10 years, and then maybe a power failure kills it, so they have to reorder it. That whenever you have something that's very specialized, so small market, that you only buy like once every 5 to 10 years, it's going to be way more expensive than the actual production costs, because you have to pay maintenance fees and on the capital means behind it that allow the production of this item. So that cost actually makes a lot of sense. I softly disagree. I agree with certain. I agree with certain things. For example, there are certain uses of stock options that are that seem to be basically legalized gambling and increased volatility of that probably increased. I shouldn't speak in certain terms because I'm not that educated on this, but I'm pretty certain they increase volatility of the stock market and thus cause direct harm to people over those things through a volatile economy and market. Actually, I think it's a pretty big market, but I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Science stuff in general is just expensive. Yeah. Speaking of cultures, I just streaked the culture of E. coli and Streptococcus pyogenes. Good job, Roser. BRBFK? Okay. So like, someone getting rich off of like YOLOing Wall Street bet style on a stock option has some weird ethical implications. How many other people on the wrong side of their options contract got really fucked by that transactions. And but the thing is, it makes sense to have capital be invested in industries and allow their modernization, their progress. My personal take on the importance of capital investments and how to make them ethical in a capitalist society comes from a Swiss philosopher who, during the Industrial Revolution, predicted the issues that will come from the modernization of industries and the loss of work, the replacement of workers, basically. He was studying the replacement of workers in like textile factories, carpet factories, stuff like that, by the first big machines. And just the few technicians to run those machines. What he proposed was extremely reasonable, and to me is the best answer to the current issues we have with replacement of people by computers and machines. What he proposed is that the capital returns on created by the replacement, such as so you invest $1 million into a factory. That factory replaces workers with machines that are very expensive, need a lot of research and technical know-how to produce and stuff like that. So you replace those workers. The dividends that come back from this replacement, instead of all of them being diverted into dividends, basically, or the profits generated by this modernization, instead of all of them being diverted into dividends, to split them, the ratio would have to be discussed and studied, but to split them between the dividends to continue incentivizing investment at modernization and research and so on and so forth, but also to reserve a part of them for as a fund for the workers who are laid off, either as an anticipated retirement if they're older, or to finance their learning a new trade for them so they can continue working and continue enjoying their quality of life. Or well, mostly those two options, or just outright giving them the money. Basically having the money go back to the workers who are laid off in some form of manner, and then so you slow down a little bit the progress, the economy advancing, but you greatly at a low cost, because you still incentivize investment, you still incentivize research. There are still dividends, there are still returns on the through profit on the modernization processes, but you try to minimize as much as possible the human cost behind them. That's the kind of policy I would like to see in the modern world. Didn't you say earlier not to get your ideas from ideologists who then actually put their stuff into practice, citing Marxist governments? Nice one, Roser. Like, I'm talking about a specific policy, not an ideology, okay? So I'm gonna, like, I want a nuanced response to this answer. This is not nuanced enough for me, because I think people manipulating money, or rather playing markets, has an importance in the economy and can have positive benefits, but there are also abusive cases to this. I don't know, I don't know which one to put. I'll go with soft disagree. Protectionism is sometimes necessary in trade. I'll agree. It's a tough one, but sometimes I guess it can be important. There are issues that go beyond having a free efficient market. Examples, for example, the argument often cited for agricultural protectionism is that what if the next day our country, due to diplomatic geopolitical reasons, no longer has access to trade with the countries that are giving it its food. Suddenly you have no agriculture, no food. You're going to be in a famine. So losing economic efficiency by subsidizing agriculture has like a diplomatic geopolitical stake in it. That's not just the economic free market state. There are arguments for that. There are also other industries where you can argue for protectionism. It's a tough one because it really fucks with the market processes, but there are justifications for protectionism. The only social responsibility of a company should be to deliver a profit to its shareholders. I disagree, because a company is run by people, and people have a social responsibility to do good. The PPE shortage all over the Western countries is a good example too. Absolutely, that's a great example, Nettles. Ironically, just a little anecdote, 5 years ago, the Minister of Health in France got fucking lambasted for making a stock of, I think it was 200,000 or like somewhere between several hundreds of thousands of units of PPE. It was one during like H1N1 or SARS. I don't remember which one. She ordered a huge stock of PPE in France and other equipment like that, and people made fun of her. Her political career got tanked over that because it was said it was a waste of money. She was a dumb fuck. She didn't know what she was doing. Look, SARS wasn't a big deal. How stupid of her. People aren't saying that anymore. The only social responsibility of a company should be to deliver profit to its shareholders. Once again, I'd like to nuance this question. Obviously, a company is only ever gonna act in the interest of its shareholders. You cannot expect it to do otherwise. But a company is run by people, and people have social responsibility to their fellow people. How can nice on Kino? People have a social responsibility, not companies, but companies are still run by people. The de-responsibilization of people in the way companies are structured is actually a big problem that I wish was discussed more in society. I'm gonna go with a soft disagree. But in practice, it's up to the government to implement regulations and controls on companies to prevent to guarantee that they don't act unethically, and that they don't erase externalities. The rich are too highly taxed? No. Those with the ability to pay should have access to higher standards of medical care. That's already what happens even with socialized healthcare. You can go to private clinics. You can buy health insurance that gives you better coverage for luxury aspects of your treatment. But do I agree with it or do I disagree?
I think I'm as long as there's a minimum standard of decency that everyone has access to, then I think I'm okay with richer people having access to like higher standards. The thing is, those higher standards should not involve like loss of life. It should be limited to luxury, which then is more complex than that, because living like having access to healthcare in better conditions directly impacts the quality of your how good your treatment will be, how impactful it will be. So actually, I'm gonna have to disagree. You should have access to the highest quality healthcare, whatever your conditions, ideally. Governments should penalize businesses that mislead the public. That's a tough one, because free speech and all that. We're kind of in the middle of that with the Twitter ban stuff. The fact checking, all of that. Like, some people think those are misleading the public, or rather that, or on the other hand, other people think that those platforms are being used to mislead the public through private individuals, and that the businesses or the governments should step in. I will you be seeing Tack later? We'll talk about it later. I listened to it. I don't, why, of all the Eminem tracks, why do you want me to sing that one? Obviously I know why you want to. You fucking troll. Governance. Then we have the paradox of tolerance. Like, if we tolerate, if we tolerate everything, then we start tolerating the intolerable, and we end up losing freedoms. I got an interview for a renewable biofuel company. Ah, that's interesting. I didn't have a $25 gift card anymore, but here, if you sing it. What the fuck, Roser? What the fuck are you doing? Okay. Governments should penalize businesses that mislead the public. And then you have the problem, then bring it up on stream. Yeah, obviously I'm not going to bring it up on stream. Governments should penalize businesses that mislead the public. Yeah, we already accept. Good morning, Viscosity. How are you doing? We already obviously accept that there is like false advertising. False advertising is a problem, and it should be prosecutable. Good. Yeah, I see you're people happy. You're or rather people good. Peppo good. All right, I'm gonna strongly agree with this one. And like there's too many situations where we really need businesses to be limited on like lying to people and misleading public. A genuine free market requires restrictions on the ability of predator multinationals to create monopolies. Strongly agree. That's a pretty obvious one. Antitrust laws and everything. Abortion when the woman's life is not threatened should always be illegal. Strongly disagree. All authority should be questioned. Agree. An eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. Strongly disagree. We had that discussion a while ago. I am a strong believer in rehabilitative justice, not retributive justice. I perceive absolutely no value in retributive justice, personally. Taxpayers should not be expected to prop up any theaters or museums that cannot survive on a commercial basis. I strongly disagree. There is cultural value in... there are things that cannot be quantized by... Roserg, stop! There are things that cannot be quantized by just by economic value. Typically, for example, the existence of subcultures in a country. France, for a long time, I'll go with French history because that's what I know about. France, for a long time, has had it goes in line with the like universalist approach. Has had this very strong approach of erasing local subcultures. It was seen as negative if you are, say, from Brittany and you are teaching your kids the Briton dialects, or from the south of France and teaching like the local dialects from down there. You are supposed to be French. Those identities are getting erased. So nowadays, the only reason those cultures are still existing is through strong subsidies. Or like stepping back on that and realizing, shit, though, those cultures are actually going to entirely disappear if we don't protect them. So now there's subsidies for like associations to help the continued existence of those dialects, the continued existence of those cultures. Retributive justice is to set public examples and attempt to deter further crimes of that type. Yes, but the thing is, okay. Foucault, surveiller et punir. In Foucault's book, Surveillance and Punishment, to discipline and punish. One thing you can learn, if you agree with Foucault in this book, is that losing your freedom is punishment enough. It's already a huge loss of freedom. It's already a huge punishment. You don't need to fucking hang someone on the public space or behead them or whatever, just to disincentivize crime. And then you go into the problems that most studies seem to show that when you're actually creating rehabilitative systems where you invest in prisoners, educate them, help them learn trades, help them be integrated into society rather than ostracized as a punishment, then you're actually gonna reduce crime long term. And also from an ethical perspective, instead of having someone who hurts society be ended, like literally ended out of society, you can't vote anymore, your freedoms are restricted, you got fucking punished, you can't get access to a job, your only way to continue existence is to go back to crime, so on and so forth. You have all those issues with strong retributive approaches. You also, from a ethical, theoretical perspective, you give a person a chance to actually do good to society and literally pay back the relative to the harm they caused. That's morally, ethically much more positive than just punishing them. Recidivism goes way down in countries that have rehabilitative approaches. Exactly. I'm coming at this from a very pragmatic approach. Like, I just gave this theoretical argument for it that I also believe in, but my main argument is just very pragmatic. Recidivism goes down when you rehabilitate people. The only approach that I can condone in having strong limit of freedom, keeping people in prison, lifetime prison sentences, which I think should be the harshest punishment possible. A lifetime prison sentence makes sense for people who cannot be rehabilitated, whether it's through some combination of mental disease and mental issues and other things. Sure, maybe in that case, then there's probably you can't rehabilitate them, and maybe at some point later in their lives we'll learn some new therapies that will help rehabilitate those people. Who knows? But in those cases, sure, keep them outside of society, but keep them in humane conditions. They already don't have access to social life. That's punishment enough. Of course, not gruesome punishment of those sorts. I believe with the advent of photography and film, we have moved beyond that. That if your rehabilitative justice involves a loss of freedom, i.e. prison with education set up for leading wrongs from rights, then sure. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm advocating for. Loss of freedom until the person is ready to be reintegrated in society, and then follow up with it. Have social programs where you strongly help those people get a job and not have to turn to crime again once they're back in society. I think that's very important. Also, I've only read excerpts from this book. I actually need to read it entirely, but it's a fascinating book. It's got transcripts of the. It starts in medieval times. It's got transcripts on the. Oh yeah, it starts with this. Begins with the contrasting two forms of penalty: the violent and chaotic public torture of Robert François Damiens, who was convicted of attempted regicide in the mid-18th century. It's fucking gruesome. Who's the other? Michel Foucault. If you commit the crime, you forfeit your rights for going against society. Look, I also have a hot take on this. Like, I don't know if you're just being troll, like playing your like troll reactionary persona, or if you're being legit there, Rosark. I have a hot take. Well, it's like a hot take for Americans, I guess. People in prison should have the right to vote. And even well, I'm getting out. I have a harder take than that. Police just as much are there for the protection of criminals as they are to protect us. A criminal is still a citizen, is still a human being who should be Michel Foucault, as if I know how to spell that for me. Police are as much here to protect the criminals as they are to protect us. They, of course, first and foremost, they have to protect us from the criminals. That's normal, but they also are there to protect the criminals. What the fuck are we doing? We're currently doing the political compass. I'm doing the political compass, and I'm like segueing on every single question almost to into rants. Michelle fucker, who that? Good one. All right, now I went into my maybe you were there when I did that a couple days ago. I went into my rant about rehabilitative versus retributive justice again here. So I was explaining it to viscosity, my point of view. And I was citing Discipline and Punish, The Birth of the Prison by Michel Foucault, which is a great source on the history of punishment. Fuck off, Rosberg. Okay. Taxpayers should not be expected to prop up any theaters or museums that cannot survive on commercial basis. I disagree. Look, there's an interesting... I have an argument for this that I find interesting. You know how in evolutionary genetics, you can have... so you have alleles that are sometimes dominant and recessive. Meaning, if you don't have a background, like a basic background in like how genetics work... Let me get like a quick explanation. If there's any like biologists in chat, you can make sure I'm making it correctly. I really should have a stake in society. They want to rejoin by voting. Exactly, you're disenfranchising prisoners if you don't give them vote rights. Anyways, yeah. So a gamete, one gamete in the procreation process will carry allele X. Another one will carry the allele Y. If X is dominant over Y, then even though both alleles will be in the genetic code of the procreated individual, the actual the expression of the biology of the individual will express the information that's coded in X. So you have because you know there you have pairs of chromosomes, so one of the chromosomes will carry the allele Y and the other one will carry the X, but we don't understand all of the specifics and why sometimes an allele is more dominant than other, and sometimes it's more nuanced than that as well. This is a very simplified version that only works for certain specific genes. Not all genes have such simple expressions, but the expressed phenotype will be that of X. The phenotype is the technical word for the actual expressed characteristics. Okay, yeah, Roser, they disenfranchise themselves, or the wardens disenfranchise historically. There are also socioeconomic reasons for disenfranchisement that cause people to turn to crime, but it is our responsibility as a society to better it as a whole, to try to bring them back into society and have them have a stake together with us. This is not referring to XY. No, this is just X and Y chosen for some chromosome. Yeah, that was a bad choice of letters. Let's go with A and like B. You're correct. This is confusing because of the X and Y chromosomes. A and B is better. Thank you for asking the question, Gehyun Hyo. All right, so yeah. Oh shit. Abolishing gender live on stream, so progressive. Yeah. Okay, so alright, we have those alleles. There's this interesting case in during the industrialization in the UK in the 19th century. We were burning so much coal that I think it's birch trees who have a white bark. Is it? Let me make sure. Yes, birch. Fucking nailed it. So moths in there is a specific kind of moth that in the UK. Have a gene that codes the color of their pigmentation on their wings. The dominant allele in this gene is the allele that codes for white pigmentation because it's better for their survivability, as camouflage against the birds that prey on them. When the coal during the industrialization, because of the coal particulate pollution in the air, there was a coating of black soot on birch trees in a lot of the UK. This created an evolutionary pressure that selected positively towards the expression of the black pigmentation allele in this gene, soot in this gene for this specific species of moths. So why am I talking about this? I'm talking about this, fuck off, Roser, because just because something doesn't have a direct, like, pragmatic evolutionary value or economic value in a society in the immediate moment doesn't mean we should not have it survive within our society, so that it can give value later on, or maybe it has value that we cannot measure. So for example here, if you just look at birch trees, why the fuck do we want, like, I don't know, 10% of moths being born black when they'll be easier to spot by birds and eaten by them on the white bark of a birch tree? But things change. That phenotype of the black pigmentation on the moth's wings actually had value for the species survivability, and it was a good thing that this bad phenotype continued existing within their genetic diversity. And I think, as much as I hate applying, there are big problems with applying like evolutionary arguments to societal issues. I think this is one case where we can actually make that parallel, where it's good for a society to have diversity within it, diversity of points of view, diversity of cultures, diversity of approaches, diversity of, like, cultural things with theaters and museums, ways of expressing culture. Because not only from a purely capitalist perspective, you cannot measure the benefits of those things, so they'll be erased by any quantification. But also from this, like, sort of pseudo-evolutionary perspective, where we might not see the benefits now, but we may see the benefits long term as things change. Fuck you! I even gave you my credit card details as a sign of goodwill, since I believe in charity. I take that back. Schools should not make classroom attendance compulsory. I disagree. All people have their rights, but it is better for all of us that different sorts of people should keep to their own kind. I strongly disagree. I just made not a great argument. That's you'll tell me if you think it's great or not. But I just made an argument for diversity. I'm not gonna agree with this. Good parents sometimes have to spank their children. I disagree. It's natural for children to keep some secrets for their parents. I agree. That's part of growing up. Becoming your own self, right? Tell me why. The prime function of schooling should be to equip the future generation to find jobs. But chat spanks Melon all the time. Yeah, but Melon isn't a child. Love ain't nothing but a heartache. Prime function of schooling should be to equip the future generation to find jobs. That's a tough one. This is another question where I would like to add nuance to my answer. On the one hand, yes, and on the other hand, school should be so much more. This is a no. Yeah, I think school has that responsibility, but is it the prime responsibility? Yeah, let's go with a soft disagree on this. defending domestic violence against women. Nah. Oh, I didn't know melon was a domestic. I'm just defending violence against melon, okay? I'm defending violence against fruits, not women. Melons can be bonked. People with serious inheritable disabilities should not be allowed to reproduce. I strongly disagree against eugenics. The most important thing for the children is to accept discipline. I strongly disagree. There are no savage or uncivilized peoples. There are only different cultures. I strongly agree. Those who are able to work and refuse the opportunity should not expect society's support. I'll strongly disagree with it. Not out of like, not that the principle is necessarily, not out of the principle. Like, I understand the principle of like tanky results incoming. Yeah, I understand the principle behind it, but I don't know. Like, I don't know. I need to think about this, actually. I need to think about it out loud. Those who are able to work but refuse the opportunity. What does refuse the opportunity actually mean? Like, technically right now I'm refusing the opportunity to work. I could be looking for a new job and working. NEET, yeah, but what does being a NEET mean? Like, technically I'm being a NEET, but I'm developing a new set of skills. I'm learning things. I'm considering, in a certain way, like starting up my own business, of like investing into myself and maybe trying out being like an entertainer streamer for the first like short-term future. It's something I'm considering, and so is that. So I'm refusing the opportunity to work for someone else, but I'm creating my own work. That doesn't have any inherent value for society right now, but it might acquire value later. And I think it's a positive thing that I'm allowed the opportunity to pursue it. I view it as not wanting to actively contribute to society. Let's have an example where every unemployed can be working, but some don't, and you refuse to support those. Typically, it's when the government sets up a position for you, but you turn it down. I mean, that may happen once I start. I don't know. This is like saying the only way to do value to society is to work. Yeah, exactly. I disagree with that. I think everyone. This is like a Marxist labor of theory, theory of labor thing. It comes from that. I think I agree with Marx's point of view that everyone brings some kind of value to society, even when they're not working. There are cases of like depression and like having problems, getting disenfranchised in society and all, that have to be taken into account. But carefully, you'll wake up the anti-natalist people. Wait, why? Typically, it's when the government sets up a position for you, but you turn it down, essentially refusing to work at all. And that's like what might happen. Like I'm gonna once I get the paperwork, I'm gonna sign up for unemployment, and then I'm gonna have like meetings with the French unemployment system. But I'm not gonna. I'm gonna keep pursuing this, and I'm not gonna necessarily look for work for a while. Anyways, yeah, let's keep thinking about this. Have you not act? I view those sorts of things as things keeping one from being able to work. Yeah, so they're not actually able to work. If you're in depression, you're suffering from a disorder, you're not actually able to work. This is a good-ass question, to be honest. Can we expand a lot? Yeah, this is a good question, and we're expanding it. But that's the issue I kind of have with those kind of tests. Like there's a few questions already where like we could talk for an hour about it or even more. And try and find many different levels of nuance we agree or disagree on, and many different points of view, and it's really hard to for me to see exactly where I want to stand on this. The people being discussed are usually those on benefits but refuse to take any position offered. Yeah, I don't know. This is a common thing that that shows up in French in the French discourse concerning the social security net. Oh, those people, they're profiting from the unemployment. They're profiting from social aid. They're not. Meet with French unemployment. Are you a citizen? No. Do you have a visa? No. Roblox, oof. Oh, okay, I'm gonna get my visa done. Okay, but the thing is, I've worked for 4 years now in France. I've contributed tens of thousands of euros into the French unemployment funds. It's perfectly okay for me to get a small part of that money back into my pocket now that I'm gonna be unemployed. I have absolutely. You're not gonna make me feel any shame about getting a part of the money I've put into the system back into my pocket. That's why I'm eligible for unemployment. You're not eligible for unemployment in the French system if you've not worked, and it's proportional to how much you've worked and the salary you had. It's all proportional. Yeah, what exactly are the parameters for able to work? Okay, I think we can discount mental issues like depression or anything like that. We can assume you're able of body and mind. You refuse the opportunity, but what if you're refusing the opportunity to pursue your own interests and invest in yourself? That's not work. You're not going to take the position offered by unemployment programs, but you're still working towards creating like your own business in a certain perspective, and that, like, even from a like purely capitalist perspective, that still has super value for society. If you agree on UBI, you're just strongly disagree there. The thing is, I don't disagree. I'm kind of on the fence on UBI because I've seen a lot of people argue for UBI as a solution to replacement of workers with technology. I hard disagree on that. UBI is not a solution for unemployment due to modernization. The argument is simple. First off, the unemployment caused by that is progressive. So what you're creating a disenfranchised class of people on UBI who are on this like minimum living wage, but also you don't. And then this upper class of people who still have jobs, still have use in society. You're basically creating a two-lane society with UBI. You can kind of see that predicted in certain sci-fi works that have some form of UBI in them, where the elite are the few people that still have like labor valued in society. That's where I go back to what I was saying earlier. I believe the ideal solution to that would be a system where a modernization of a workplace will create profits that should not only go to the investors. Obviously, the investors should also get their dividends, but should have a part of the profits reserved to helping to create a fund that will help the workers who got modernized away. So if it's okay for you in the system to do that, that's fine. But if in order to claim, you need to reasonably accept a position offered, like you're not forced to take a job, and then if you pursue your own efforts, are you able to claim the benefits? That's the question being framed. Sorry, I don't think I understand your question, Sign. If in order to claim, you need to reasonably accept the position offered, like you're not forced to take a job, but then if you pursue your own efforts, are you able to claim the benefits? And I'm saying, I think I'm okay with that. Otherwise, you end up with people essentially on UBI from benefits. Yeah. But I think there are other arguments for UBI, which I agree with. I think I'm for UBI, so I strongly disagree. Just not for the same reasons everyone is for UBI. I don't think UBI resolves modernization of workplaces and the disappearance of jobs, but I think UBI solves other problems, such as this, exactly this, like not having people steal benefits, but being able to pursue their own interests and their own place in life more freely. In my opinion, no one ever has to feel bad for getting unemployment benefits, especially since the one for people who haven't work only a little are usually so low it's close to just skirting by. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I'll go with a strong disagree here. After having talked it out and listened to you guys and like discussed what the question actually means, I'm going with a strong disagree. Shouldn't UBI be used as a pro-capitalism argument where you can choose to spend the money where you want? So yeah, the thing is, in France, for example, the way UBI is argued by a lot of politicians is to remove all social security nets. No more free healthcare, no more free education, no more unemployment. You only get UBI. I think I take a bit of an issue with that. It becomes an argument to dismantle the entire social system. I think perhaps dismantling some parts of it is okay once you have UBI, but dismantling it entirely, I don't know. I disagree with that actually. That take that I see a lot in French politics when people discuss UBI. When you're troubled, it's better not to think about it, but to keep busy with more cheerful things. Yeah. No. Yes and no. This is like personal psychology stuff. I didn't see what this is doing in the political compass meme. Like, obviously, you shouldn't pursue escapism and like completely forget about your issues. But it's also healthy not to fixate on them. This is a question where I want like a nuanced middle of the way take. I think they're inferring escapism here. If they're inferring escapism, then I soft disagree. Ignore problems in general, yeah. I'll go with a soft disagree then. If that's what they mean, hopefully. First generation immigrants can never be fully integrated within their new country. I think I'll strongly disagree. Especially when you think about how there is this sort of very common reactionary phenomena where people will... it seems to be that a lot of first generation immigrants actually go super nationalistic, like erasing their own identities, espousing like right or like super conservative views and super like proud nationalistic stances. I never understood this meme, to be honest. Oh, it makes sense if you think about the psychology of arriving in a new country. Obviously you arrive there because you like what it has to offer to you. Usually you gain a lot in your quality of life from being there. You also, so you're very grateful to the country and the society that you're arriving in. And when you combine that with the fact that you really want to appear to be the good immigrant. You want to be the good immigrant, not like those bad criminals that are crossing the border and all that. There's a need to distance yourself from the public perception of immigration. Immigrants in the US trying to kick out immigrants, full memes. Yeah, I think it was in 98 or in 2002. I don't remember exactly which year, but I saw unironically Polish workers in France protest in favor of Le Pen. Because why? Because those Polish workers fucking hated Arabs, and so they're voting for the like far right neo-Nazi party, or like protesting in favor of it, even though they're also gonna get kicked out of the country and not get to work there. I would link UBI to years worked, like a universal pension. So yeah, so like the unemployment currently that I'm gonna get in France, right? I also don't want youth to receive it because they should be improving skills. Well, no, I will strongly disagree with that, Kino. You want youth to be receiving UBI to allow them to pursue their education. So many people lose the chance to pursue their education because of real life circumstances that completely fuck over their lives. And like so many people who've dropped out of university will have the same fucking story to tell you. And UBI would help them, would help a lot of them continue having full access to education. So I think you're going on the wrong thought process there. But for the older workforce that can just go back to school and that can't just go back to school and retool their skill set, yeah, it has huge value for those people too. I'm thinking about them too. I don't know, I think there should be simultaneously UBI and still some smaller form of social security net. Well, I'll be going, have a good stream, I'll be back. I'm going on a date with someone, not you. Alright, good luck, Roser. Have fun. Stop stalling. I'm not stalling, okay? I'm discussing, nuancing stuff. seems like a law based on... Wait, we're already talking Dark as My Soul. A law based on nationalism, xenophobia, or some shit? Unemployment benefits are sick for job fluidity. Yeah. I don't know which law you're talking about, Dark. The immigrant thing? Yeah, but I didn't cite a specific law, did I? Then just make community college free. No, because going to college is an opportunity loss. If you're a child who when your family kicked you out, you have no longer any economic support. You cannot even in free college you cannot pursue upper education. In France, you can only because you'll get access to financial support and like. You can go through administrative hoops to get free housing and financial support that will allow you to survive a year if you can prove that you don't have any financial support. But like UBI would resolve that for those young people. Well, I'm talking about an EU country. Oh wait, I was thinking of the Japan one where you immigrate if you're like third generation Japanese, shit like that. I don't know how much of this stuff like that. Yeah, well, in France, I can apply for citizenship now that I've lived like more than, I think it's starting from having lived more than 15 years. It's you can become a citizen in most European countries for different reasons. You don't have to be born there. The laws are much more liberal than the Japanese law you cited to me. But yeah, Kino. Once again, I disagree with the take on not providing financial help to young people who may be disenfranchised away from pursuing upper education. I think UBI, like, this is one of the cases where UBI, if it's actually universal, means you no longer have to create a specific social help. You no longer have to create a specific social help for those young people. It's laxer, but getting naturalized based on generation feels fucking weird. Yeah, I can be naturalized even though I was never born in France. I need to apply for it, and I'd have to go through interviews, show that I'm part of French society and French. I understand French culture and I speak French and like I'm integrated in French society, stuff like that. Like not integrated into the gene pool, but I'm integrated into society. If I prove that in front of a judge after having applied, then I might, after like a year or two review of my dossier and stuff, I could become I can become a French citizen. At least incentivize it, like continue your education or currently be enrolled, get stipend. Yeah, but then there's another problem. In practice, in theory, that's good, but in practice, strong administrative checks on social security nets, and that's another argument against really universal basic income that has no checks and balances, is that implementing checks and balances disenfranchises people. It disenfranchises people who don't have the time or the knowledge or the means basically to pursue those administrative processes to get access to the help they need and deserve. Also, there are costs associated with it. For example, in France, there's often a conservative meme about increasing the checks and balances on unemployment benefits and other social security net benefits. But there are studies that show that if we actually increased the checks and the verifications, those would cost more than the money that would be recovered from not having people defraud those social services. It actually costs less in this specific case for the government to just let those people continue fraud. And of course, then you also can put in perspective that that money would be better spent in pursuing tax evasion, where it's just a much bigger fraud by like an order of magnitude of 1,000 or 10,000 bigger than the fraud in the social security system. But disenfranchisement from social help is something that I personally feel strongly about, because I feel it strongly. It's really hard for me to pursue administrative processes, and I don't even have like and I'm not even concerned necessarily by the material issues with it. Next question, yeah. We have to make sure that not a single cent goes to someone who doesn't deserve it. Yeah, that's bullshit. Let's spend millions of dollars enforcing useless checks and security measures. Stop maybe a handful of people getting maybe a few hundred each month. Yeah, exactly. That's why once again, like, I'm okay. Like, fucking give the UBI. Got caught up with work, but just wanted to say that that point about financial support for students, even with free tuition, is important. Yeah, it's very important. In Scotland, you still need loans, bursaries, etc. for people for accommodation expenses. Yeah, they still need to eat. They still need to have a roof. They still need to buy books, access to the internet, and of course, if people have a computer, if you're honestly at this point, that's an essential tool. And of course, if people are working full-time to support themselves and study full-time, something has to break. Absolutely. Alright, next question. Let's move on. Alright, see you, Roser. What's good for the most successful corporations is always ultimately good for all of us. Strongly disagree. No shot. No shot, Bucko. There's what's good for society... what's good for society and what's good for corporations intersects, but is not the same thing. It's a Venn diagram, okay? No broadcasting institution, however independent its content, should receive public funding. Strongly disagree. Having publicly funded broadcasting institutions has huge value for society and for culture. Goes back to what I was saying about the moths and the like. Having public funding is OP. Yeah, look at the quality content created by the BBC, by the national radio in the US, PBS. Extremely good. But on the other hand, there are like weird things in France specifically. French television is ever since I think Sarkozy, the CEO of French television is publicly appointed by the president, which has hugely negative connotations on political speech and free speech, and it's a problem in France. French public television one is a shit show. Like the TF1, the Télévision France 1. Wait, we went... Oh, wait, I forgot to answer... Oh, I forgot to answer this. Possessing marijuana for personal use should not be a criminal offense. Strongly agree. Give weed, everyone. You've never lived until you watched the BBC TV channel or BBC radio station and there's no fucking ads. Holy shit, it's unreal. Yeah, BBC is amazing. One of the... What is that question? Well, it's the political compass, you know? I'm definitely scoring libertarian points with this one. Yeah, it should not be. Just making sure I haven't misread it. It should not be a criminal offense. I strongly agree, yeah. Our civil liberties are being excessively curbed in the name of counterterrorism. Strongly agree. A significant advantage. If anyone wants me to hear me, but I think we mostly agree on this, right? I'd be preaching the choir here. A significant advantage of a one-party state is that it avoids all the arguments that delay progress in the democratic political system. I mean, that is a significant advantage. Now, is that... I don't think that's a good thing, but that's like one of those technically the truth things. Political meme compass, yeah. Yeah, I think... I think that technically the political expediency of a one-party state, of an authoritarian state, can be an advantage. Does that mean I have to put agree here? Like, no, I strongly disagree with this being good for society, but it is a strong disadvantage in an authoritarian state. Like, an authoritarian state can... Even in one-party states, there would be bickering for power. Yeah, there will be factions. But I'm thinking of stuff like how, I don't know, it's dumb, but like, I know people who live in China, who are expats in China, and who are entrepreneurs there.
And they have stories of like how at some point they were organizing an event, and they had to order specific things from a factory further away, and the factory was closed. Basically, from one day to the other, the Chinese, the party declared, okay, all factories have to close. We're polluting too much. If I can send the police in, kick everyone out of the factory, factory's closed. They're not producing anything. Is that a good thing? Is that a bad thing? That the government's able to do it? Like, it's expedient. I guess that's what I'm trying. I'm trying kind of playing devil's advocate. I'm not at all for like an authoritarian, all-powerful state, but there is such a thing as political expediency, and that allows a government to take unpopular measures that can still be in the people's interests. Like, I can still be against a one-party state and agree with this. I guess that's what I'm trying to think through. It feels impossible to be democratical and have unity and agreement. Absolutely, I agree. But the thing is, this question isn't a question of whether I agree with a one-party state. This question is whether I agree that a one-party state has this one significant advantage, that it avoids all arguments that delay progress in a democratic political system. If the one-party state is taking the measures that actually progress are in interest, oh, but it's in a democratic political system. Oh, fuck, I forgot the... Okay, I missed this word. This is semantics, but I missed the word democratic in the sentence. This is a huge problem. You cannot have a democratic political system and have a one-party state. So yeah, that actually breaks the question apart. If there wasn't the word democratic here, I would agree. Now that I noticed the word democratic here, I have to strongly disagree. It's no longer a democratic political system if it's a one-party state. Reading Poggies? Yeah. Aww. Look at this mlem. Would a no-party state be a one-party state? Well, technically, yeah. It's your political compass, so it's always going to be a mix of reality, but your opinion ultimately. Yeah, but it's also, like, with those kinds of questions, it comes down to interpretation of the question. Like I'm saying, if the question is whether I think that a one-party state has this one specific advantage, then I'm clicking agree here. Even though I 100% never want to live in a one-party state. I don't want to. I strongly disagree with it. But there is that specific advantage. I'm gonna agree with that specific, like, technical truth. I don't think that it says it's a democratic state. I mean, it says here, a significant advantage of a one-party state is that it avoids all the arguments that delay progress in a democratic political system. It doesn't say the one-party state is a democratic system, but it avoids the arguments that appear in a democratic system as opposed to the one-party state. So actually, I agree. Yeah, you're right, Gehirnhio. I misread it. Good job catching that, Gehirnhio. Yeah, so I agree here. And once again, it's a nuanced take. I do not agree with a one-party state. You grew up with English, huh? Like, I didn't grow up learning to, like, multitask between a stream and reading, okay? Although and honestly, like, that's also why we're stopping on those questions, because I'm gaining a better understanding of them, discussing them with you. If it's almost as blatant as a no-brainer like that, then it's almost a statement that point that you can't really disagree with. So if that were the case, I'd argue that question shouldn't be there. I'm assuming you're saying. My teacher gene's coming through. Although the electronic age makes official surveillance easier, only wrongdoers need to be worried. Wait, what's electronic age? What? What does that mean? Oh, the information age. Okay. That's what they mean by this. Strongly disagree. Shouldn't. Yeah, running back and forth making food. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I agree with you, Steiner. This question shouldn't be there. If we like read it at the what it actually means. PogChamp. Oh, what's the new PogChamp? Okay, it's some person with a white baseball hat. Okay. I think the actual question is, do those arguments actually delay progress, and thus does the lack of argument actually increase progress? Ah, that's a good point, Bike Dog. Alright, we need to go back to this question then. Yeah, does democracy increase progress? And then, in some specific cases, democracy does paralyze the government, and also what the people want as a whole is not what helps the people as a whole. I mean, the easiest example is like, what if the majority vote for like racist or racist policies? They're not furthering the progress of their society. Let's see. Only if they're on your side. Yeah, pretty much. But to a certain extent, arguments and public debate also further progress. And that's where I can go with the disagree on this question. Just the fact that I'm doing this online with you guys and like exchanging ideas and on what the questions mean and voicing my opinions and trying to understand them, that is helpful, I think. Let us use North Korea as an example. Yikes, yeah. So now, it's another question where I'm like between disagree and agree. It's like depends on which nuance we want to insert in the meaning of the question. If we take a one-party system where the government is imposing measures that like strong ecological regulation, stuff like that would not pass through a democratic government, then yes, actually, this one-party state is shoving progress down people's throats. Like little progress. It's taking measures that are in the interest of the people that people would not vote for. All this does is remind me that I probably have pieced out like 5 questions in, as I hate these fucking things for personality tests and similar. Content, homie. Also, delay has a double meaning in this question, so it's really fucking hard to tell what the question wants. Yeah, I think to a certain extent, it's also to like argue in favor of the people creating this test. How you interpret the question is also supposed to be part of what it means, how you'll answer it. Because we changed your mind, thus you must disagree. End of argument. Oh wait. Yeah. You know, I'm gonna stay with the agree. Because I like having this like sort of autistic, technically the truth reading of things. But you keep in mind it's nuanced. Like my actual take is nuanced on this. I'm thinking of when a government is of when this like hypothetical one party state is actually taking like unpopular policies, creating unpopular policies that are in the interest of the people, but just are unpopular. What if it means to slow down? North Korea has so many fucking things that they didn't progress still, even though they're a one-party state, compared to a democratic shitty one. Yeah, absolutely. Like, as a whole, I think any democratic political system is much better than any one-party state. There was this thing, there's this expression in French history. There is this expression used for some specific... I think it comes from Voltaire, because Voltaire was a fucking simp to some to like the Prussian, emperor or some shit like that. He talked about enlightened éclairé, monarchisme éclairé, like enlightened monarchy or something like that. When someone has absolute power, but supposedly actually uses it in the right way for society. Well, actually, if you read the nuance of the text and semantically derive the true meaning, well, you see, yeah. I don't know. I guess I have to disagree just because the way the political compass, let's be real, the way the political compass will interpret my answer here, it will interpret me as being in favor of authoritarianism by putting agree or strongly disagree when I'm not. So I actually have to put disagree for the results to be true to my actual stance. So I'll stick with that. Yup, yeah. The death penalty should be an option for the most serious crimes. Strongly disagree. That one's easy. Justice is not infallible. So no, don't. What? Why the wing? Justice is not infallible, so you cannot implement. Also, no retributive justice. Just see what it gives you based on your legit answers. All right. I'll leave it agree then. Even though I'm not my agree here doesn't mean what they think it means. But if you want to, I can leave it there. It's not gonna change that much. It's just one answer. On most of the answers, I'm still being like a lefty liberal. In a civilized society, one must always have people. Yeah, no retributive justice, and in my conception of society, and also death penalty cannot be taken back when you realize someone was innocent, which happens often. In a civilized society, one must always have people above to be obeyed and people below to be commanded. Strongly disagree, only because they say in a civilized society. I do believe that it's impossible to emancipate ourselves from systems of power for practical reasons, but arguing that that it's a good thing that we have systems of power, I think makes no sense. Just because it's like a natural phenomenon to have systems of power, because it helps organize society and so on and so forth, doesn't mean we shouldn't strive to minimize it and have more equality and more of a flat scheme of power in society. I would love if we got rid of fucking representative democracy. I would love if we did the Swiss system. Every month, every citizen gets by mail a ballot for what laws they want to vote on, and they vote on those laws. We don't need a Senate. We don't need a Congress. And no modern democracy needs those things. It works perfectly in Switzerland, and that would be much truer. That is a much truer democracy than any system we have in place that's representative or represents fuck all. I think it's pretty hard to remove hierarchy at this point. No, like that's why I'm strongly that's why people are dumb as fuck though. Yeah, but so are representatives. Representatives are dumb as fuck. What do you mean people are dumb as fuck? We all are dumb as fuck. All that changes is we actually, who decides which issues are voted on? Well, you still have lawmakers, true. Okay, sorry. So you still need a corpus of people to write laws and bring them to the attention of people. I forgot that. Yeah, that was an oversimplification, Bike Dog. You have a good point there. Okay, no, it's hard to remove hierarchy at this point, and there's the practical problem that power is in the hands of people who will perpetuate the systems of power that brought them in power. You're not gonna get people in a representative democracy that are gonna abolish their own job. That's really fucking hard to put in place. But that doesn't mean we shouldn't strive to improve society. I don't know, I don't like the people are dumb as fuck though argument. It comes in so often. It's so easy. It's just like a shortcut to dismiss any improvement of democracy. Representatives constantly ignore the actual consequences of their law. They constantly half the time they're just being courted by lobbyists and they listen to their suggestions on laws, which isn't even a bad thing. I'm not going like full lefty tanky here, saying lobbyists are necessarily bad things. Obviously, having industry experts, imagine sapping all your brain power the day before PUE. That's actually the goal here. I need to be brain dead to like click on things for 5 hours. From a purely pragmatic perspective, it makes sense to have industry experts help you out create laws and have a nuanced understanding of the consequences of those laws on the industries affected. There's no problem with that. But in practice, what we see is corruption. And there's a problem with that. Bukra. Liberal lefty. Would it be different if I was doing the compass in grocery store? Maybe. No, a tanky is an authoritarian lefty, Hoppenar. Technically. I don't know. Like I'm saying, I like people to have I like people to have more power in the government. And also that incentivizes, like you say people are dumb as fuck, that's incentivize having proper communication, good culture in our democracy. Instead of having a political elite deciding things for everyone and like supposedly knowing better than us on all issues. I strongly contest those things. Technically, it's ephebophilia, yeah. I don't know if it's more about representation, more about working bosses, rule of law, stuff like that, no. It's both. I would say it's both. But anyways, oh yeah, my original rant, I got segued hard here. My original rant is that we're never gonna abolish power structures in society, I think, personally. But that doesn't mean we shouldn't strive to control them and limit their impact on them. There's a reason we think a society where people have equal opportunities and chances to progress in society is better than a society where you just have like a fucking feudal system which concentrates all the power in a family that self-perpetuates it. That's a no-brainer. There is a literal progression towards a better society here. Like even in Indian tribes, there's hierarchy. I don't know, they're all trying to have. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We're never going to abolish it, but just because we're never going to reach an ideal state of having no systems of power, doesn't mean we shouldn't strive to progress towards that ideal. Not like imposing an ideology arbitrarily on society, but identifying where structures of power hurt people, where structures of power can be more representative of people, and improving on those things. That's like very pragmatic. The question is if you must have it or not. No, the question is in a civilized society. It implies that a better society has people that command and people that are commanded. It implies that the direction of civilization is a direction of power hierarchies. I'm literally here arguing that if you take a like bird's eye view of history, on the contrary, we have a history of progression towards representation and the flatter hierarchies. That question is authoritarian bait. Yeah, exactly. Abstract art that doesn't represent anything shouldn't be considered art at all. Strongly disagree. Anyone wants to turn it up? A little bit, sure. It's not too loud? Yo. In criminal justice, punishment should be more important than rehabilitation. Strongly disagree. We already went over this. I don't need to go over it again. It is a waste of time to try to rehabilitate some criminals. It seems to... I'm gonna have to agree. Take the case of specific, like, a conjunction of mental illness and criminality, such as serial killers. You probably cannot rehabilitate serial killers. You probably have to accept that they're gonna be isolated from society and kept away from anyone they can harm for the rest of their lives. So, like, yeah, that's an easy agree. even though I'm 100% for rehabilitation, like at some people you're gonna have to just isolate them from society. I'm not for punishing them, like torturing them or whatever the fuck you want to do to them, but definitely take away their freedom to be part of society. The business person and the manufacturer, or to hurt people rather. Why not pedagogy? Oh god, I want pedagogy. The business person and the manufacturer are more important than the writer and the artist. That's a tough one. That's a tough one because a society is more efficient at producing things. This depends. Yeah, this is another one where you need to go into nuance. It'd be interesting to see if in any of those sort of quizzes ever build in checks, like that rehabilitation versus punishment feels like a repeat of earlier issues. Like this person can't even have a consistent approach to these issues. I wonder. Yeah. Okay, this is tough. This is a tough one because society needs both. I think this is about intellectual property. I don't think that's what it is. This is about the like classical. I've seen this a lot in this is like the STEM lord supremacist point of view, or that you see both on the left and the right. You see it in like the tanky idealization of engineering, or like the alt-right software developer STEM lord dude. Those people will have an absolute disdain of any cultural production and erase all of the value that those have for society. And on the other hand, you can see like pretentious art people think that what they're doing is the most important thing in the world. You saw people like make fun of that in that Twitter thread a couple weeks ago, where the people were talking about like what are we gonna do in our future like socialist commune, anarcho-communist commune or whatever. And people are like, well, I'm gonna do an interpretative dance class and teach theory, and I'm gonna do this and this and this, and then people are like, well, who the fuck's gonna grow the food and build the houses, you dumb fucks? So, yeah, there are both extremes, and both kind of disgust me, and I think are really dumb. Which is why I wish, once again, there was a nuanced answer. I think their former is just strictly more important. From a material point of view, yeah. But in a society, yeah. But in a society that, like ours, that is mechanized, that has technology, that has amplifiers of energetical production, you no longer need 100 people to work a field to produce enough food for 105 people. You can have one person work a field and produce enough food to feed 100 people. So now those 99 other people is perfectly valid for them to have jobs that have nothing to do with producing material contents. Them producing cultural content is extremely valuable to society in that case. So I'm gonna disagree. I'm gonna soft disagree here, 100%. This is an easy answer for me, because this answer says those are more important. I disagree. They're not more important. This answer has to be nuanced. This question has to be nuanced, and this answer is pretty straightforward. What is there to work for, survive for, if not to consume art and all forms of it? They're kind of equally required. Exactly. Yeah, that's what I'm kind of trying to argue here. I see we agree sign. What truly matters, if we stop funding writing and art for the sake of productivity, we lost the meaning of stuff. Yeah, absolutely. It's also important that there's like, I think it's great that when there's government subsidizing of art, because art is has no quantifiable value that you can produce, like that can show up on the stock market. and get investors interested in it. It's mostly the subsidies that create value for it. Our stuff also is very important for culture and society as a whole. Yeah, I think I see where we're mostly agreeing on this. So I disagree. Mothers may have careers, but their first duty is to be homemakers. I strongly disagree with gender roles. But I have a spicy take. I think it's extremely valuable for people to be homemakers. It doesn't matter if it's the mother or the father or if it's a same-sex couple. None of that matters, but it's super, super important. I think parenting is one of the most important jobs that exist in the world. And it would be great if we could allow for more people to do that job full time and to be fully invested in that job. Get a degree in homemaking. Yes, fellow intellectual, you most definitely derive the only possible take from this that a learned person could. PogChamp, yeah. Multinational companies are unethically exploiting the plant genetic resources of developing countries. Strongly agree. We discussed that. Creating intellectual property out of pre-existing genes and alleles is wrong. You can't fucking patent like shit like acetone. You can patent the chemical process you reproduce through if you find a new one, but you can't fucking patent something that exists already. You can't patent H2O. So why should you be able to patent the gene and alleles that existed in a plant that you find in the Amazon? That makes no sense. And here they're specifically talking about the genetic resources contained in the plant. So they're not talking about the techniques involved, which could be patented. Oops, I thought today's PogChamp was a dude. It looked like Kid Rock. Yeah, I wasn't sure. That's why I referred to them gender neutrally earlier. I was like, are they a dude or a girl? And okay, I'm just gonna go gender neutral on this one. But if everything is reducible to ones and zeros, then everything already exists. Good one. Making peace with the establishment is an important aspect of maturity. Huh. Depends on the establishment. If the establishment is unethical, then going to war at it is perfectly defensible. So I'll just softly disagree with this one for now. Okay, my throat is getting a bit dry. I'm gonna go make some tea. I need a short tea break. I'll be right back with some hydration. Alright, what tea do I make? I think I'm gonna go with cinnamon cloves, and I forgot the last component. Yeah, I think cinnamon cloves and stuff. Alright, I got it right next to me here. Look at this. I like showing it off. This tea is so good. It's a bit expensive, but it's actually worth it. Look, I'm showing you my beavers. Yeah, cinnamon, thyme, and cloves. All natural. And God, it smells so good. I'm gonna do a little sniffy for you. Oops, pull out two of them. What is that? This is cinnamon, cloves, and thyme tea. Oh, this is kind of an ASMR stream now. God, this smells so good. The cinnamon and cloves. Alright, I'm going to heat up some water. I'll be right back. Alright, the water's heating up. Let's answer like one question. Astrology accurately explains many things. Oh, I actually saw this study recently. Apparently they did a huge study in the UK trying to test for the relevancy of astrology. millions and millions of couples, well, specifically for relationships, millions of couples, they could find no statistically relevant variation justifying using astrology to determine your relationships. If you're like, oh, I cannot date that person because they're a Leo and I'm a whatever, then don't. Like, if you... Astrology as a hobby, as an interest is fine. I have nothing against it, but don't limit yourself on your relationships. Actually, Bike Dog, I'm a Gemini. Oh, nice, and Nom 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 stream to start the day. Hey, Dal, how you doing? We're doing currently we're doing a political compass. We're doing mostly like a just chatting political stream. We reviewed some articles, talked a lot about different political stuff. We talked a bit about gender theory and the history of transgenderism in Southeast Asia. And so right now we're doing a political compass. Astrology accurately explains many things. Strongly disagree. There's evidence that it does not. Well, at least in relationships. Maybe astrology affects personality. And not that astrology affects personality, but maybe there's like correlation between the period of the year you're born in and it having some like psychological effect on your development as a child, predisposing you towards some personality or other. I'll go with astrology doesn't affect anything. I don't think so, but you know, I try to have an open mind until there's a study that like, please strongly disagree. What does astrology have to do with politics, though? That's a really good question, Dal. I have no clue what this has to do with politics. Actually, this is okay. My T. I heard my T. Accurately explains. Oh yeah, okay. I'll strongly disagree with the accurately explains. Let me get my tea and I'll come back. I need to go on a rant here. The new Destiny killer. Yeah. Alright, so what I wanted to get at. Look. How the fuck did the left become a harbor for science skepticism? It used to be that and like the right is in certain circles lays claim to this like rational, to being the perspective of rationalism, because it was never about science in the first place. Always has been in some way. Oh yeah, that's the mean, like it always has been. Yeah, probably. You know what? I don't know, like, because it used to be that like the left was, the right was climate change denial, religion over science. Well, it was okay. It still is. The right is climate skepticism, religion over science and stuff like that. Most science or academia is left leaning. Well, the facts are left leaning. Okay, but there seems to be a big split. Somehow, like when the atheists became fucking alt-right dipshits on YouTube, everyone here mostly remembers that. So I think it's outliers, people who do politics too much. Maybe. Let me finish my rant, so you can see where I'm getting at here. You have. So when the fucking atheist skeptic community on YouTube basically veered like straight into the alt-right. Quick, don't know all his rant. You actually can. I have text-to-speech enabled.
Wait, let me check something. Well, okay. Septic community? No, I'm saying that like that on purpose, Kino. It's a word play. It's a meme. Okay. When they veered into the alt-right, what they took with them was all those pseudo-intellectual redditors tipping their way to like atheist supremacism, and oh haha, I get it. Yeah, because septic tanks. They took with them all those fucking STEM lord, hyper rational internet debater dipshits. I don't think it represents the reality of IRL stuff. Oh, absolutely, Dark as my soul. You're correct. This is all about like internet, online politics discourse. This does not concern most real people. But the thing that's interesting to me here is that as how those same people are now, like basically became the people who are like, well, why are those progressives not accepting biology? There are only two genders, dicks and vaginas. Fucking, and even though the scientific consensus, both in STEM, whether it's like biology, neurology, it's like yeah, mostly biology and neurology, those are the ones that are concerned with it, or human sciences, whereas psychology and sociology, there is a consensus all across the board for gender theory, and or rather the fluidity of gender and how gender is a social construct, the complexities even of sex itself, with the different genetic and biological factors that come into play in its expression. And then when you add on that on top of the complexity of the phenomena of social expression of gender, but for like the dumb fucking older millennial boomer person who grew up with genders are dicks and vaginas, yeah, the stupid conservative take is like rational. And then on the other side, on the left, you have the fucking yoga mom following stupid what's her name, Teal Swan cult on YouTube shit, being an anti-vaxxer, like risking their children's lives, feeding them like some crazy vegan organic keto whatever diet that is the latest fad their guru recommended them, and that's like the left now. That's so weird. It's trying to weaponize science. Yeah, our science is right. Like with all our scientists say that COVID isn't real. Our scientists show that how climate change isn't because of humans. Yeah, true sign. I think it's because of how people make money with algorithms. Oh yeah, we can get into that. It's like made to create echo chambering. So unless you change the entire society way of valuing money, politics, it's just going to be another way to profit for shit like Facebook. Well, what we need to change is we need to change the way we monetize those social platforms, and in a way to stop incentivizing toxic algorithms, or regulate the algorithms. But that would be very hard, considering that would be very, very hard to regulate the algorithms. But find some way to curb this echo chambering. That would be very important, as well as to curb the profitability of conspiracy and cult memes. I don't think they can stop the algorithms anymore. You're probably right. Sadly, you're probably right, Dark as my soul. It's probably not practical. Get armed responsibly and carry with confidence. Valid and recognized in 70% of the USA. Online and instant concealed carry certification. What the fuck? How do you do that online without meeting with someone who's actually gonna make sure you're not a fucking crazy dipshit? Okay, that's weird. That being said, I want to do something. The same way I got this degree online. It's a scam. I just googled it. I got an email just recently. Oh, it's a scam. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. I'll be a real talk. I think I'm gonna once like COVID dies down. If I have the time, I'd like to go to a shooting range and take some classes on shooting. Not that I want to have a gun. There are very great arguments not to have a gun at home. You're much more likely to shoot yourself, sadly.
you're very unlikely to use it productively in a self-defense situation. It's not an interesting tool to have around yourself, but I think it's, aren't you a bit older for it to become a school shooter? Just on you, I don't live in the US. I keep a loaded Glock next to my bedstand. No. What kind of gun would you like to learn how to shoot? I'd like to learn to shoot pistols and rifles. Honestly, just for sport. In general, I've played a lot of shooting games. I'd be interested in learning, and learning to be more accurate, learning the proper posture and the sport aspect of it. Just recreationally, I wouldn't have a gun at home. Maybe I could. I know shooting games is nothing like IRL. Don't you lull me? Of course I know it. I love the idea of being able to shoot recreationally, but in a way that I treat it like a track car. Exactly. Go in a place where you're in the safe conditions, responsibly doing it, and all the guns would be kept secure at the range, and I just pick it up anytime I want to shoot recreationally. Yeah, exactly. I'd be down. I'd be so down to do that. It seems like it would be fun. Yeah, just go to a range and learn how to do it. Technically, if I became qualified and certified, I think in France I'd be allowed to have a firearm at home, but I don't think I would go that far. Or if I did, if I want to have a specific kind of firearm that I can't have access to at a range, but I couldn't leave it at the range, I would then go full responsibility, one locked case with the gun and a separate locked case with the ammo, kept in separate parts of the house. I would never have the guns in the loaded at the same time and stuff like that. I'd be super responsible. What the fuck, you're still doing this test? Yes, sir, Zerg. We're milking it for all the content we can. Yeah, fuck it. Let's do an SGG shooting range meetup. Oh god, that sounds so bad saying it out loud. But also, honestly, as much as the self-defense argument is bullshit, demonstrably in studies and stuff, there is one thing, considering current events in France, for example, where you had situations where terrorists are literally walking down the street with AKs and shooting people. Yeah, I live in Paris, Rayhan. Considering that's something that has happened now several times even, I would feel a lot safer understanding and knowing the tool that those people are using. I don't know if that makes that much sense. Obviously a part of it is this completely unrealistic fantasy of if at some point I disarm a terrorist in some fantastical situation and I end up with their gun, then I better fucking know how to use it or I'm in deep shit. Not that I would want to be having a gun. Obviously the best thing to do is to fucking run away. But if I ever am stuck in that situation, I want to actually be able to use it. Would you be able to shoot this next question? Probably not, because I would not be training. I would never train to shoot people. I would only train to shoot the targets in the shooting range in the scenario. So obviously I would not be trained to shoot people, and I would have a strong inhibition against hurting another person. But I would be already in a much better situation. I would already be in a much better situation than I didn't even know how to turn the safety off and stuff like that. Stupidly even understanding how accurate a gun is. If you think it's stupidly inaccurate, then you can just YOLO through the open. Yeah, even that. That's a great point. Knowing at what range I can run away, or at what range I have to take cover and hide. Even just that is good. Then there's no point, bro. I think Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu would be a much better one. Probably, yeah. But like I said, I'm not saying I'm for learning this for my own defense. I acknowledged, the first thing I said was I acknowledge I'm probably never in my life gonna be in a position where I'm gonna be able to use a gun to defend myself. That was the first thing I said. I only want to do it for fun. And I also see it as vaguely touching the possibility of defending If you can see them hide, yeah, that's actually a good point, Gehyun Hyo. Carlo Meg. Carlo Meg. If you want to have fun, try using the big revolver. I feel like the techniques are really fun to do. All right, I'll remember that, doll. I'll try a revolver when I go to the shooting range. I went up to the order and the guy said, "Is the 2 veggie pita guy?" Nice. Shoot him in the leg to wound him. Yeah. Nice one, Roser. Free pita. Pita. Not really. Shooting a gun is very different from knowing what to do when getting shot at, I would say. Yeah, that's actually a good point, right, Gehyun. The Valorant inspiring violent behavior. Yeah. When I go to Paris, I'll smuggle in a few guns for you to try out. Oh god, no. But yeah, if you think it would be fun, go for it. Shooting as a hobby is no more stupid than shooting sport ball into metal frame as a hobby, etc. Yeah, it would 100% be just as a hobby. And I know there's like 1 or 2 shooting ranges on the outskirts of Paris that I could go to pretty easily and sign up for classes there. I looked this up a while back, and I think it was in Wales. I could go and shoot an actual rifle. I think they have a setup in the quarry or some shit. But yeah, basically same reasons, partially for fun and partially to learn and respect them. Yeah, exactly. Gotta look up airsoft shit where you are. I hear it's heckin' fun. Yeah, maybe airsoft. But I want first off, I want like what I was saying is about learning real guns. The only difference is that if the bullets are heading towards or away from you. Shooting in the leg to not kill is pretty bad because you can easily hit the femoral artery. Yeah, it's a reference to a Biden meme. Biden in some speech said it's one of the stupider things he said in his career. He said that a solution to police killing people when they shoot them would be to try shooting for their legs. Saying real guns to an airsofter. Oh yeah, can't trigger the airsofters. Have you thought about doing paintball? Or like airsoft, I guess, as someone else suggested. I've thought about it sometimes, but it hasn't interested me that much. I guess it would be fun, like literally playing IRL CS or Valorant. That would be fun. PvP. Have you not fired guns that much? I've never fired a gun in my life. Did we give up on the questions? No, not at all. I just got distracted. Okay, you cannot be moral without being religious. Strongly disagree. Charity is better than social security as a means of helping the genuinely disadvantaged. Strongly disagree. Some people are naturally unlucky. What was that article about that guy who got hit by thunder 7 times in his life? He was in car accidents caused by other people plenty of times. It was let me find him. Unluckiest man in the world. Frain Selak. He's not has a Wikipedia article. A Croatian man who is known for his luck. Selak's brushes with death started in January 1962 when he was riding a train through a cold, rainy canyon, and the train flew off the tracks and crashed in a river. Okay, not in a car accident, a train accident. An unknown person pulled Selak to safety while 17 other passengers drowned. He suffered a broken arm and hypothermia. The next year, during his first and only plane ride, he was blown out the malfunctioning plane door and landed in a haystack. The plane crashed, killing 19 people. 3 years after that, and this guy is fucking, what was the name of those movies? Final Destination. This guy is IRL Final Destination. Well, lucky and unlucky, like simultaneously. 3 years after that, in 1966, a bus that he was riding in skidded off the road and into a river, drowning 4 passengers. Selak swam to shore with a few cuts and bruises. In 1970, his car caught fire as he was driving and he managed to escape before the fuel tank blew up. 3 years later, in another driving incident, the engine of his car was doused with hot oil from a malfunctioning fuel pump, causing flames to shoot through the air vents. Selak's hair was completely singed, but he was otherwise unharmed. In 1995, he was struck by a bus in Zagreb. but sustained only minor injuries. In 1996, he eluded a head-on collision with a United Nations truck on a mountain curve by swerving into a guardrail, which gave way under the force of his car, and he was ejected from the car when the door flew open. He wasn't wearing a seatbelt. Managed to hold on to a tree and watch his car plummet down 90 meters into a gorge. In 2003, 2 days after his 73rd birthday, he won 900,000 euros in the lottery. Okay, this guy is the luckiest guy in the world. Holy shit. Yeah, the 7 times lightning dude is way unluckier than this guy. This is not the guy I was thinking of. He's even Croatian though. Yeah, this guy's not unlucky. Unluckiest person lightning strikes. Let's see if we can find him like this. Roy Cleveland Sullivan. He was hit by lightning on 7 occasions and survived all of them. For this reason, he gained the nicknames Human Lightning Conductor and Human Lightning Rod. Yeah, the odds of being struck by lightning. This is some dream. Okay, and people say the dream, the dream speedrun cannot have happened. Look at those odds. This guy is the best Minecraft speedrunner in the world. Oh yeah, he spent all his time outside since he was a park ranger. That's a fair point. That obviously skews the statistics in his favor. Yeah, that's actually a really good point. These numbers do not quite apply to Sullivan, however, who by the nature of his work and his physical location was exposed to more storms. Virginia averages 35 to 45 thunderstorms. Okay, yeah, so we would need to hire a Dreams statistician to fix those statistics, obviously. How do you survive though? If the lightning passes through your tissues, it will like burn your skins and the soft tissues. But as long as it doesn't like go straight through your heart, because like electricity goes through the path of least resistance, there is no reason for it to actually go through your heart or like melt your brain. And basically, if it doesn't do that, you're gonna be fine. It's gonna hurt like fuck, but you're gonna be fine for the most part. There's a probability you can walk through a wall due to quantum mechanics. Yeah. All right. Some people are naturally unlucky. Let's go rationalist here. Let's disagree with this. I don't know if you wear like a rubber boot. Are you just dead? No, you just don't get hit by lightning. The way lightning works, I could be wrong because it's been a while since I looked this up, so I might be misremembering some of the details. But yeah, it's not that electricity won't go to Earth. First off, the current, like, alright, so there's a polarity. It's basically a discharge between 2 poles when there's lightning. So you have a plus or minus pole in the sky. Usually, if I recall correctly, it's the plus pole. And then you have the ground, which is the minus pole. If you are actually, let's draw you here. If you're let's say this is insulation. If you're insulated from the pole here, then the path of least resistance, there will be less resistance in the surrounding electrically charged air than, it will be charging as the lightning strike prepares. There'll be less resistance in the air than in you. So like you might be the path of least resistance for up to here, because obviously you're more conductive than this. Wait, no. You're more conductive than this bit of air here, but the sum of this should be less conductive just because of the conductivity in here, because of the separation. I think. I could be wrong on this. Also, in theory, it's possible that the path, the lightning could like go like this and go around your boot. I'm wrong? Okay. Okay, I guess I'm wrong then. I trust Letis on this. Can you give a better explanation on what happens when you're insulated from the ground? Let's look up an article while this is typing out.
No, I guess what you need is a Faraday cage, actually, right? Make sure that there is an existing path of least resistance. Like, that's the ideal thing, right? If you have, if you actually have, let's write in green. If you actually have a Faraday cage around you, then it's guaranteed that any lightning, any current that is established between the two poles will want to go through the cage instead of through you. Well, technically, lightning can go through rubber. Lettuce is correct as that, because the park would just go around through your boot. Okay, so I was correct when I was in my explanation. I was correct when I was saying, well, I was partially correct when I was saying that actually it could go through you and then snap out of you and go around the rubber boot, right? So it's still dangerous. Yeah, no, that's something I know. The reason a car is safe from lightning is not because of the tires. The reason the car is safe because the car acts as a Faraday cage. It's this huge metal chassis that'll eat the whole lightning charge instead of you inside the car. People usually find France as the path of least resistance. That's true. Yeah, same thing for your boots. Okay, sorry for misinforming you guys. Thank you for the precision, Letus. Yeah, so it can go around your boots, so it's still dangerous. But it's still, but Letus, it still should reduce your like how lightning will prefer you to other things around you, right? If you're standing in an open field, then you're absolutely at risk of getting hit by lightning. But if there's anything like next to you, I think Letus is right. It makes sense with what I know about how electricity works. But if there's anything that can be a better path of least resistance near you, then having the boots is good, right? If you're wearing the boot on your head, maybe. Yeah. Well, then it's the saying. You could like go. You could have a lightning strike go like around here, then zap through your body, then go back out. Anyways. How do we get to lightning strikes? Oh yeah. It is important that my child's school instills religious values. Strongly disagree. Finally, a look at sex. Page 6 of 6. Finally we get into the nice things. Sex outside marriage is usually immoral. Strongly disagree. So what we concluded is that I should wear a fur body rubber boot. I mean, yeah, that would kind of work. Okay, there's one. Okay, I want to bring in a little bit of nuance to this. There are studies showing that promiscuity is correlated with unhappiness. Now, it's correlation, not causation. So it could go the other way around. Maybe it's that unhappy people seek to escape their unhappiness through sexual promiscuity. There could be other factors involved as well. That is something to keep in mind. But there's nothing inherently immoral with sex, as long as it's done responsibly. A same-sex couple in a stable, loving relationship should not be excluded from the possibility of child adoption. Strongly agree. Gender roles are not gender, are not sex. Pornography depicting consenting adults should be legal for the adult population. Strongly agree. Uh-oh, someone's knocking on the... Sex makes you unhappy. That's not what I said, Dal, okay? Like I said, that's correlation. Strongly agree or ban, yeah. What goes on in a private bedroom between consenting adults is no business of the state. Okay. I actually can think of a counterexample to that. Any of you guys remember the, I think it was in Germany, the serial killer who would, he would find partners by going on dating sites and finding consensual, he would find people who would consent to come over to his house and be eaten by him. He was a cannibal. Is that something we should accept in our society? I think we should be open to debate on like saying maybe no, maybe it's okay for the government to step in
in this situation. Just because they're consensual doesn't mean it should be okay. The Rothenburg duder, I think that's him. Yeah, I'm not sure that I remember his name. If someone wants to be eaten, can you really stop them? No, but maybe what they need is actually like psychological help. What if they consented to getting eaten? Yeah, this is a situation where they consented to getting eaten. That's the case I'm describing. They literally consented. But it's still it's kind of a yikes from me. I think... Wait, don't cuck yourself again on a hyper-specific example. That's all I've been doing throughout this whole test arc as my solo, okay? Should the state intervene in suicides? I think, yeah, that's a tough one. That's actually a big one in the French political discourse, because in France, assisted suicide is illegal. If you're a doctor and you assist your patients with suicide, you can get charged with first-degree murder. And obviously lose your medical license and all that. Even grievous bodily harm with blood play and such. Yeah, that too. I wanted to go ham with my example. Like go right away on something that is not at all accepted. That is actually a crime. To like murder someone and eat them, or to be more precious, severe blood play. Fucking let the man eat. That question would be more interesting in a state where assisted suicide is legal, like Switzerland. Yeah, true. But also, when we were talking about assisted suicides, there is a historical example of a doctor who was actually a serial killer, who was abusing this doctor was abusing their position as a medical professional to impose assisted suicide, that they're actually murdering the people on people. They were expressing their propension to serially murder people under the guise of assisted suicides. They're hiding it that way. Thinking rubber boots will do anything when lightning causes this kind of damage. Well, yeah, I know there's a lot of energy in lightning. And the thing is, once again, like lightning, there are very, very big chances that lightning will go through you without hitting your organs. It's not gonna fucking set you on fire, most likely. It's gonna burn the shit out of you through the path it takes. But as long as it doesn't go through your lungs, heart, brain, stuff like that, then you should be mostly fine. Which you have to be lucky for it to be that way, but it can happen. Yeah, with this question, I don't know. Like assisted suicide needs to be really properly controlled to prevent abuse. Imagine getting cucked and dying by lightning because of a piercing of some shit. Oh yeah, bro, this isn't about assisted suicide. I know. Okay, I segued. Okay, I'm getting back to the question. What goes on in the private bedroom between consenting adults is no business of the state. Sorry. On principle, I would agree. In practice, okay, let me put it this way. I agree, because there is what goes on between consenting adults is no business of the state, but consent does not liberate people from their responsibility to practice safely, whether they consented to overthrowing the government. Exactly, yeah. Consent is not an excuse to endanger people. So in the case of the Rothenburg cannibal, it's easy. There was no the state is not going to outlaw fetishes. That would be insane. But once a murder has been committed, the state has to step in. I think that makes perfect sense. This is like, should you have sex with COVID? Yeah, you shouldn't. If you if you're positive with COVID, then you shouldn't. Well, actually, it doesn't say informed consent. So what about people who are in a position of power? Yeah. No one can feel naturally homosexual. Strongly disagree. Homosexuality is a natural thing. Whatever natural means. This is like bait. This is bait for homophobes because of the naturalist argument. Strongly agree here, easy. Wait, where do you do the strongly agree, Bukra? These days, openness about sex has gone too far. No, openness about sex, having sex education, being able to talk openly about different things. I strongly disagree. How lib left is name I'm gonna be? I'm gonna be hella lib left at this point. All right, let's see the result. Okay, blah blah blah. Margaret Thatcher. The explanation. Yeah. Lib left. There you go. Is incest morally wrong? Yeah, same as me. Yeah, we're all the same. Is incest morally wrong if there's no power dynamic? For example, identical twins who reunite after being raised in separate households at the age of 25 years old. Yeah, and those, and those hyper-specific. Well, also if there's no biological consequences. It needs to be there needs to be like obviously there's an issue with bringing someone to life with problematic, like not to go into the what's it called again? Fuck, I forgot the name. I mentioned it earlier. Ah, whatever. Everyone who takes this test gets the. Oh, no, it's just that we're a fucking echo chamber here in SGG. Honestly, the only conservative in SGG, as far as I know, was Manakino, and he's not here anymore. So yeah, we're like we all have the same fucking opinion at this point. No, Xenix Bear is still here. I don't think Xenix Bear is a... I disagree with all your takes. Really, Dal? That wasn't my impression earlier. What happened to Manikino? He said he showed up when we were making the class picture, and he said that he didn't want to hang out in SGG anymore because of the political memes. Yeah, Smithemia was not political. Which goes back to like the whole echo chamber thing. Like Manakino didn't feel okay with having to. I can sort of understand. He didn't feel okay, even though I disagree with most of his political takes. I can understand the awkwardness of like being in a community and having to see people say stuff that you fundamentally disagree with, but not being able to express your opinion because then people dogpile you, having to fight all the time. Yeah, exactly. Like getting dogpiled is not fun. That's how I feel. Roser, you're the one looking for fights all the time. Smithina still shows up in your Twitch chat, Kaktafelkop? Damn, I need to hang out in your Twitch chat from time to time. I'd be curious to see where he's at. I want to see some of his smugness just for old time's sake. The mods when entering a thread. I'm not gonna. He was stupid. He's like one of the densest yet educated people I ever talked to. That reminds me of the Destiny meme. You're so fucking dense. Who was he talking to? I don't remember. Time to adopt a conservative mindset to add a little spice to chat. Yeah, exactly. Okay, we did the political compass. Dunebug. Oh yeah, Dunebug, that's the one. Can't even have a dissenting opinion with some people in this chat, or they just talk shit to you without even making an argument. Yeah, it's like you, Roser. Alright. Political compass test done. No fly memes? Someone wanted me to look at some no fly memes. He showed up in mine a few months back too, out of nowhere. Nice. Fuck you, ignore you. Wait, did I ignore you, Dr. Nestle? Let me see. I don't think having different opinions is the problem, to be honest. It's more of a, as we have no moderation in that stuff, it's bound to be an echo chamber of lefties. Oh yeah, do the autism test. Is there a point to? I think, okay, political tests are one thing, but I think psychological online tests are a fucking shit show. Whether it's the IQ test or any sort of any sort of mental disability or illness test, you should do that in with a certified professional. Have you done Myers-Briggs on stream? No. Of course you say that before you do it. Yes. Okay, let's do it. Just for you. Hey, which one? Autism spectrum quotient? Online test for adult autism? Autism test for adults? Don't do any psych tests online. Yeah, Myers-Briggs is bullshit too. I took a Mensa test on the internet. I never took the Mensa test. All the online test sites I use have valid web certificates. Yes, always pass your tests on HTTPS websites. Alright, link me, Dark as my soul. Which test do you want me to do? Good old Automod. Wait, what's the Automod doing? Any vertigos? Yeah, MBTI is first year psych student shit. Literally, I told you about the anecdote of me going on a date in Poland with a girl. First year psych student. She talks about how fascinating she finds MBTI. Unless you're not logged in, you should see the message. Oh, I'm not logged in. Or am I? I don't know. Let me check. Oh, okay, I see the message. Sorry, I wasn't looking at my stream manager. Let me fix that for you. Okay, I allowed your message. Fuck that, I'd probably not feed into the meme. Lol, how honest are you? Yeah, that also makes me kind of cringe with doing this, honestly. It seems a bit weird to do that. Yeah, okay, yeah. Oh, it's not an autism test, but social intelligence. Okay, that I'm much more comfortable with. Yeah, you make a good point, Sign. That's cringe. Social intelligence test, that's much more interesting. It's still just a dumb meme test on the internet. Okay, what was I thinking of? Okay, this girl, she's a first year psych student. Of course, she talks about how fascinating and important she finds MBTI. And of course, an hour and a half into the date, she starts throwing out some racist race realist theories about how like serotonin levels in black people make them more violent. Fucking crazy person. Yeah, that was a big feels weird, man. Statement of informed consent. Yeah, so this goes to Harvard. I'm okay with that. Wait, no, what did I consent to, actually? Shit. I can't go back. Too late. I sold my soul. If you aren't an ISTP, you aren't a real dreamer. I didn't even know what ISTP means. Have you taken this test before? No. How old are you? Am I 31 or 32? I want to. I'm gonna help them in their study, okay? I'm gonna contribute here. Wait, how old am I again? I think 32. Imagine a 6-step ladder, where on the first step you stand the poorest people in your country, and on the 6th step... How do I don't know what percentile I'm in. I'm definitely from a privileged background. Oh, that's also because I shaved. I'm like 31 or 32. I was born in 1989. I'm 27. What a zoomer. I think I said that before. Yeah, I think you said that before as well. Huh. If I was gonna be honest, I think my background's privileged enough to merit like is step 4 or step 5. I'm hesitating between those two. I'm nowhere near 1%er. Like top. Well, this is separated in 6th. It's more than 1%, but I'm not step 6. But yeah, I'm nowhere near there. But yeah, it's one of those two. And also my vision is skewed because Paris is a mega privilege. The people who live here, the families who live in Paris, who have like real estate in Paris and stuff like that are super, super rich. Would be 85-ish to 100%-ish, yeah. Yeah, if we go by 15% steps, then I think I'm step 5, probably. Compared to your family and friends, how good are you at reading people's emotions? That's a tough one, because my brother's the psych studies. He's really good at reading people. My mother's super empath. My dad was pretty bad. Was pretty terrible at reading people. Like if I compare it to them, what am I feeling right now? Absolute fascination and love for me. If I compare it to them, then I'm actually. I would say slightly worse, but if I compare it to the average of people in general, I think I'm good at reading people. Do you think reading people's emotions is a skill that can be learned and practiced? I strongly agree. How often do you use a computer? Oh no, many hours on most days. In what country did you live most of your childhood? Fuck. I think I need to go with France. Even though my childhood was also technically from in the US, from 0 to 6 years old. But then from 6 years old to 18, I was in France, so yeah, I'll stick with that. I think this test is interesting. I don't know if it's good for me, I don't care. Because I'm supposed to take it. I didn't have to take it, no. I'm not compelled. Maybe a good reason to take this test is personally I don't see any. Strongly agree. Dumpster them. No, sorry for the notification, double notification sound. Something's fucked with my notifications. I was bullied by chat to take it. Yeah, I guess. Thanks for the follow, Violet's back. Welcome to the Coom crew. Whatever. I need to find a bit whatever shitty name I can find for us. Why are you lying? Okay, I'm lying. Okay, I'm being forced by you guys. I'd prefer complex to simple problems. Yeah, in general. Oh, hey Patrick, how you doing? Did you see the political compass memes earlier, Patrick?
I find satisfaction in deliberating hard for long hours. Strongly agree. Thinking is not my idea of fun. Strongly disagree. I'd rather do something that requires little thought than something that is sure to challenge my thinking abilities. I'm somewhere between the two. I find there's immense value in doing things that are that require little thought. They like free up your mind to actually think about other stuff. Send me. Well, I can send you my test result. I need to like go into my history here. Okay, so this is my test result. I send it to you. And then you can take the same test on the site politicalcompass.org and see what your test says. But yeah, I love like doing the dishes. You're just scrubbing dishes, and to a certain extent it feels like you're scrubbing your mind. It puts you at peace, you know. You're doing something productive that betters your life in your immediate existence, and you're also like taking a break from what you're doing and stuff like that. But then it's also fun to like have actual problems. Goes into history with no hesitation. I guess the good memes are on the laptop. Yeah. Yeah, no worries. I got my history protected. Jealous, panicked, arrogant, or hateful. It's not hateful. I think it's a bit panicked. The way the eyes are a bit larger. I think this one's a bit panicked. Actually, it could be a little bit hateful. I'll go with panicked. Oh, that was the practice. You got the practice right. Oh, hey, we nailed it. Alright, this is playful. You can almost see the smile in the in here. Annoyed. Desire. Either, I think insisting. Or maybe a bit amused. Nah, I think it's insisting. Right, this could be worried, actually. This is either sarcastic or worried. Yeah, don't deliberate on it. Yeah, you're right. And I shouldn't look at chat either. I should, like, do my own answers. I'm not looking at chat for this. Sarcastic or worried? I'll go with, actually, I'll go with worried. It's definitely not aghast. It's definitely not alarmed. It could be impatient, actually. Uneasy or dispirited? It's neither of the above. Despondent. Preoccupied. Cautious. Regretful. Skeptical. Is this Elon Musk? Yeah. Decisive, anticipating, threatening, shy. Not threatening. Anticipating. Accusing. Contemplative. Thoughtful. Doubtful. Decisive. Oh, this is a tough one. Arrogant, grateful, sarcastic, or tentative? Arrogant, grateful, sarcastic, or tentative? You know what? I'll go with grateful, but I'm not getting much of a feeling out of those eyes. Friendly. Maybe embarrassed, actually. Preoccupied. Defiant. Pensive. Panicked, incredulous, despondent, interested. Alarmed, shy, hostile. Joking, cautious, arrogant, reassuring, cautious. Interested, joking, affectionate, contented, interested. Impatient, aghast, irritated. Grateful, flirtatious, hostile, disappointed. I don't know if it's hostile or disappointed. I think I'll go with disappointed. Ashamed, confident, joking, dispirited, confident. Serious, ashamed, bewildered, alarmed. Serious. Embarrassed, guilty, fantasizing, concerned. Concerned. Aghast, baffled, distrustful, terrified. Puzzled, nervous, insisting, contemplative. Puzzled, nervous. I think nervous. This feels, yeah. More than puzzled. Ashamed, nervous, suspicious, narrow eyes. I don't mind losing. Strongly disagree. I'm here to win. Okay. Wait, let's not meme it. Let's give a real answer. I don't mind losing. Are we talking about video games or real life? I don't know. I see all the answers in chat. Strange, I find this one a little bit more difficult than the one that was floating around for a while. That other one seemed like it was hard to fuck up. Yeah, a lot of those seemed really hard. Like there wasn't that much information in the photos, I feel like. Yeah, fuck it, I'll meme it up. Or will I? Nah, okay, I'll slightly agree. I'm okay with losing. I hate asking for help. Slightly disagree. It's something I'm trying to work on. I'm trying to learn to be okay with asking for help. I believe that violence is never just justified. Disagree. I would be furious if someone thought I was gay. Strongly disagree. Okay. I take risks. I take risks. Yeah, a little bit. I tend to share my feelings. Yeah, I try to. It's a learned thing though too. It's something I've worked on, and I'm still working on. It will be enjoyable to date more than one person at a time. I would be able to. I don't feel jealousy the same way people wanted to be in a relationship. Like I would be okay with being with someone who has sex with other people. But that would be an open relationship. I don't know if I'd be okay with polyamory. I would still like to be, if it's someone I love, I would like to be the main person. Stop flexing. That's not flexing. That's just. Let's slightly agree. Also, there isn't enough time and energy in the world to date, like, plenty of people. Let's be real about that. They don't specify that both of you have to date multiple people. True. When I'm talking, I'm interrupted more than other people. Yeah. In IRL, that happens all the time.
My suggestions or ideas are respected and valued as much as other people's. No. I'll slightly disagree. It depends. It really depends on the situations. The classic double standard when it comes to open relationships, yeah. I am a native speaker. No technical interruptions. Did I cheat? No. Okay, I scored 29 out of 36. I'm in the 74th percentile. Doesn't work for people who are come from cultures that are very different from Britons. Your screen lighting level, mood, fatigue, and many other factors might have affected your score. Okay. Well, that was interesting. How much did you guys get? I see some people are saying that they didn't do that good. Yeah, that affected me. Yeah, I'm sure it did. You got 25 on your side. Tally, you got 35. Wait, really? Holy shit, Tally, you're a giga empath. 30, nice. See, holy crow. Damn, Tally, you're like a British emotional intelligence giga brain. You're below average, Bukra. Oh no. I got 27 and I'm very good at reading people's emotions. The test is either memes or only tests a super limited part of reading emotions. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like the fact that it comes from British magazines, that was something I wanted to comment on during the test. But like those photos of women in the magazines, they're sexualized. Every time there was the option to say that the woman was like interested or whatever, I wanted to say it, and I forced myself not to pick it because I figured like, no, it's something weird's going on here. So I like forced myself not to pick like interested or flirtatious every single time, even though I wanted to. But looking back, that's probably parts of my like wrong answers because those were from ads, and ads like sex sells. We know there's a lot of that. But those aren't, like, if those are photos of people taken during real conversations, that would probably be a lot more relevant. I feel like the angles of the photos are also skewed a lot. Yeah, exactly. The fact that it comes from magazines, which means that it comes from ads, is pretty bad, I think, for the relevance of this study. Big meme, wonder how people tested before COVID and after COVID. Oh yeah, true. Like after self-isolating. Ah, fuck it, leave the page. I need to eat a little bit. Oh, because of the mask wearing. Yeah, that's a good point, actually. Alright. We did tests. I want to see the CRISPR patent meme. So, I forgot who was talking about it, but... what's going on with this? The long-running patent battle over CRISPR, the genome editor that may bring a Nobel Prize and many millions of dollars to whoever is credited with its invention, has taken a new twist that vastly complicates the claims made by a team led by the UC. The Patent Trial and Appeal Board ruled on 10th of September that a group led by the Broad Institute has priority in its already granted patents for uses of the original CRISPR system in eukaryotic cells
which covers potentially lucrative applications in lab-grown human cells or in people directly. But the ruling also gives the UC group, which the court refers to as CVC because it includes the University of Vienna and scientist Emmanuel Charpentier, a leg up on the invention of one critical component of the CRISPR toolkit. It's a major decision by the PTAB. There's some language in the opinion from today that's going to cast a long shadow over the ability of the CVC patents going forward. Jennifer Doudna, a biochemist at UC Berkeley, and Charpentier, now with the Max Planck Institute for Infection Biology, first published evidence that the bacteria-derived CRISPR system could cut targeted DNA in June 2012, 7 months before the broad team led by Feng Zhang published its own evidence it could be a genome editor. But the CVC team did not show in its initial paper that CRISPR worked inside eukaryotic cells, such as Zhang's team did in its report, even though the patent the original CVC patent application broadly attempted to cover any use of the technology. The US Patent and Trademark Office issued several CRISPR-related patents to broad beginning in 2014, sparking a legal battle in 2016 based on CVC claims of patent interference that led to a first PTAB trial which seemed to deliver a mixed verdict, ruling that the eukaryotic CRISPR and other uses of the genome editor were separate inventions, patentable by Broad and CVC respectively. Unsatisfied, CVC took the issue to a federal court which denied its appeal. God, did I miss something? Not really. They awarded a joint Nobel. Yeah, I know about the Nobel Prize. Jesus Christ. Patent battles are one of the worst things that happen to humanity. What are we reading? Just an article. I didn't know about the patent battle over CRISPR memes. Why are you not a balloon streamer? Because obviously, I'm hitting it big and just chatting, dude. I have fucking 40 viewers now. No one wants to watch me play balloons. Well, actually, no. Some of you do want to watch me play balloons. But you know what? Right now I'm having fun talking about this stuff. Actually, I might play some later, but Turnet just told me there's Among Us lobby. I bet you'd be at 100 viewers if you played balloons. Doubt. But I did hit like 30 viewers the other day when I was doing some dumb shit in balloons. When I was doing like the free play and just filling an entire fucking map with snipers and cannons. That was pretty funny. You're one host away from being too big for your boots. Yeah, I didn't have that much space. I didn't have space for 40 people in my boots, okay? Oh yeah, I got a plushie Zerling, Paula. That's so cute. Invite the girl on stream to pump up those viewers. Well, Melon, you're coming to play balloons if we go that way. But yeah, I don't know. Eternit is telling me there's an Among Us lobby being set up. I don't know if I really want to play Among Us right now. I just asked him like when are they actually starting? Apparently they're at 7 people with me included. I don't really want to play with well, like less than 8, 9, 10 people. Ideally with 10 people. Get to work, we gotta get name on an E-famous. Have you asked to get onto the streamer Rust server? Oh god. Playing with AOC, seriously hitting the big time. Yeah, no, I do not think AOC is gonna be in our lobby. I just woke up. Yeah, don't worry, Simone, we're just bullying you. Also, apparently it's with a mod. What kind of mod will it have? Anyway, yeah, earlier we talked about the genetic patent memes. So, so I took a note to, someone told me to look into the CRISPR stuff. This seems weird to me. Like, I understand that one team did like a specific study on how it worked inside eukaryotic cells, but it's a weird thing for me to see that a broad patent application gets overrode by a specific one, when it seems to be something that works in all cases, basically. Oh, it's with the mods too. He just sent me. The Sheriff mod in Among Us adds a new role for crewmates to help defend against imposters. How does this work? Sheriffs have a kill button and can execute an imposter during a round when they get close enough. However, if the sheriff makes a mistake and kill an ally, they will also die, leaving the crewmates short 2 players and possibly handing the game to the imposters. High risk, high reward role and can introduce a new excitement to Among Us. Oh no. Oh no, this is like ultimate molding shit. 2836, how did the rest of chat do, Neyman? Seems like most people did really well, Roser. Definitely most people did above average. Do you have the proximity chat mod? That would be fun, having the proximity chat, yeah. Alright, let's install it. Gotta go to GitHub. Alright, let me check who messaged me on Steam. I'm just gonna do this for a second to make sure, Oh, okay. Oh, I also wanted to look at the PoE patch notes in detail. Can't believe memers in chat have a better score than me at reading emotions. We can criticize that test. Like I said, I think it's really weird that it's all from magazines, for one. You're such an edgelord, Roserg. Okay, so we download this. I love the Among Us in Rust and Roblox versions. I've seen the Roblox version on Donkey's video. It seems like a huge meme. Yeah, super scuffed. It looks so dumb. Why do people signal about shitpost about Signal being better than WhatsApp? Because Signal is not owned by Facebook, probably. You don't even get all your political views from Destiny like I do. Yeah. Alright, we downloaded the mod. I mean, this mod is gonna be pure salt. That's Steam library, Steam apps. I'll just install the mod. I told them if they get the full lobby, I'll join. Signal deletes all your messages as well. I'm sure there's more technical shit over and above that, but yeah. And ironically, I downloaded Signal after watching Mr. Robot. Yeah, Signal is better for your privacy. Also, there's suspicion. There's been issues. They've been corrected, but there's been issues where like WhatsApp time to RDM, yeah, where WhatsApp did some really dumb shit. People realized it was sending. I don't remember if it was links or something, but there was like unsecured data being sent on several occasions. And stuff that got like found out and fixed eventually, but doesn't inspire confidence. Yeah, Steam library. I think it's here. Steam apps. Oh. I need to extract it to... Oh, okay, I need to create a new folder here. The fuck?
from the numb that we all keep feeling when the day's all done, when the rays of the sun don't shine on our skin. Where we can hide in our lies, take a dive in our sins.
Alright.
I think the rays
And then there's no exe here. What? Extract.
so I'ma hide in my lies, take a dive in my sins.
There's no exe. How do I execute it? But those installation instructors do not work. Oh no, they want to be... No, wait. Oh no, I'm supposed to extract it together with the Among Us files. Okay, never mind. I think. I'm really not sure about this. I'm really not sure. I'm gonna ask Turnip. Oh. Turnip just sent me this, so I don't think we're gonna be streaming Among Us tonight. Yikes. Oh no. Lukewarm take, I don't have an issue with what Facebook are doing by linking their two products, but I also think Facebook is trash, so it's still move away from WhatsApp as a result. Yeah, well, it's also that you cannot trust Facebook with on privacy issues. Facebook has a constant track record of breaking their own license agreements, of collecting and info and selling info that they're not supposed to even collect in the first place, legally speaking. Whether you look at the Cambridge Analytica scandal or other stuff like that, like data that should be anonymized is not anonymized. Facebook cannot be trusted. Just the fact that Facebook says that they kept the end-to-end encryption correctly running and everything like that doesn't mean we should trust them. They can say whatever the fuck they want, and behind that they're absolutely not applying it, doing it correctly. So yeah. All right. I'm not no longer clicking links in chat. Okay, I guess the Among Us game is dead. Just delete this for now. What are we doing? Mainly hesitating. Well, first off, I need to eat. I need to grab some more of my pizza leftovers, and I still have some tea. Oh yeah, I need to eat. And I need to look at the PoE patch notes. Is this Path of Building updated already? That's the big question. Wait, how do I check that? Where is it? Update available. Added support for Hierophant's through Conviction of Power notable. Add support for Hand of the Fervent's unique mechanic. Add support for physical night. Add 3.13 passive skill tree. Okay, yeah, there it is. We got the Path of Building update. I ruined my sleep schedule. Wait, Melon, didn't you... Wait, you woke up just now? Oh shit, that means you woke up at like 3 PM, right? Alright, that's pretty bad. And is it? Aren't you like free? Don't you yeah, people happy, why'd people happy? Aren't you free, Melon? Aren't you
My mother is a soldier who veteraned. We
Alright, nice. Okay, it's all updated. 1 p.m. Okay. I don't know your I don't know your burger time. Why am I supposed to know? Yeah, I bet you don't even measure time in like seconds and minutes. You actually measure it in feet, inches, and like BLTs per I don't know, per uranium halftime. 1 p.m. plus the 2-hour shower, so basically 3 p.m. True. Watch it, Frenchie? I'm not watching it. I'm not watching it because you're never streaming it, so I never get to watch it. Got him. Fucking dumpstered Melon in this debate. Alright. Do I want to look at this? Do I actually want to plan it out? The thing is, I kind of do. Where's the starting path for the Templar duder? I think it's here. I think... any PoE memers here? Help me prepare this. I think this is the Smork punch people starter area, and this is the Templar dude, right? Yeah, because this is the duelist, this is the ranger, this is, I forgot its name, and this is the witch. Yeah, so this is the right place. So what are we doing? We're definitely getting maximum life, must-haves. Energy shield or life per second? I'm honestly not sure. Let's go this way for now. Wait, oh, it's starting me from Scion. What the fuck? Okay, never mind. Oh, I fucked it up. I don't want to start from Scion. How do I change this? Back. Don't save. New. Oh yeah, here. Okay. Templar. Alright, there we go. Oh, look at this guy. Alright. Yeah, fuck it, let's get the armor at the top. Yeah. I found it. Took a while, but I found it. Probably don't need a reduced mana cost of skills. Probably. Well, we need to like figure out what skill gem we're gonna use. That's also an issue. Because, okay, to give some context, I wanna play around with a build that's gonna meme with a battle mage. Wait, where are my which one? This is an Inquisitor, right? Yeah, there we go. I want to get Instruments of Zeal and Instruments of Virtue, because then we get Battle Mage with like a Templar role-playing the conspiracy theorists, Wet Dream of the Illuminati. Yeah. I want to do like Fanaticism memes with like some form of charge attack, gain Fanaticism, and then cast a bunch of spells with the Battle Mage, so I get added spell damage from the damage of my main weapons. Thinking for that, like a good option we were talking about the other day, Theorycrafted, would be Doriani's Catalyst, because that's pretty easy to get. Good physical damage, lots of extra elemental damage, so we can we got all that shit stacking to do to our skill gem that we're casting, increased cast speed, all that goodness. Eventually we might like craft a rare item that will be much better. Yeah. So, how do we take this further?
I need to think about the skill gem actually that I'm gonna be using. What's a good like melee range elemental skill, I guess? Can we like filter by skill gems here? Supported by level 20 elemental proliferation. Wait, what is this actually? Cause elemental ailments applied by supported skills to affect nearby enemies. Proliferation aura-like effect continues through death on intact corpses. Oh. Oh, that's nice. So we can like do have a socketed movement skill here that'll trigger our like a shield charge or something like that. Probably not shield charge because dual wielding the catalyst would be nice. But something to trigger fanaticism. And then it's got elemental proliferation on it, so we can add some elemental ailment. That'll be some fun. Also, yeah, skill gems. Let's get a list of all. Yeah, active skill gems by tag. That's kind of what I want to see. How do I filter it? Ugh. I can only sort, I cannot filter. I guess I'm gonna... AoE is important for clear time. Melee probably. Let's see, what have we got? What's anger? Wait, why is the tooltip not showing? You guys see this shit? What do I have blocked here? Ah, site uses cookies. I do good in just chatting, goes to PoE. Look, yeah. God damn it. I have no idea how to enable the tooltips here. I know, I'm gonna stream some balloons probably, honestly. I didn't really feel like continuing the Emerald playthrough right away. And I had a lot of fun playing blooms earlier. But first off, I want to theory craft a bit. At least like figure out what skill gem I'm gonna use. What does anger do? Aura skill adds fire damage. I don't want aura. Let's look at AoE. Ball lightning, probably not. What's cool? I want something cool. Elemental hit. Hit me. Oh, this is an attack, so this isn't gonna benefit from directly from the spell. Could do an elemental equilibrium meme with this, but no. Do we have to? Yeah, I need to just like sort by spells actually. There we go. Sort by spells and determination. Q Undertale OST. I remember Val Molten Shell was a meme at some point. Is it still? Anyways. I'm out of the spells here. Yeah, I think it's gonna have to be a blue gem for sure at this point.
Like an actual spell. A spell. What would be cool? What does Storm Call do? Sets a marker at a location, and after a short duration, the location as well as other markers you've placed are struck with AoE lightning. The delay seems a bit annoying. Let's look at the damage scaling. 408 to 758. Lightning damage, okay. Let's compare it to something like Arc. To the tried and tested lightning damage. Okay, much less variability. But then again, Arc's gonna cast time 0.7 seconds. This cast time is shorter. Oh shit, are we doing PoE? Yeah, I'm trying to pick which skill gem our Inquisitor build is gonna use as this spell he's casting. Ball Lightning is pretty OP. Is it? Let's look it up. Let's see if I'm gonna put lightning on my balls. Slow-moving projectile that strikes targets with bolts of lightning around itself. Lightning bolt strikes every 150 milliseconds, and each target cannot be hit more often than this. That restriction is shared between all balls fired on the same cast. That looks pretty cool. Let's see how does the damage scale. Level 20, 22 to 426 damage, but you're hitting a lot of times, right? Slower projectile supports. Support increases the amount of time that the enemy spends within the ball's area of effect. Increased area of effect increases the range of the bolts fired. Spell Echo, second cast does not share the 150 millisecond. Okay. Multiple projectile supports increase the number of projectiles and that's the area of effect. Yes, that target cannot be hit more than once. It's cannot shotgun, yeah. Balls cast by multiple traps support. No. Chain support does link. However, the ball or the bolts cannot chain. Will only result in lower damage. Fork support has no effect. Concentrated effect and area of effect damage passive nodes do not increase the damage. Okay. Huh. Arc is good as well. I don't think Arc got nerfed as much as the other gems. Plenty of other gems got buffed, right? Well, let's look it up again. PoE gem buff lists. Where is it? Latest info, patch notes. Where's the gems? New currency, Maven Orb, okay. All the Ascendancy reworks. Oh yeah, here we go, gems. I guess it would be fun to try a new gem as well. I think the Ascendancy item synergy would be more interesting since the buffs are not that significant. Yeah, of course, but I want to pick the right gem that will work with the Ascendancy item synergy that we discussed. I don't know how to donate, so just take my card info. Just give yourself like $5. Fuck off, Rose. If you want a self-cast build, you gotta think about what items you want. Yeah. And well, the thing we were talking about the other day was going Instruments of Virtue for the Battle Mage. Gain added spell damage equal to the damage of your main hand weapon. Together with something like the... wait, where was I? Yeah, here. Together with the Dorgani's Catalyst items. So we get a bunch of increased elemental spell damage. And nice flat bonus here to our actual spell damage from the physical damage of the weapons, especially if we dual wield them. We'll have to see if it works with dual wielding. That'll be a big test actually. See if it works that way or not. But yeah, and it's either this or we go like full meme on the flat damage increase with this guy. But I mean, if dual wielding works, then this guy doesn't give us that much, actually. Anyways. Oh, what about a Scorching Ray build? What do you guys think about Scorching Ray? Would that be fun? That counts as a spell, right? Yeah, spell, fire, duration, channeling. Okay, that works. That should work with all the like the extra elemental damage and also the flat damage increase from Battle Mage. Oh, it doesn't benefit. Wait, there is an issue with it. It does not benefit. That doesn't work, actually, because it doesn't benefit from the increased cast speed from Instruments of Zeal. We want the big deeps increase from Instruments of Zeal on the from the Ascendancy. 75% more cast speed, 75% reduced mana cost, and 75% increased area of effect. Scorching Ray works with spell damage. Yeah, I know, but it doesn't work with cast speed, does it? If you're already channeling it, how's the cast speed gonna help? You're not gonna cast the second one, are you? Or does it somehow modify the damage? Let's see if there's a mention here. Touching an unaffected target, blah blah blah. While channeling the Scorching Ray, the player has a reduced turning rate. Increasing Scorching Ray's cast speed will increase the rate at which the player can rotate while channeling it, up to a maximum of plus 150% cast speed modifier. Okay, so so we can do, we could do a Scorching Ray build and then just 360 constantly with the bonus cast speed. That would be really funny. Okay, are we doing that? I feel like that would be really inefficient, but really funny to do. Just 360. Because obviously, most of the time, your enemies are going to be straight ahead of you. You don't actually have to turn. And you can like stop casting and cast it again, right? It's not that big of a deal. Cast speed matters more for clear speed memes, yeah. I was thinking cast speed because like with any spell you cast constantly in front of a boss, 75% more faster cast speed is gonna really boost your DPS, right, against that boss, but not with Scorching Ray. Yeah, I'm not gonna go Scorching Ray for this. Firestorm? Let's look at Firestorm. I think Arc is gonna be pretty fun, honestly. All things considered. Flaming bolts rain down the target spell AoE over the target area. They explode when landing, deal damage to nearby enemies. Yeah, it's about the fun factor. Yeah, definitely. Because the thing is, we're gonna be charging in to trigger the fanaticism. Because that will be counted as our, like, we'll use a mobility skill that counts as an attack, and then we're gonna be and using that trigger to fanaticism, we want to boost the deeps. So yeah, I'm thinking something that lets us cast plenty of times. We need to do the passive tree first. Well, the thing is, the passive tree depends on what skill gem we're making. Like, do I go elemental damage? Oh, definitely grabbing this. Like, do I go here, hey, elemental damage, increased elemental damage, increased chance to freeze, shock, ignite, increased physical damage. This will definitely help me with, but I want to know if I'm doing elemental damage in the first place, which I am. Alright, let's like assume it's Arc for now. MOM life. What's MOM? I don't know what that is. Oh yeah, this is some good stuff. 20% increased spell damage, 20% increased critical strike chance. Then elemental damage. And physical damage, which will scale with the Battle Mage. Are you doing crit? I don't know. I don't know if we're gonna do crit damage yet. Endurance charges, probably not. Maybe worth hopping over here just for the increased life. Effect of non-curse auras from your skill. Yeah, we'll probably use an aura to improve, like... Okay, let's grab this for the life nodes. For now, maybe we'll remove it if we don't need to branch out there. I don't know about crit yet. Minions? No, we're not doing minions. Area of effect, area damage. Wait, is Arc an area Arc is not AoE, right? No, it's chaining. Okay, we need stuff that chains. We can get a maid build and go on there. Yeah, that's something I kind of wanted to do actually. That will save a lot of time. Like at least we'll know which big nodes we can grab around here. Yeah, let's try that actually. Wait. Ah, Melon, your parents are negative. That's good. I'm glad to hear that. Ah, fuck it. Classes, builds, Templar. We could do Ice Nova. 30 million plus DPS, what? With Hierophant? How does that work? Where's Hierophant? Oh, this is Hierophant. Increased area of effect per unreserved mana. Ignore all build titles. Anything can do with 3 million DPS if you... Yeah, true. No, I just want to understand what we're talking about here. Oh, you got a link for me? Cheap, tanky, non-crit Arc Inquisitor. Okay, yeah, good. Let's look at... Let's just look at the... Alright. Fuck. Copy paste this. How do I load it in? Import build. Can't I import from the copy paste buffer? The heck? How do I do this? Oh, enter the... Oh, this is to import from online. My bad. I forgot it worked that way. Okay, never mind. Go back to the tree. Import from paste bin, then paste there. No, it's there. Oh, okay. I copied the paste bin URL, right? Oh, no, the code. Oh, okay. I'm a dumb fuck. Wait, why are there those nodes red and blue? What's going on here? What's with all those colors? Hey, it does the thing I was gonna do, like going over here. Okay. Our intuition was good. It's the power per point on the bottom left. Oh yeah, let's convert to 3.13. That's fine, nothing got important got deallocated. Oh, we got over here for the life wheel. That's classic. Okay. Now, Inquisitor. No shot. We're doing this, screw this crap. I still don't understand why there's like blue and red crap all over the place and purple and blue. This is not a crit build, remember? I know. Wait, I don't know, but I didn't read. I trust you. Okay. Accuracy rating. Wait, why do you need accuracy rating? I guess it's more for the move speed and cast speed. The same way this one's more for the cast speed and increased damage, flat increased damage. It's bottom right hand. I just want to understand it. I think it's cool to have this to show the node power. I just literally don't understand how it works, how to read it correctly. Do we do consecrated ground? Okay, we have like four ascendancy points left here. We could go...
Okay, this is a non-crit build, right? You said? Okay, I understand now. Oh, you said we're not doing crit, right? So we're not going down this tree. Righteous Providence, Inevitable Judgment. I definitely Augury. Okay, Augury of Penitence and Sanctuary. I think those are the two. 16% increased elemental damage, 8% less elemental damage taken. More resistances. Increased damage. And then Sanctuaries increased damage as well. I think those two are the good meme here. Do we change anything? Armor, energy shield, recharge rate, no thanks. What is this jewel? Lightning damage, maximum life, cast speed. Yeah, that's pretty good. In GL. Yeah, let's see where it goes. Mind over matter. 30% of damage is taken from mana before life. Oh, that's really good. Yeah. If you want to change it, check out his items first and the gems. Oh, right. We need to look at the items. Okay, weapon 1. Platinum Scepter. Oh god, we're gonna... What does this do? 39 to 67 flat lightning damage to spells. If we replace this... What was it? Doriani's Catalyst, right? Like, if we dual wield those things, wait, shit, I didn't see the DPS change. Wait, average hit. Oh crap, this does way more. Damn it. I wanted to play around with, Oh yeah, this kills the DPS here, actually. Compared to where it was. Hey, what was this shield doing? Oh, yeah, this was just a defensive option. Yeah, this doesn't kill the DPS that much, but it does, actually. The hard part about this is like a main build and done and tested with a lot of min-maxing, so to understand all of it you would need to play a bit, and it would be hard to beat the min-maxing since you cater to a specific idea. We can just remove every gem item and just stick with the passive tree for now, if we're doing our own idea. Yeah, definitely. And the thing is, this actually works in... this item works works okay with our within our idea as well, because if you look at the... Because this one... 12% more spell damage, 11% increased attack speed, 77% increased damage with hits and ailments against hindered enemies and nearby enemies are hindered. 18% increased cast speed, again, and flat 39 to 67 lightning damage to spells. So it does work with Battle Mage, because look, you get the flat 39 to 67 added lightning damage, and you get 63 to 94 damage from the weapon itself. Compared to Doriani's, you're still getting a shit ton of flat damage, and the other stats of the weapon are much better. That doesn't mean we can't beat it with a well-crafted item, which I think is probably what we're gonna have to look at for like endgame with the Battle Mage memes. But this weapon is really good for this build in general. I cannot deny that. Get a series promise. Okay. Alright, you know what? I'm okay with this. Oh yeah, skills. Yeah, let's look at the skill build too. Arcane Surge, of course. Spell Echo. Elemental Focus.
Cannot inflict elemental ailments. Oh, interesting. Controlled destruction. Okay, no critical strike, but they deal more damage. Okay. Added flat lightning damage here. And Archmage. Sword skills have another extra lightning damage. Sword skills have base mana cost equal to 6% of unreserved maximum mana. That's where the lowered mana cost beams are important too, I guess. Gain added lightning mana damage equal to 180% of mana cost. Interesting. The cool thing about messing around with POB with a build like this is that you learn a lot about how the numbers work out in POB. Yeah, for sure. For example, look at the added light damage gem he put in the 6th link. He put it there so you can see the difference in DPS between Archmage and... Wait, what? Oh, right, because this is a 7... there are 7 links here. Ah. Okay, so we're at 2 million here. Yeah, so Archmage over added lightning adds like almost 100k. And if you can get a 7-socket item with the like... with like the right crafting memes, then you do even more damage. You can go full memes like this. Alright. Thanks for the help, Dark is my soul. Okay, yeah, I'll base it off this build then. Let's look a bit where it goes. Gain endurance charges if you've been hit. All of the jewels will probably be this, yeah. Damage. What is this? What is this? How does this work? What? We should remove the OP items, okay? Yeah. We will. Yeah, all those jewels are super OP as well. Flat, like, damage, life, and cast speed. We're gonna... It'll take a long time to craft those jewels. This is obviously endgame stuff. Lightning damage with non-critical strikes is lucky. Oh, yeah, this works really well with the other thingy. Yeah, so we're definitely getting this wheel. Elemental damage. Chance to blind with elemental skills. That's pretty poggers. Elemental overload. Wait, how does this work when you're not doing crits? Yeah, that's true as Gonzo, okay. I understand. How does elemental overload work in here? 40% more elemental damage if you've dealt a crit in the past 8 seconds, but you're not critting. Your critical strikes do not deal extra damage. Well, that's fine, because you're not critting. And ailments never count as being from critical strikes. I actually don't understand this, how this node works in this build. You can still crit? Oh, okay. Okay, it's just not a crit build. You take minus 100% to crit, and then you have other sources for crit. Increased cast speed. Obviously, increased maximum life. You go up here, grab Heart of Thunder. That's pretty good. Damage penetrates lightning resistance. That's really good. Just means you have no extra damage on crits. You get above that last 8 seconds, that was 40% more damage. Okay, I see. Yeah, that's really good. Mind over matter, more HP here. And mana regen. Manner. Wait, how do you... Okay, we got an unattached node here. How do you get this? When, yeah. That's what I thought. You have to crit to get the buff, which is why this build has Orb of Storms for easy crit procs. Really, it does? Oh yeah, let's look at this. Where is the Orb of Storms? Oh yeah, it's here.
How... Wait, how does hitting your own Orb of Storms give you crit procs? I don't understand that. That's nice. On his arc spell, he can't crit as easy because he's using controlled destruction. Yep, exactly. And this is just the life wheel down here. Orb of Storms hits fast as fuck and lots of enemies. Yeah. Oh, so it hits a lot of enemies and fast, so you have more chance to crit. I see. Okay. Makes sense. Are there obvious things that we will change here? I think what we'll have to do is we'll have to take this as a template and build it into it, and then yeah, I can use this build without changing anything for sure. The thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna use this build and then eventually look at how, like, experiment with small modifications, like in Path of Building. Once I have like the exact items and stuff, to see how, like, I don't know, adding physical damage is gonna still give me enough more damage than some elemental damage meme because of Battle Mage, stuff like that is how I'm gonna have to try it out. You should check the new items. I don't know if I want to. I'm kind of donezo with this already. I do not have much patience for it. Yeah, let's save it. I know you can, like, I know you can, like, go super deep on this, but without having the game in front of me, it's not that interesting, honestly. So when the league launches, you put this on the side. Yeah, and I'm just gonna play and see what items I get and stuff. Playing is gonna be more fun. And, like, I enjoy the theory crafting, but I want incremental progress, right? I don't have like, there's so much information in that build that I don't have a clear idea of what I'm gonna aim for with items, how I'm gonna improve on it. I need to be in the game and playing around with stuff. I'll import my character into POB and see what exactly happens. He said the budget of this build was 16x. Wow, that's a lot. Yeah, I should read the guide you sent me. Wait, where do I have it open? Did I close it? Yeah, I think I closed it. Theory crafting is like edging, just play. Yeah, I agree. I'll just play. Is it listed here? Oh yeah, League Starter. Non-crit arc. Yeah, I think this is this is the one. Okay. Cluster jewels are hard to craft nowadays. Okay. Wait, cluster jewels? You mean those like 16% lightning damage and stuff jewels? Rare shield. No, the big ass wheel, you didn't understand what it was on the tree. Wait, what? Ah, crap, I closed Path of Building. The big ass circle that I didn't understand what it was on the tree. Oh, this. Oh yeah, this cluster jewel. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I have never seen those. I have no clue how you get those. It doesn't matter. All right. Yeah, I'm done. Yeah, read the supercharge node. I'm done. We're playing it tomorrow anyways. No need to mess around with it too much. Wait, I shouldn't. One thing though, I need to keep this open, at least to. Let's see how good this guide is. Leveling. Yeah, I'm gonna have to at least read the leveling. Switch arc as soon as it becomes available. I just use smite, which are great. Create a POB with a series of recommended trees to progress through while leveling, which is I also described below. As a note, you're likely going to want to pick up the 30 dex node beside elemental overload for some portion of your progression, or even for endgame if your gear set is short on it. This is totally fine. To use it, import the paste bin and click on the drop down in the below left corner. Okay. Yeah, I'll keep an eye on that then. My steel case arrived. Poggies. Yeah, but sometimes in leveling you need to like also know exactly what not exactly, but you need to have a good idea of what the skill gems you're going to be using as you level up and stuff like that. All right, closing the rest. Hells yeah, killed my viewership with this with those PoE memes. Yeah, put this aside. Feel the feels. It's all good. But it's true that definitely it's like doing the political or like just chatting memes is definitely the most fun. And seems to be the most fun for people watching me. Listen, buddy, I'll be honest with you. PoE is not a very viewer-friendly game. Probably, yeah. Yeah, I'm probably getting baited by the by all the like Quinn 69, Co-Carnage, whatever whoever they are, all the like big PoE streamers. I'm not gonna blast my career off with PoE content. The game is fun though. It can be fun. I think it kind of depends on how you feel about grinding. All right. What's next? I think we're through. And no fly memes. Someone wanted me to look at no fly memes, but I don't know what is there to look at. No fly list USA stuff, but like, yeah, capital writers are on the federal no fly list. Whoop-de fucking do. It's a grinding game. Yeah, I know. It's a big grind. I've played PoE to like end game in Legion League, doing Uber Elder and all that shit. Katarina. Those bosses. That was really fun to me. PoE is an MMO for antisocial people that just want a spreadsheet simulator. It looks like you're projecting EVE Online onto PoE. Well, no, actually EVE Online has... Wait, no, EVE Online has lots of social aspects that PoE does not have. That League was fun as heck. Yeah, Legion was super fun. What did you play? Did you play like one of the Cyclone memes? Yeah, I also need to eat. That's what I need to do. Yeah, okay, this is what we're gonna do. I did a level 100 that week. Wow, that's impressive. Okay, I'm gonna switch category to balloons, and I'm gonna grab some leftover pizza and eat it. Let's go.
With Isla Lowlife Occultist RF. What is RF? You can't do that build anymore, sadly. Okay. Bloons feels weird, man. God, no one's happy. Whatever I'm doing, I do PoE. Actually, this is perfect. I start doing PoE memes. All the Bloons people leave to watch something else, and now I do Bloons stuff, so all the PoE people will leave, and that way I'm left with no one but the true fans. Because they killed this node. Used to be on Occultist. Wicked Ward. Energy shield recharge is not interrupted by damage if recharge began recently. 50% less energy shield regeneration rate, 50% less maximum total recovery per second from energy shield leech. Okay. Squad ape. Oh no. Okay. There's one thing I can do finally. I can finally start each game with one free dart monkey. I've been wanting that for a while. Primary towers attack 5% faster if all are below tier 5 and cost 5% left if all are tier 3 or 4. What the heck? Bloons time, Poggies? Not everyone's pogging it. I have doubters. Okay, let's improve the glue gunner too. Alright, also, fuck the doubters, do what you want. Of course I'm gonna do what I want. What I also want is to, what I also want to do is to entertain you guys. I'm getting some food. I'll be right back. I'm eating it straight out of the box. My old oversized casters fit. Okay, I thought you were talking about like casters, magic casters. What game are you playing? Noise. Okay. And we need to like finish farming up those maps and shit. I think I'll go with an easy one for now so I can eat that at the same time. Oh hey, I have an upgrade here. Ah, fuck it. I also got my free dart monkey here. Yeah, let's put the free dart monkey, and then we can where does he get maximum coverage? I think here. Put him here, and then we can save for our hero and do like druid memes. I'll go with the slow speed so I can eat at the same time.
Oh shit, I'm on I'll start too. No, we can do the opposite. Oh crap. No, that's okay. Good. Now. Alright, this is a bad position. Yeah, I fucked up. Okay. I have a hot take. Spiders are cute. Yeah, this one looks actually a bit scary, but spiders are cute, okay? They protect us from the mosquitoes. They do like little fancy poses. Most of them aren't very dangerous. And that was rude. Means that I'm not getting any XP on this guy, even though I was hoping I could finally get this upgrade for him. Yeah, I really poorly placed my Oben for now. Hey, what's the good meme with this guy? I think I'm gonna go larger freeze area, monkey stream, yeah. Because I'm basically gonna do.
For the moment.
Hey,
Let's have some fun.
thanks for the follow, Unspeak. 5,746. Don't take that wrong, but that looks like a bot. That looks like a bot name. Why did the chicken cross the road? Because you didn't fucking cook it. Gordon Ramsay says that on TikTok. Well, I guess it's a good thing he's a cook, not a comedy guy. Text camel balloons and all balloons hit become brittle, taking extra damage. Kind of want to maybe go super brittle. I'm not gonna have the XP for this though. Now let's finish this this tree. Well, this one's actually cheaper. Yeah, this kind of works out the same. Okay, well, we're gonna do this. Larger radius. Permafrost. Let's go for this for now. Clap him. Shit. Yeah, I didn't realize this was water. I can actually do this. Interesting. I think I need to save for a bank at this point, right? Work my way up to work my way up to that. Nice. Alright, nice. We're getting there. Oh. Ah, fuck it. I reacted too slow to that camel balloon. It's all good. I didn't even care. I do need a solution for camo stuff, though. This one's pretty far away. I think I get one more. Yeah, I got one more, one more wave before having to deal with that. Yeah, let's go with the monkey upgrade here. Yeah, enhance, go for the crossbow stuff.
Good. Uh-oh. Ah, never mind. I thought I had nothing for the lead balloons. I completely... Restart? Wait, why do you want me to restart? I'm fine. Let's just do this to make sure I'm in a good position for the camo stuff. Perfect. Round 32. We got a Moab coming soon. Gonna have to be able to take care of that. That's gonna be interesting. Okay, finally got a bank. Oh, now we got more camo balloons. Just as I buy the bank. Perfect. Yeah, this guy's perfectly fine. Taking care of the camo balloons. Easy. Now... Uh-oh. Okay, we're fine. Oh, yikes. Oh! That hit him. That was amazing. The little shot of the druid that snaked around there. Perfect. Sure, let's unlock this, I guess. Okay. I'm doing fine. Gonna keep on greeting. Uh-oh. I'm not doing fine anymore. That's okay. Got 2 banks now. Still really greedy. What can we do to improve this? I should have done this. This guy would have been getting so much. It's okay. It's too late now. I fucking lost. I fucking lost. No. I didn't prepare for the Moab properly. I went too greedy. Like, if I had done that instead of the second bank. Can you introduce little stream clips? Like, okay, dude. Oh my god, that's ultra poggers. You'll be a star in no time. Yeah, no. Okay. Oh.
I will introduce the sickest memes. That those will be my memes. Those will not be anyone else's memes. Also, what the fuck am I doing? Name man and Darkwen. Oh, I think I know what we can do down here. We can go long range, more attacks. And it kind of hits up here. And then above we can do a freeze monkey. So we're gonna have like a freeze and extra attacks area up here. I'll try that. Yeah, perfect. Nope. Perfect, except this guy is fuck all for now. Yeah, I need to make my bank. Your text is in green, JB Pratt. Rip. Like, we're talking, like, Dark as My Soul, you're saying that DOE is not a very viewer-friendly stream. How is a tower defense a viewer-friendly stream? Who wants to watch this? Let's be real. What? I was just memeing about the... earlier you said... Shrug? Yeah. Who wants to watch anything? True. Yeah, I think we can only afford one bank until not watching paint dry. Yeah. We can only really afford one bank until the Moab stuff. Also, knowing that I am gonna have to do the upgrades on the Dark Monkey for the Invis stuff. Uh-oh. Okay, no, never mind. Good. Oops. No. All right. Okay, dude. That was a waste of money. Let's do this for now. Nice. Oh. Oh. Good, we got our bank. Okay, now we need to set up for the Moab. I'm gonna have to do a cannon with the anti-Moab missiles. I didn't see how else I can do this. Just where do I put it? Do I put it up here? Where's gonna be the most efficient? Up here it is getting a lot of value, but eventually as the Ice Monkey gets upgraded, then here's gonna be much better. Or like, not here, but
It's num.
Hey, thanks for the follow, Kawa Plays 140. Okay, I think I'm gonna try to squeeze it in here. Damn, this druid's got a fat ass. Alright, which tree is it? Oh yeah, this is the middle one. Okay. Yeah, okay. Easy peasy. That's our bank at. Let's continue collecting interest. Oh no. That's fine.
Oh, yikes. Alright. Yeah, let's say for the Moab Assassin at this point, right? Right? Yeah. Alright. Thank God for that, brambles. Yeah, I'm getting a bit screwed by camo balloons here. I need something... Submerged targeting option permanently reveals camo balloons in its radius. Yeah, that's not gonna work. I'm too far away from the... other stuff. And that said, having like having this with the ability to shoot anywhere I have vision on is going to be huge value, right? So I think it's worth. Alright. Uh-oh. Yikes, that's a lot of lives lost. Well, at least we got this. Alright. That's good. Collect. And now... let's upgrade this guy for the Invis memes. Alright. Good. We're doing it. Now the big question is, do I get a second bank? Or... yeah, let's greed. Like, to get those level 5s, I'm gonna have to.
Do I collect now, just to upgrade it now? Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it like this. It's a bit greedy, sort of. Uh-oh, the camel balloons. No. Oh! How did that happen? Like the... Whoa. Okay, I have no idea how that happened. I'm good with it, though. I'm happy with it. Let's do... Gonna have to upgrade this and this. Oh, embrittlement. Lose... Oh, detects camel balloons and they lose camel properties. Okay, that's huge. That's huge for me, actually. Look at him go. Beautiful. Hacker? Wait, how am I hacking? Alright, I'm gonna need XP on this guy. I'm gonna need to upgrade this guy. I also need to make some druids to benefit from the... from my druid hero buff. Noise. Yeah, it's just hella expensive though. Oh. Nice. Perfect. What do we do? Let's throw down... Do we do like a second combo of a freezing guy and tack shooter up there? I want to at least put up a tack shooter just for the camo, just for the submarine. So the submarine covers more ground? Nah. Fuck it. Good. That's some good shit. Alright, we can soon collect from the banks. We can have a lot of money. We're gonna be able to do an upgrade to level 5 on something. This guy, we don't have enough XP. Almost, one more wave. Good. Yeah, 23k. Almost enough to upgrade this guy, and that's pretty much it, actually. Yeah, let's go for the tax shooter. Oh my god. The range on this thing. Oh no. That's hilarious. Oh, look at it go. Oh, and something gets into its range. Okay. BFB balloon. I think we're fine. I don't really need to, yeah. Jesus Christ. I'm enjoying this a lot. This guy is really good. What was it about this? Boost attack speed and pierce for other druids in the radius. Would be cool to have a, yeah, to like do several druids then. Or we can like stack angry druids. I don't know, let's try this. Sweet. Oh yeah, we need more money. That's actually what we need. $63? But what's wrong with 63? With round 63, rather. Oh. I see what's wrong with 63. Oh, I'm doing fine, actually. That's the meme round that everyone loses to? Not me. Look at this build I got here, seriously. How am I supposed to lose like this? I got it all covered. Especially with this guy's coverage.
Fucking waggers, dude. Yeah, fucking waggers. Okay, collect this. Collect this. Still need to save money because of I want to upgrade this guy so bad. Should be pretty cool to do that. Let's do this for now. That's pretty cool too. And we could do like another bank. Go full greed. Oh, IMF loan. Yeah, let's do the IMF loan for now. Simply because then, way too dank. I'm gonna be able to get the loan and accelerate my, my getting this guy upgraded with that. Is it worth getting this? Monkeynomics, what does it do? Anyone knows what it does exactly? Or should I just stop at making the banks? Right, because I'll get 21,000 plus this. I can get 31,000. I'll need like 17,000 saved up. Ah, it's feasible. I'm finding this build absolutely savage. Almost. Good. I can get 38,000 now. Get 38,000 plus 12,000. Oh yeah, I can upgrade him now, actually. Do it. Yeah. Oh, I can collect more. Interesting. Okay, I definitely need to collect this. How far can I collect with this? Doesn't matter. Let's collect it now. And yeah, I'm not gonna even have to take the loan here. What am I listening to? Some weird shit. Something about being a hot dog? Okay, you know what? I am doing this. Fuck it. Sounds like SoundCloud rap? Yeah, pretty much. Alright, that is what it is, honestly. Oh god. Okay. For a second I thought I was in a bit of a sweaty position there. I'm gonna need to... This is gonna have to be in my next upgrade. Moab Eliminator, I think. And after that I'm done. I could collect 5k. I will not have enough yet. It's all good though. Was that interval coming for you? Wait, what was that sound you heard? Oh shit, the final round. Guess I collect all. Oh, I don't have enough. Oh, I can do this. Easy. The siren? Oh, that was even outside. I didn't hear it because of the noise canceling headphones. Monkey Star did the most, really? 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 Is it because he's getting the buff from the other duder? He's getting the buffs from those two. Well, it's true that he did so much like pushing everyone back, but I built him pretty late too. That's kind of surprising. How far am I from the interesting upgrades I want? Oh, pretty far. Okay. That was pretty cool. Got Candy Falls done. Carts and Darts unlocked. Yeah.
Grew up in California where the sun shine bright. Nice focus on the prize. Come on, keep posted on the northern side of Golden, watching clouds as they come down to earth. But falling down is couch surfing king without a crown. Step forward once you step into the now. That's a message from myself. Hold a nimbus like I'm Goku, don't you think I'm tapped it out? Guru told us where we headed, nothing, all just falling down. Seemed the whole world ending, so we reaching for the clouds. The sky is falling.
What about the... What out here? Any good memes? This is expensive. This I never build. Really don't have the money for it usually. For now at least. Wait, snowstorm is what again? You could have made an... Wait, what is this? New Pokemon Snap trailer.
I know I cover up my fault lines with silly putty. Like the laughs gonna make the bad shit turn to nothing, but that's rubber, I'm glue. All I say is
Oh yeah! The console Pokemon Snap. I never played it, but I remember. I remember. Okay, I got a spicy take. Pokemon is scuffed bug snacks. That's my take of the day. Do I want to do another one? I think. I think I'm all set. I didn't even want to play video games, you know? I only did it for you. Play Darksburg with me and of Odin? What is Darksburg? A co-op roguelite. You must escape a procedurally generated medieval city overwhelmed by undead forces. Oh. The base shit, I still haven't fixed the... So I set it up, I got my amp. I guess I could like just play on my amp, but I have a problem. So I got my DI as well. I got it all plugged in. And the sound quality is abysmal. Not the sound quality, but I have a big noise issue in my sound chain. In here. So what I'm thinking of doing is I'm thinking of I need to like have a really long cable so I can plug my computer in somewhere where I have a proper ground, because right now it's plugged into a socket that does not have a ground. So I need to try that, see if that fixes my the like electric noise I'm getting in my sound chain. Static electric sound. Well, I can play it to you. I have a saved it. I don't know if it saved it. Yeah, it didn't. I mean, like I can do it real quick. So I'm plugged into my DI. My DI is plugged into my sound card.
Oh, there's some like electromagnetic, electric noise thing going on here. Let me just properly untangle the cable. There we go. Oh, it could be with my bass, actually. I wonder, because my bass was exposed to some poor conditions for a while. Let's see. So right now I'm plugged in. I can, for example, record. Do do do. And now, if I play it back to you. You hear that shit? It's fucking horrible. Bzzz. I can lower the gain on my sound card, but unfortunately, this DI, it doesn't do much as a preamp. Wait, I don't? Am I deaf? Oh god. Alright, this is with the gain a bit lower. Alright, this... Yeah, I mean the background noise. Zzz. It sounds amazing. It sounds like crap. It's horrible. I need to fix this. I need to this is unacceptable in in a controlled like studio setting of you should be able to fix the background easy. No, I need to figure out where it's coming from. What's worrying me a lot is that I get it on my amplifier as well. So like, yeah, wait. It's not just the gain. No, I know what. I don't know what you mean by sensitivity. I'm assuming you mean gain. Like. Like I can fucking max gain closest to source. Yeah, of course, I know. Flick the cable. Like those are brand new cables that I just got, and I have 2 of them. I tried them out. Like, I think it's really electric noise introduced by the computers. Like, listen to this shit. This is out of my amplifier. Okay, I need to shut down the effect though. Do you hear this shit? Oh, get closer to the mic. Like, an amplifier is not supposed to be making this sound. Yeah, it's constant. So first off, one test I need to do. Wait, don't do that yet. First off, one test I need to do. I'm saying it's constant. First off, there's one weird thing. When I lift the cable here, I don't see what I'm doing. When I lift the cable off the floor, I no longer hear it. Have you tried throwing that amp out your apartment high-rise window? The sound of Neyman downloading hentai in the background, yeah, pretty much. The thing you just did with the mic is the, I forgot the name. Nah, I wasn't doing anything. Clean your room, bucko, fuck off. Oh yeah, I actually do need to clean my room a little bit. But there's a real problem with the cable here. Like, if I lift it up like this, I no longer have the noise. So it's obviously an electromagnetic, like, interference meme, something like that. If the cable's position matters in the noise I'm getting. Right now it's fine, sort of. Oh, I'm out of tune though. Oh shit. Interference, yeah, it's interference. It's 100% interference. Bass playing, oh, not much, cause like I was explaining, I have a problem. I have a problem with the noise source.
Is it 60 hertz? I have no idea. Same time, the thing you did with the cable. Yeah, electricity here should be around I think the ends of your cable could be cut. I mean, they could be, but it's brand new, and I have 2 cables, and they both do this. So play Iron Man. I do 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 do. Wait, how does that's how it goes, right? Right, first I need to get in tune. But yeah, I got Euro power. Just tie the cable around something. Yeah, but then like I wanna. The thing is, the setup I wanted originally was, and that I bought this fucking DI box for, was I could go into the DI box, go into the sound card. You get a clean recording of the bass through the stream, and I get a feedback without having to wear headphones or anything. I get instant feedback through my amp because the DI box has a through. Show you, like this is the input, and this is the throughput. Time to Google and fix that shit. Yeah, I need to do that, but honestly, shit I need to do off stream. Like who here wants to watch me struggle with like electric interference? And I just need to try shit out too. Like plug my I need to try like plugging my amp on a different power node in my house where it's no longer gonna share interference with the computer, stuff like that. All right. Why can't we hear the bass though? Because I was tuning it. So you couldn't hear it. You should be able to hear it now. Because we don't deserve the sound of music. Yeah. Iron Man. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Okay. Do 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 do. Ah! Mom, get out. I want to play the bongo. You can play the bongo on this, look. You can like play percussively on the strings. Hit them. Hit them. Do you know how to slap? I used to be okay. Not like an amazing slapper, but I used to be okay with slapping. Big disclaimer, I haven't played in like a couple years. I only started playing restarted playing again recently. I can slap, you can slap, Melon? Come here, slap that ass. Alright. Ah. Shit.
Ah. Yeah, I need to practice it, okay? That's a bonk, yeah. Why are you practicing anything? Do it now. Fair enough. But like, you know, honestly, practicing stuff on, I'm practicing music on stream. There's obvious reasons why you don't practice stuff in front of people. We work on it out of the view of people, and then you show up and they're like, wow, you play so well. So you actually practice for hours and hours. That's the goal of practicing. I already played that one. To show off to people. Well, no, it's also that it's very repetitive, okay? You wanna listen to me practice slap bass? I'll do it, okay? Let's do it. Let's do some fucking scales while slapping. That'll be fun. And we go up and down the scale. Except I did wrongly. I need to. I actually have never practiced doing this scale with. You were playing balloons before this. That was our alternative. Okay, fair enough. This is more entertaining than balloons. I'm not gonna contest that. Definitely. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, I'm a bit frustrated with the slapping thing because there was this track I used to jam out with a guitarist friend, and we had like a little intro that went something like ah ah and like just like a couple fills and stuff like that. And then this bass line, God, I wasn't even good at playing it back then, and now I'm even, and now it's really yikes. Ah. I'm actually Flea from Red Hot Chili Peppers. This is now a tryout. Yeah. Can you play along with the song you know? That's good practice and fun. I could. Let's see. Well, the thing is, most of the stuff I learned in well, before I started working as a software developer was mostly jazz stuff. There's this. Well, actually, ah, okay. I would need to find my old sheet music. There is this one tune I remember. A walking bass, yeah, I can like do a walking bass. We can look up like some sheet music for some jazz standard. I don't remember like all the names and stuff, but we could try something. That'll be tough though. Oh yeah, I remember. Let's like try something like Take the A Train. Wait a second. Wait, is this Take the A Train? Yeah, I think that's the one. Do. Do. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Okay, how does it go? That's an okay. Oh, right, okay. Okay, yeah. Do, 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 do. Okay. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Okay. Doody doo. Yeah. Sorry. I'm like this is again why you. I would never. I would never think of doing this on stream. I'm like actually. I need to like read the sheet music and stuff. Do 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 do. How does sheet work? Is there only one compass? What? I only use tabs. How does the sheet work? Okay. Quick and dirty explanation for how to read sheet music. Let's go. Oh god, no. This is the key of G. I can read it. Is there only one compass? Oh, for bass? Okay, first off, if it was an actual bass line, it would be in the key of F, the fa. Well, I don't know how to say it in English. Yeah, F. Okay. So it will be like the, you know, the what symbol for the lower compass for like piano. But it doesn't matter. I can read both. Though not on site, as you can see. Used to be something I was working on, but it's been a while. So yeah, I mean it doesn't matter. It's a melody. It can be on any compass. We really don't care. You just do get your G. Do 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 do. Oh, do 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 do. Oh. Oh, okay. Alright, let's do that phrase again.
Alright, something like that. So, got the two, let's try to link the two together. No. Ah. Nice. Got it. And the second one's the same as the first one. You know a really good song I was thinking of learning on bass that you can probably do it? I want to have sheets though, so you might want to do it if you hear it as well. Hold up. Okay. Where's the chords? Let's do some walking bass on this. I want the chords. God, I need to go get my real book. It's far away. Oh, it's just this? Okay. Ah, that's ugly. Okay. Okay, that... Huh. It's supposed to be D7. But that's not a really beautiful chords, not chords, yeah. That doesn't sound really good. I'm playing the flat fifth here. I don't really like it. Okay, some of them are a bit weird, but the nice thing with walking bass, you're allowed to do like transition notes between chords and stuff like that. So some of the you need to do it with like feel and understanding of the harmonies and whatever, but you're allowed to play notes outside of the harmony. It's not necessarily that bad, especially in depends on the melody and like can give the like a little bit of a jazzy feel. Do you prefer sheets over tab? Yeah, I much prefer sheets. Having the rhythmic notation is much nicer, I think. All right, what's the song you linked me? Probably not going to be able to play it on stream because of DMCA memes. Oh. Okay, first off, it's not detected by the YouTube content ID, even though it has 100,000 views, so maybe I could listen to it. Play it anyways. Yeah, maybe I can listen to it, considering it's not... there's even a Pirate Bay link in the song description. Alright, let's see if the full OST gets tagged with content ID. Okay, it does, but only for one of the songs. Song Duvet, the opening theme. And you don't understand. Twitch took so much balls, man. Yeah. But I mean, this should be okay to listen to because it's not detected by Content ID. That's usually a good way of checking it out. Okay, you know what? I'm muting desktop audio. That's what I'm doing, and I'm listening to it. Oh, I remember this song. Yeah. But the thing is, the arpeggios that are being played, they're played on a guitar. And we could find them out. We could find them on the bass, but that'll be that won't be that easy. Yeah, this would take a lot of work. I mean, not a lot of work, but this would take some work to do by ear. Okay. Also, when you remember from school that all the kids who played bass were the ones who weren't good enough at guitar and wanted to play a little in the background without being noticed, sure, but buddy, bass is the sexiest instrument. When you feel, like when you do that E and you feel it vibrating against you, you feel how like the strength of that note vibrating through the instrument into your body. You don't get that with the guitar. You get some vibration, but you don't get that deep, you know? That's why you play bass. You guitar fucks, you don't know what you're missing out on. Bass is the god instrument. Ah. Oh, it wasn't that. Shit, what was that Pistorius song? It's fucking hard to play, but it's so cool. Anyways, kind of like the drum players because you need money for a kit. Well, yeah. There are a lot of guitarists that weren't good enough to be lead guitarists and were stuck reluctantly playing bass. Yeah, true. And okay, to be fair, depending on the style, bass can be kind of not that fun. They're the ones playing with a pick and doing simple chords. Okay. Yes, but there's nothing wrong with playing with a pick. Playing with a pick gives you access to entirely different sounds you're not gonna get. Don't smug. No smugging at that. What's nice with music is there's no right or wrong way of doing things. Well, there are right or wrong ways of doing things, but there's no right or wrong sound. If you need the sound of a pick, you're gonna play a pick. Because you're a musician, you're a professional. You're okay, maybe not a professional, but you're not there to push some fucking finger ideology up someone's ass. You're there to please, to massage their ears with your dulcet music. I'm there to make fun of people. Well, I know all about your bullying, Millen. Finger ideology, yes. Damn, still going. 24-hour stream, no. How long has the stream been? 7 hours and 15 minutes. Holy fuck, I was a huge Flea fan and I'd play like every Muse song. Wait, Flea doesn't play in Muse. What are you talking about? Golden? Oh! Golden mirrored Poggies. I was both. Okay, yeah, I understand that better. Golden mirrored Poggies, wow. I haven't listened much to Muse, honestly. Not that I have anything against it, but back then it didn't really quite trickle my pickle, if you know what I mean. Alright. Anyways, I need to fix some like electric memes here. What did I used to play? I mostly love funk and jazz. I used to play in this free jazz band. I can play a little bit of there's some stuff on the internet that I can play. Let me find it. Oh, we also had with a singer you played. Yeah, there's a singer we used to play with as well, where it was kind of more a rock thing. Like, see, Lamb of God, Madame Reni. No, there's a band called Lamb of God. I forgot. Okay, Madame Reni. Let's just search for this. No. That's good. Okay. I'll find it. I need to scroll down. I believe. Okay, maybe. This is like the video. This is like the video clip they did for one we did for like one of our songs. I was more funk and alternative stuff. Nice. It's fun to play on bass. I'll listen to it off stream. That one will be DMCA-able. Okay. Also, I'm not sure I can show this. There's some NSFW content in this music video. Let me look for it like this, actually. Madame Reni. And then... God damn it. Oh, there we go. Alright, this is the singer's YouTube account. Yeah, you can actually see me in this... Wait, don't? Yeah, no. You can see me at some point in the background on this. The bass line is very simple. It's the do do do. But the song is really cool. This I'm allowed to play. I'm in this recording, okay? I'm allowed to play this. That's also not in any content ID system, I know. That's me behind there. If you get DMCA'd by your own music, it's technically possible. It's already happened that musicians on Twitch got DMCA'd for playing their own music. But that's the same bass I'm actually playing on. Wait, why are you reading it, Melon? Ah, this is super sexy. She's great. It's not French. It's she's singing in a gypsy dialect. Did you ask her out? No, she... Okay, first off, she was going out with the drummer. And secondly,
She's a really nice person, but no, I would not ask her out. I guess that's all I'll say. That's all I'll say about it. I loved playing with his guitars too, but he ended up having a disagreement with the rest of the band. But this drummer is super good. I love him. He's a crazy dude, but why are you in this? Yes. I'm not... You're gonna see me a little bit at some point. Earlier you saw my, like, legs and bass a little bit. Does the Gypsy dialect use French vocabulary? I don't think so. Alright, that's me. I'm not in focus, but that's me. I have no idea how musicians play together online. It's fucking, sharper. Look, it was so warm. It was so warm in that studio. You can see how she's sweating. It's really, it was horrible. This recording session was an ordeal. I was seeing Adam Neely stream and it was very acceptable delay. Maybe you can try jamming, I don't know. Yeah, we could try it. What did it smell like? I don't remember. Wait, what Neyman is still streaming? Yep. I have no DI to try though, would need to figure out how would I test. Neyman is stripping? No. I'm just playing you some of the songs that I with the band that I used to play with. Since I'm a shitty musician now, so I linked it, Melon. Just look above. It's literally 4 lines above your message. What are you complaining about? He's playing old clips of him stripping. I'm clothed in this one. I don't think you see me though. At any point. Thinking Melon can read me? Can read? You okay, Bout? What about the other people who wanna... Wait, no, dude. Okay, you are the only one asking for the link, never mind. Are my all and all. That's me playing the bass line. Cute. You are my sweat when I am weak. You are the treasure that I seek. Alright, that's me. I'm pretty sure that's like all you see of me in the entire video. Yeah, Bonk got removed, unfortunately. Sure. This isn't the Lamb of God cover. No, this is not a Lamb of God cover. This is a cover of Lamb of God, but not a Lamb of God cover. JP Pratt got jealous of all the attention Melon gets, yeah. Punished bassist when you're even less popular than a drummer? Yeah. I am the punished bassist. It was getting spammy and a bit bully, but Melon seemed to enjoy that part of it. Oh yeah, she enjoys getting bullied. We all know. Melon is a sub. Oh shit, that's me. I don't know why he's showing me during the guitar solo, but that's me. That's a younger me. Mustache, yeah. Now start stripping. Signature glasses. Yeah. My cross, my shame. God, this recording session was painful too. I was not in good shape. I kept fucking up the tempo on like a do bass line. It's tough. It's rough. I wish I was in the band. Well, join one. There are problems with being in a band too, though. Like, okay. Being in the band is like being in a very small company. It's too late now. It's never too late. Let's make a band. Yeah, let's make a band. Look, and everything depends on like how far you want to take it, professionalization wise. But being in a band is like being in a small company. It can be like a co-op, but in which case everyone needs to pull their weight and be equally invested, or there will be drama, there will be problems, or it can be someone else's company, like one person. I think a singular direction is the most important shit. Yeah, usually it's usually better if you have one person leading the thing and who takes responsibility. Yeah, I'm super rusty now. I'm definitely not in a shape where I could play in a band at this point. If everyone wants to do something different, shit's already fucked. Yeah. Well, the nice thing is if when you play with like actually professional or semi-professional musicians, they are playing in plenty of different bands, so they're not coming into your band with this idea that they need to express their own like artistic vision. They come into the band to perpetuate the artistic vision of the band. So you usually don't run into that many problems. You can give them leeway on like being let the people be creative with their role in the band, and know they're not going to overstep their boundaries. Usually, depends, of course. There's always egos involved and stuff. You can usually trust people in those situations. But if it's the only band you're playing it, then yeah, you want the music to fit exactly the music that you're imagining in your head, which is not going to be the music of the other people. And if that's what you need to make your own band and compose your own songs and find people willing to play them with you. And then the people willing to play them with you will, if they're professional, then they're going to expect you to put in the work to find concerts, gigs, and actually put your music out in the world and find ways to monetize it. Playing with someone and just feeling the music with someone else is so Craigasm. Yeah, it's super nice. When your performance review is coming up with your band supervisor, yeah. But yeah, I'm just jamming out is already super fun. It does get, I wouldn't say boring, but it does get a bit, how to put it? It does get, at some point you want more. If you're like meeting every weekend and with someone and just jamming out, it also gets, I know, it got frustrating to me. That's how I started playing music. I would only do, for like a year or two, most of my experience playing bass was meeting with a friend 2, 3, 4 times a week and spending the entire afternoon jamming out, playing some like Led Zepp songs, trying to compose some of our own stuff, and mostly just like improvising and jamming out. And it was great. It was a great learning experience and everything. But after some point, you're like, shit, what am I doing? It depends what you want to do with it, but I had nothing going on in my life at the same time. I was basically that was basically part of my one of my neat phases in life. And even though I was learning bass, but it was neat. And putting all that time into playing music, not to have it lead to anything, ended up being pretty frustrating as well. And that's why then I went to music school, and I started playing with other bands and trying to actually do something that puts it out there in the world, because it feels sterile, honestly. And you're also playing with the same people all the time. It's good to play with different people. It's good to put your creations out there and all that stuff. Now, what are you guys talking about? Do a metal punk fusion. In my band, one person wanted to metal, one person wanted punk, one wanted more rock, alt rock, and I wanted to slow things down. Shit was bound to fail. Yeah, and that's like the teenager band experience, right? The positive loop out of creating stuff solo, but you need to put it in place. You need to actually get to creating something concrete, whether it's recording in like a home studio, getting compositions out. And I know art doesn't exist if it's not in the eyes of the beholder. Like on a fundamental philosophical level, you cannot have art without having an audience. Which doesn't mean it's not art to create stuff by yourself or that's isolated that no one's going to see. But the transformation in the audience's eyes, ears, whatever sense your artistic creation is going through is really fundamental to the artistic process and important, I think. There's a Henry Miller passage. I have the book here. Let me see if I can look it up. Henry Miller, art. Let me see if I can find the excerpt. It's from, I think it's from Sexus. This is a good quote. It's not at all what I was looking for, but what I want is to open up. I want to know what's inside me. I want everybody to open up. I'm like an imbecile with a can opener in his hand, wondering where to begin, to open up the earth. I know that underneath the mess, everything is marvelous. I'm sure of it. That's a beautiful quote. I love Henry Miller. He's one of my favorite authors ever. Okay, this is a good one. It talks about Polish people. There's one thing I like about the Poles, their language. Polish, when it is spoken by intelligent people, puts me in ecstasy. The sound of the language evokes strange images, in which there is always a greensward of fine spiked grass in which hornets and snakes play a great part. I remember days, long back, when Stanley would invite me to his relatives. He used to make me carry a roll of music because he wanted to show me off to these rich relatives. I remember this atmosphere well because in the presence of these smooth-tongued, overly polite, pretentious, and thoroughly false Poles, I always felt miserably uncomfortable. But when they spoke to one another, sometimes in French, sometimes in Polish, I sat back and watched them fascinatedly. They made strange Polish grimaces, altogether unlike our relatives who are stupid barbarians at bottom. The Poles were like standing snakes fitted up with collars of hornets. I never knew what they were talking about, but it always seemed to me as if they were politely assassinating someone. They were all fitted up with sabers and broadswords which they held in their teeth or brandished fiercely in a thundering charge.
They never swerved from the path, but rode roughshod over women and children, spiking them with long pikes berry-bound with blood-red pennants. All this, of course, in the drawing room over a glass of strong tea, the men in butter-colored gloves, the women dangling their silly lorgnettes. The women were always ravishingly beautiful, the blonde houri type garnered centuries ago during the Crusades. They hissed their long polychromatic words through tiny, sensual mouths, whose lips were as soft as geraniums. These furious sorties with adders and rose petals made an intoxicating sort of music, a steel-string zithery, slipper gibber, which could also register anomalous sounds like sobs and falling jets of water. Never heard of him, but he sounds cool. Yeah, he is cool. Alright, I don't know if I'm gonna be able to find it here. I need to find my copy of Sexus. Sounds like some erotic fiction. Oh yeah. The thing to know about Henry Miller is he wrote erotic fiction. Can you read the chat? I would. Yeah, I can. I would love to. I'll find a book for you. Yeah, if you have a specific one in mind, and if I end up enjoying it. But yeah, Henry Miller used to write erotic fiction. Together, his lover in Paris, Anaïs Nin, also wrote erotic fiction. It's really good. I wanted to buy a book of Anaïs Nin, and I ended up buying like a thing with a lot of her erotic short stories, and they're actually really good. Whether you're looking for erotica or just literature, she sounds super cool. I plan to read her shit later. Yeah, well, and if you enjoy Anaïs Nin, definitely check out Henry Miller as well. He's a really good author. What was transcendental for me in reading Henry Miller was the realization that it was the realization that Henry Miller had I don't know, until now what I'd seen in literature was somewhat prude, but mostly very segregated. You had philosophy books, you had stories, and you had Coomer literature, like erotica. He is the first author I've seen who I've read who actually tries to incorporate all the things that are important in life together into a single book. Not into like a single narration, where on one page you'll be reading about him having sex with one of his lovers. The next page is him meeting a friend at a bar and having this amazing philosophical discussion with him. And then the page after that is some story from his life at that moment of his life, stuff like that. Okay, you just sent me. What the heck did you send me? Slippery When Wet, erotica books. There will be a limit to what I can read because we are on Twitch. But I can try. I'll try to go as far as I can. Just for you. And it has one review from Mary. Absolutely outstanding erotic story. Mary enjoyed herself. That's a good. Just switch to streams. Just substitute follow. Yeah, I'll play around with it. No problem. Oh, to download this book, log into your member dashboard or sign up in seconds, and now download this ebook and 4 more for free. Oh man, do I actually need to make an account for this? Okay. I'm doing email already registered. What? Oh, because I like double clicked. Never mind. Stole your email, yeah. Alright, let me go check this out real quick. Let's go to this. And oh, never mind that. I guess. I didn't receive a confirmation mail. Resend. Activation cookie not found? What the? There are some problems with your website, okay? See new Gmail instructions. Oh yeah, send promotions. Yeah, sure. Erotica is read by Neyman. I can't download your book, dude. Look, if you want erotica, I'd rather read some Sexy Times from Henry Miller at this point. Okay, maybe I can log in with this account. Probably not. The account's not activated. Okay, they're not sending me the activation email, dude. What is happening here? Kirby wants me to read this this Coomer story, that like an ebook that he linked. Have you seen Melon's blog? Wait, Melon has a blog? Link me. Link me Melon's blog. I want it. Anyways, he sent me a thingy and I can't sign up to that website to get to I do not have a blog. That's what someone who has a blog would say. I bet you have an erotica Tumblr, Melon. You seem the type. Okay, you want to hear me read? I'm gonna read, and it's not even gonna be in English.